Hello everyone. In this video, I will take you into the world of a novel titled Catalyst, a story of politics and fantasy. It is set in eight districts that begin to build power and threaten each other, engaging in back-and-forth wars. Central to this world is a force known as power, a radiation that flows through this new realm, serving as a weapon in their conflicts. This novel will have several seasons. I have already written the first season in Thai, but what you will hear from this channel has been refined and enhanced for greater completeness, improving the strategy, politics, and overall enjoyment. If you are all ready, I warmly welcome you to enter the world of Catalyst. The story begins on a certain path. A man named Kawin, a traveler, finds himself walking through a rather desolate area until he encounters the sea. He takes out his green notebook to review it before starting to gather wood from the surroundings to construct a raft. Once he finishes building the raft, he pushes it out onto the water, and despite the struggle, he manages to set sail. For a while, Kawin rides the waves on his raft, smiling as he turns to look back. He sees the vast landmass behind him before facing forward, where an immense expanse of space unfolds before his eyes. This, after all, is the edge of the world. Kawin picks up his green notebook and scribbles something down when, at that moment, a creature resembling a dragon swoops down, delivering something to him. The image of the world's edge and the vast cosmos ahead is immortalized as a drawing, resting in the hands of Thier, the governor of Zone 2, seated on a throne in the grand hall of the Thier political palace. The drawing, brought back by Kawin, captures his presence standing in the middle of the hall. Thier seems quite pleased with this painting. Alongside it are various items, notably a rainbow-colored shell, prompting him to inquire about the world's edge. Kawin responds that it is a new edge of the world, a beautiful place at night, but blindingly bright when the sun is about to rise or set. Additionally, he explains that during his journey there, he encountered cultivable plants and numerous animals. The rainbow shells he collected are treasures of this new world, believed to be highly marketable to anyone who sees them. Thier looked at the item Kawin had brought and remarked that it was no surprise Kawin was called an emerald adventurer by those around him. Kawin accepted the compliment gracefully and went on to say that he wished to stay there a little longer, but he had to hurry back because he knew his father was not guilty. Thier set the item down and looked at Kawin, appreciating that Kawin had returned to bury his father's body, given that his father was accused of embezzling treasury funds. Kawin insisted he knew his father well. His father was not a corrupt man. He had been asked by the previous leader to assist with duties. Sep, one of the nobles, stated that over 10,000 dice had gone missing from the treasury, which was enough to condemn Kawin's father, and that he would be executed the next day. Kawin then spoke up, stating that he would like to atone for his father's sins by embarking on a journey to find new resources for Thier. Kawin explained that in this new world, people mostly resided in their territories without much travel. He wished to set out and seek new resources for Thier, mentioning that there were still precious items of great value, such as the rainbow-colored shells that Thier cherished. Thier paused in thought. He was indeed a greedy man. Kawin continued, saying he would hold off on his father's punishment and would travel to bring various items from each region to present to Thier, which would suffice for his father's livelihood. Thier stood in contemplation and gestured for Sep to whisper with him. He then decided to allow Kawin to rest for now and suggested they continue their discussion tomorrow. Kawin asked for permission to see his father, to which Thier consented. Kawin found his father in the city's prison and was relieved that his father was unharmed. His father, Kha-ta-lai, was the head of the city's treasury. Kawin asked his father what he had done to be arrested. Kha-ta-lai explained that he had managed the treasury meticulously, but there was one day he fell ill and had to delegate his duties to an assistant. Someone had then forged Thier's name to request the withdrawal of 10,000 dice, and the assistant had unwittingly given the money away, leading to the loss. Upon hearing this, Kawin told his father it was unfortunate. Kha-ta-lai didn't comment further. Kawin reassured him not to worry, saying he could help his father. Kha-ta-lai was pleased and advised Kawin to also find his older brother. Kawin then left the prison, heading to locate his brother at the correspondence office. In the hall of District 2, Thier and Sepp were discussing the punishment for Kha-ta-lai. Sepp demanded the death penalty for Kha-ta-lai because he had misappropriated public funds. Corruption deserved to be punished with death. Thier expressed that he did not want to execute Kha-ta-lai. He had many thoughts about how a good person like Kha-ta-lai should not have used his position for personal gain. Furthermore, Thier wanted Kawin, who was renowned for his travels, to work for him. Thier continued, saying he trusted Kha-ta-lai and did not understand why Sepp disliked this finance minister. But before they could speak further, someone walked into the central hall holding a document. His name was Thier, another high-ranking official who brought in the document, causing Sepp to fall silent. Thier paid his respects to Thier and asked when Thier would travel to attend the district leaders' meeting. Thier sighed, as he was not keen on going. District 2 was underdeveloped, and he had nothing to flaunt there. He inquired with Thier about when the meeting would be held. Thier replied that it would be in 3 months. The journey from District 2 to District 4 would take almost 2 months in total. Thier agreed to go, and he insisted that Thier accompany him to arrange what they needed to take along. Sepp queried who would act as interim leader while Thier was away, offering himself for the position. Thier remarked that Sepp was already overloaded with duties, fearing it might be too much. Yet, he was uncertain who else could take on the role. Interjected, stating he had a man who could serve as Thier and Sepp's deputy, Kha-ta-lai, the honest finance minister. On the other side of the New World, in the distant land of Sector 2, lies Sector 7, where the main city is called Thier. In a tall wooden castle that sits at the heart of the towering mountains, an important location of the city, there is a man dressed in a white cloak. His name is Rachiel, and he is the leader of Sector 7. Rachiel was walking back and forth in a room filled with numerous researchers busy with their experiments. He seemed to be in a state of great concentration, as if he were searching for something. At that moment, a young man entered to speak with Rachiel. His name was Nanfa. He was a scholarship student sponsored by Rachiel to study and assist with his work. Nanfa approached to report that his research on plant energy was progressing smoothly and handed Rachiel his report. Rachiel looked over it for a while and praised Nanfa for his excellent work, expressing his satisfaction with what Nanfa had accomplished. Nanfa smiled with pleasure and remarked that Rachiel seemed quite stressed lately. His face lacked its usual brightness. Rachiel replied that the upcoming leaders' meeting was demanding his attention, requiring him to expedite this experiment to present his findings there. Nanfa, hearing this, appeared deep in thought. Noticing his expression, Rachiel decided to change the subject and suggested that they take a walk together, having worked hard enough for the day. Rachiel and Nanfa walked together along the streets of Thier. Nanfa remarked that it felt very strange to be here. District 7 was a dry area, with yellow-orange leaves year-round, unlike his hometown, which was humid and rainy for 10 months out of the year. Nanfa was from District 3, having received a scholarship to study and assist in District 7. Rachiel shared that he also liked it here. Although growing up in this place was somewhat uncomfortable, he considered it a happy experience. He enjoyed the pervasive orange atmosphere. Nanfa noted that it was normal for someone with water powers to be less fond of dry places like this. As they continued walking, Nanfa suddenly asked Rachiel if he would bring the amplifier gloves to the leadership meeting. Rachiel replied confidently that of course he had to take them. They were his best work. Nanfa's expression turned anxious, and he stopped walking, prompting Rachiel to return to his side. Rachiel reassured him not to worry because only they knew about that matter. No one else would find out, and they would eventually find a solution. Rachiel resumed walking, while Nanfa felt a lingering concern as if everything wouldn't be that simple. He told Rachiel that he had made up his mind to accompany him to the leadership meeting in District 4. The scene shifts to District 4, the most fertile and prosperous land of all 8 districts, akin to a capital city. Every district must report directly to this one. The main city here is Thier, the largest and most populous city. The leader of District 4 is a woman elected by the residents of the district. Her name is Veena, a 32-year-old who is skilled and capable in governance. Veena is speaking with Tyrell, a noble of District 4, about revenue collection. Tyrell reports that this year, the total treasury for District 4 has seen an increase. Furthermore, the population survey shows a rise of 4 million people in just 1 year, making District 4 the most populated district. As Veena listens, she nods in acknowledgement. She stands up and walks to the window, looking out at the city of Thier, where the citizens live happily. Veena inquires about the port project that Thier and O is working on. Tyrell informs her that it's nearly complete, with just 10% remaining to finish. Veena responds affirmatively and is about to return to her work when Tyrell asks if she plans to run for election again to lead District 4. Veena sighs. She has no intention of stepping down. She mentions that the power in District 4 is beginning to feel uncertain. She still believes she must continue her role as the district leader, indicating that she will run for election again in the next term. Veena then asks Tyrell about the preparations for the leaders' conference, emphasizing that it must be grand and worthy of the rank of each district leader. Tyrell assures her that arrangements have been made flawlessly. The accommodations and conference venue are the best in this new world. Leaders from Districts 3, 5, 6, and 7 have accepted the invitation. Veena nods in acknowledgement and asks about the response from the leader of District 8, Kaiser. District 8 has yet to respond, but they expect to attend according to the invitation. Tyrell continues, noting that District 8 has long sought to rival District 4, often withholding food supplies and training their own forces. Veena remains silent, as this is consistent with what she has always heard about District 8. She simply tells Tyrell to focus on their work, ensuring a warm welcome for all the leaders. Returning to Kawin, he found himself meeting with Kawit, his older brother. Kawit was the town's messenger. When Kawin had gone to the edge of the world and the Sea Eagle had delivered a letter, it was Kawit who had sent the message. The two embraced, filled with joy that Kawin had come to help their father. Kawit mentioned that he had just returned from the outskirts, where he had picked up the messenger from Zone 4. He had heard the news that their father was in trouble, prompting him to quickly send a message to Kawin. Kawin replied that he had already spoken to Kassadit about their father's situation. He would compensate for whatever was needed himself. Kawit then asked what Kawin intended to do. Kawin said, "We will find out together tomorrow." The next day, Kawin came to meet Tharunt once again for the trial of Kassidis. This time, around 20 nobles were present to listen and participate in the judgment, with Kassidis bound and kneeling in the center of the hall. The nobles present were those who assisted the leaders of each region in governance matters, mostly in administration, trade, law, and various other domains that differed from one region to another. In this judgment, there would be a system to declare the accusations and counter them with compensation or other merits that had been accrued. Kawin stood beside Quit, who was the noble responsible for intelligence. Sep began to speak during the indictment, claiming that Kassidis had embezzled 10,000 dice that were supposed to belong to the central treasury of the region. Normally, the currency within a region would only be used for purchases of about 2 to 5 dice, so 10,000 was an enormous sum. The penalty for Kassidis was the highest possible punishment, death, so as to deter others. The nobles in the assembly began to discuss amongst themselves, some in agreement, while others were not. Some argued that Kassidis was not originally from Region 2, but was from Region 8, and therefore executing him would be no great loss. However, Tom stepped forward and spoke up, insisting that they should not execute Kassidis, as he was the most competent treasurer among them. They could use him to generate more revenue for the treasury. Sep countered by stating that whoever took the money next would be merely compelled to return it, setting a precedent for corruption to continue. Following this, many nobles began to voice their opinions chaotically, causing the discussion to lose clarity. But Tharunt looked over at Kawin. Seeing Tharunt's gaze, Kawin understood he had an opportunity to speak, so he stood up and called for silence. He introduced himself to all the nobles as Kawin, the son of Kha-ta-lai, and known as the Green Adventurer. As the son of Kha-ta-lai, he wished to plead for his father's life by representing the region, embarking on a journey across all 8 regions of this new world, bringing back new goods, resources, and valuable minerals to present to Thier. Thier surveyed the nobles. Generating 10,000 dice was challenging, but if they could embark on this journey, there was a chance to acquire far more than that, not to mention other resources. Thier agreed, as did some of the other nobles, but Sepp remained obstinate, appearing to be the most eager to see Kha-ta-lai executed. Thier stated that he had thought it over all night and came to a conclusion that Kawin must fulfill. Kawin had to gather a total of 100,000 dice and secure a plot of land, anywhere in any region. He needed to produce value from goods available only in Region 2. Kawin's face fell at the enormity of Thier's request, but he forced a smile and assured them he would succeed. He asked only for Thier's mercy on his father and promised to find a way to fulfill the task. Kawin mentioned that he would request a party of travelers, followers of Thier, to assist him in his endeavors. Thier agreed to procure people for him and decided to spare Kha-ta-lai, reducing him to a commoner and restricting him from leaving Region 2. Kawin was expected to set off in 3 days. Powerless to do anything, Quit was relieved that his father would certainly not face execution. On the other side of the New World, in District 7, Nanfa was walking out of his office in District 4 to return to his quarters. Along the way, he encountered Alip, a noble in the messaging department, who was on his way to work for his shift. Nanfa greeted him, and Alip mentioned that there would be a small gathering at the messaging unit, inviting Nanfa to join him. Nanfa agreed, and soon came across 2 guards sitting by a fire, roasting meat. Everyone was taking a moment to enjoy their meal and relax. Alip shared that he had just sent out a message from Lord Rachel, instructing that it be disseminated to every district, requesting volunteers to help develop the power-expanding gloves, enabling people to travel directly to District 7. As Nanfa listened, he nodded, but a thoughtful expression crossed his face as he pondered the matter. Alip asked him, being close to Rachel, why the Lord was allowing volunteer districts to participate in the glove testing when the experiment should primarily benefit the people of District 7 first. Nanfa thought for a moment before replying that the power-expanding gloves still posed risks and had yielded successful results. Rachel sought different outcomes and thus requested assistance from other districts to enhance the trial's findings. As for what the power-expanding gloves entailed, the story would gradually unfold that at a time. Upon hearing Nanfa's reasoning, Alip found it difficult to grasp, as he was just an ordinary villager and not as educated as Nanfa. At that moment, one of the guards sitting by the fire recalled something. He mentioned that a message had arrived for Nanfa as well. Nanfa accepted the message with a smile, for it was from his close friend in District 3. Alip asked if it was good news. Nanfa replied that he would be accompanying Rachel to District 4, where his friend would meet him as well. The invitation message from the leader of District 7 traveled to various districts through the communication of the Garuda and the Owl. Each district leader read the invitation aloud and copied the message to post in the main cities of their respective districts. A young man returning from physical training happened upon this in Thier, the main city of District 3. His name was Tri. He read the message carefully and felt a surge of excitement upon realizing that the leader of District 7 was going to bring out the latent power in everyone. He hurried home to tell his parents about the journey to participate in this experiment. When he shared this news and mentioned his plans to travel to District 7, Tri's father told him that a meeting of leaders would soon take place in District 4. Tri's father, a noble ambassador, had visited District 7 once before, so he suggested that Tri introduce himself for this reason. Tri agreed and promised to do as his father asked. However, Tri's father mentioned that before he went, he wanted Tri to retrieve a document from District 1 first. Tri asked what it was, and his father explained that it was a diplomatic document he needed to deliver to Rajal. And then the morning arrived when Kawin had to set off on his journey. The Nand had provided him with what he requested. This trip would be his first serious expedition since the establishment of the New World, as Kawin would lead the journey starting from District 2, winding around Mount Tazvante, and passing through every major town of each district. Thanand had assigned 10 followers to accompany Kawin, along with a cart for seating and carrying supplies, as well as a small force of 20 more. The provisions were packed to last for 1 year. While Kawin instructed the team to check all the supplies, Khasidis, who had been released to assist Kawin with the preparations, introduced Kawin to a young officer named Lek. Khasidis recommended that Lek join them, assuring Kawin that he would surely be of help. Kawin acknowledged that he had journeyed alone before and always managed to take care of himself, but he would bring Lek along as his father had advised, meaning that he was indeed a ginger. Lek expressed excitement about joining the expedition, and Kawin was pleased. Additionally, Thanand had ordered a noble named Worman to accompany them. Worman was an official in charge of personnel and would help organize and manage the journey alongside Kawin. Kawin thanked Thanand, and then Sepp walked in to threaten Kawin again, warning that if Kawin failed to send resources and money back to District 2 even once each month, his father would be executed immediately. Thanand added that this was another task Kawin must undertake. Kawin promised that he would comply, but requested that Thanand be patient if there were any delays of a day or two. Kawin approached Thiam, who was waiting to send him off. He thanked Thiam for speaking with Thanand and the officials. He would not forget Thiam's kindness in helping his father. Thiam said he respected Khasidis for his abilities. District 2 should not lose good people. He wished Kawin success in his travels and work. When the time for departure arrived, Thanand reiterated that Kawin needed to raise 100 dies, find new land for District 2, and bring back a single resource from District 2 to create value. Kawin acknowledged this. He walked around the procession once more, and the villagers had gathered for a long time, thousands of them. Kawin was stopped by a blind man who held his hand and said he did not want Kawin to leave, stating that Kawin would change this new world. He could feel it. Kawin crouched down and told the blind man that he had to go to save his upright father's life. The blind man insisted that Kawin did not know what would happen. All he could say was that Kawin would transform this new world. Kawin replied that he was just a small traveler, but he was grateful that the blind uncle believed he could change the world. He stood up, no longer concerned with the blind man, and walked to the front of the procession, directing Worman to lead the way out of the city of Zathar. On the first night of the journey with the convoy, everyone set up camp. Kawin called all his assistants to gather and get to know one another. Among the key members of the convoy were Sleef, the recording assistant, Lofness, the supplies assistant, and Timma, the communications assistant. Woman was the head of the traveling convoy, and Alec was the deputy leader appointed by Kawin to take charge. They all spent the night at the campsite after traveling 40 kilometers from Zathar. Kawin was engrossed in noting down various things he encountered in his green notebook. After Woman finished patrolling the area around the campsite, he sat down by the fire next to Kawin. Noticing Kawin's happiness as he took notes, Woman asked if he enjoyed jotting down all these things. Kawin replied that he found joy in discovering new things. He had been using this green notebook since he was 14, recording paths, stories, and resources like these. Kawin pulled out various plants he had found to show Woman. He lifted one plant, describing its properties, another was for treating fevers, and yet another for bruises. They had a long way to go, and Woman would definitely need them. Observing Kawin's excitement, Woman asked if it was the power of the plants. Kawin laughed, saying that with such an explanation of the plant's properties, Woman shouldn't be asking. Woman chuckled, having already noticed Kawin's entire green attire. Woman remarked that Kawin's power was much better than his earth power. He wanted to know which plants were which were edible and which weren't. With his earth power, he found no use in knowing or distinguishing the types of soil since it wasn't something edible. Kawin insisted that every power had its advantages. He remembered a person with earth power who was excellent at growing vegetables because he knew which type of soil produced the best yield. Woman shrugged and responded that he had to grow the vegetables himself, which was still a hassle. In District 2, after Quit had set out with his traveling party, Tharun sat on the leader's throne, with Sepp beside him, while Khasidis remained prostrate in the middle of the hall. Tharun spoke up, saying that the child had sacrificed a comfortable life to save his own, but the penalty still lay with him. He permitted Khasidis to reside in the house, to cultivate a garden and farm to assist with the district's supplies, and warned him not to think of escaping. Khasidis bowed deeply in gratitude to his lord Tharun and replied that he would comply with whatever Tharun commanded, provided he could continue living in District 2. Tharun dismissed Khasidis, who slowly rose, and walked in to support his father and lead him out. Sepp approached Tharun and asked if it was wise to leave a wrongdoer unmonitored like this. Someone should be sent to watch over Khasidis's house, and they needed to report his comings and goings. Tharun replied that he had already stated before the nobles that he would allow Khasidis to remain. Furthermore, Khasidis did not seem eager to leave. Let him stay, but they needed to keep some eyes on him. Sepp then asked about the vacant treasury official position and who would fill it. He proposed himself as the new treasury official in place of Khasidis. Tharun inquired if he could handle it, noting that Sepp normally served as his close aide, and being the treasury official would involve considerable responsibility. Sepp insisted that he wished to sacrifice himself for the cause. He knelt and stated that for Tharun, he was always ready to serve. Tharun made no objections and waved his hand, granting Sepp the authority to manage the treasury in Khasidis' stead. Cutting to Kawin and the traveling party, Kawin was chatting with Werman and Lofness. The journey for the group would lead down to the lower part of the territory, to Thier and O, crossing a river to rest and gather resources there. Everyone agreed and followed Kawin's lead. Moreover, Kawin instructed everyone to pay attention and collect anything interesting to bring back to him. The journey went smoothly. Everyone paused to camp by a riverbank close to the edge of the Thier and O region. That night, Kawin was asked by his followers to share some stories of his travels. He recounted that he had started his journeys at the age of 8. During his first adventure, he got lost, but he felt no fear. Instead, he wandered further and further, never growing bored of encountering new things. Fortunately, his brother found him the next day, just as he was about to starve. Everyone laughed, with Werman chuckling the loudest. Afterward, the members of the group took turns sharing their life stories, which only deepened their camaraderie. As fatigue settled in, they dispersed to rest as they pleased. Alec approached Kawin and expressed how impressed he was by Kawin's tales. Kawin thanked him and mentioned that Alec would get to travel as he wished. Alec smiled and looked around. Noticing that Werman and the others had settled in for the night, Alec said he had something to tell Kawin. Khasidis had sent a message with him. Kawin was puzzled and wondered why Alec was acting so secretively. Alec led Kawin to a quiet spot and told him that Khasidis was worried that, although Kawin had saved Khasidis' life, it was clear someone harbored ill intentions towards him. And when Kawin spoke of embarking on a journey to redeem Khasidis, though he was alive, if anything were to happen to Kawin and there was no message sent to Thier every month, Khasidis would still be condemned to death. Alec indicated that Khasidis believed someone in the party would try to disrupt their journey. Kawin nodded, understanding fully what Khasidis was conveying, but he reassured Alec that his father tended to overthink. This overthinking made Khasidis very cautious regarding finances, leading him to become an exceptionally skilled treasury official. Kawin advised Alec not to dwell on it too much and suggested he get some rest since they would be departing early the next day. Kawin then turned in for the night. Though he acknowledged knowing his father was overly analytical, he also realized that his father never overlooked anything important regarding caution. Thus, Kawin secretly spread some dry leaves around him as he slept. The scene shifts to District 7. Rachel was once again examining the construction of his power-enhancing gloves. He looked serious and focused intently on his invention, with Nanfa standing nearby, watching. When the experiment concluded, Rachel allowed everyone to take a break for food, but he remained in the testing hall. Nanfa entered to take another look. Rachel said that Nanfa must be eager for the gloves to be ready for use, waiting with palpable anticipation, just like him, right? Nanfa said nothing in reply. He only mentioned that the officials had sent him to ask if Rachel had taken care of the pending matters in the district, such as the construction of a new canal for agriculture, the deforestation for farming, and whether the funds acquired would be used to purchase seeds from District 5. Upon hearing this, Rachiel stood up straight. He covered his face with his hand and admitted that he had completely forgotten about those tasks, having immersed himself solely in the work on the power-enhancing gloves. He then told Nanfa to inform the officials to handle things as they saw fit. He trusted the officials of District 7. Nanfa did not move away. He wanted to tell Rachiel to start paying attention to the local governance matters as well, but he hesitated to voice his thoughts. Rachiel could read Nanfa's mind. He set aside his work and stated that he would take care of it, the district's administrative duties, and reminded that Nanfa needed to collect all the work and have it in his office by the end of the week. Nanfa asked why it had to be by the end of the week. Was there something going on? Rachiel replied, not to forget that there was a meeting of district leaders coming up. In District 4, Veena took a horse-drawn carriage from the District 4 office to a large house guarded at the entrance. Veena came to meet an elderly man named Tuan Xiangdong, who was known as the Father of the New World. He earned this title as he was the first man to step onto the surface of the New World, establishing various rules and regulations for this new land. At over 250 years old, he was the only one in the New World with such longevity. Veena entered the room where Xiangdong lay. He was very old now, able to speak only a few words each day, breathing just enough to show he was still alive. Veena stood beside Xiangdong, who turned his gaze toward her and smiled faintly, pleased to see her. Veena took Xiangdong's hand and said that he didn't need to attend the leaders' conference. She and everyone else wanted to see him healthy. Xiangdong replied in a frail, aged voice that he wasn't ill, he was just very old. He wanted to see all the leaders one last time. Veena chuckled softly. For 2 years ago, Xiangdong had said it would be the last time, and 4 years ago he had mentioned the same. Even 6 years ago, he claimed it was the last time. Xiangdong pointed out that he had said last time at least 10 times already. He smiled, mentioning that his time was running short. He cherished the presence of the leaders' conference and loved seeing different generations share their discoveries from the new world. Veena, who had been smiling, gradually stopped, as if pondering something troubling. She said that even if Xiangdong claimed it would be the last time, she hoped to see him in the years to come. She insisted that this new world was not ready to lose Xiangdong, who was like the heart of everyone there. Xiangdong responded that Veena honored him too much. He was just an old man who could no longer contribute to the new world. Veena did not reply. Xiangdong then moved his hand and said not to worry about what would happen in his absence. Everyone should choose their own paths, even if some paths might be wrong, for everything would eventually lead to something good. Veena smiled and asked if it seemed that Xiangdong knew what would happen. He nodded and said it was because he had never wanted the world to be divided into districts in the first place. After a long journey, Quinn finally arrived at another major city located south of District 2, a place known as Ten Chao. He told Worman that he had been here twice before heading anywhere else. It felt like paradise to him, as the region was lush and fertile for cultivation. Worman smiled and shook his head, not believing that such a simple thing could bring Quinn so much joy. Quinn's entourage was quite large, drawing the attention of the locals in Ten Chao. He instructed his traveling party to stop in front of a house, and a man emerged to greet them. Quinn was overjoyed and jumped out of the vehicle to embrace the man, who was named KK and served as the village chief here. KK asked where Quinn had come from and why he traveled with such a large group, noting that he was usually seen traveling alone. Quinn explained that he had been commanded by the District 2 leader to journey throughout this new world. Upon hearing this, KK's eyes widened in surprise, and he said it was an honor to work for the district leader. Quinn expressed his desire to stay here for 2 days to trade and replenish supplies. KK was happy to oblige and offered to take the entire caravan to the back of the village. Quinn agreed and instructed everyone to set up camp, encouraging them to go out and explore the supplies and interesting items in the city for trading, asking everyone to gather the following day to report on their findings. The followers all dispersed, and Worman turned to Quinn to ask where he planned to go next. Quinn replied that he wanted to hire a boat to travel from Ten Chao to District 2. He had never taken a boat before, having only traveled on foot. Werman insisted on joining him, fearing that Quinn might run away. Quinn laughed, understanding his friend's concern, and reassured him that he had no intention of fleeing. Running away would only result in his father's execution. Quinn and Werman arrived at the 10-cow pier, where the great river flowed through the area. Quinn explained that if they took a boat, they could reach District 3, and then District 4 and District 5. However, crossing the river would take them to District 1. There was a passenger boat that could hold about 40 people. Gavin saw an empty seat, and Werman said he changed his mind. He would go take a walk instead, but Gavin had to come back in the morning. Gavin agreed and boarded the boat, feeling at ease. Along the way, Gavin took notes. He looked around as the boat sailed, noting that the journey across the river was smooth and filled with various people and animals that were brought on board. When they reached Zone 3, Gavin switched boats and sat back down. Someone greeted him upon noticing the empty seat next to him. Gavin was pleased to make space for him, and it was Tri, who came from Zone 3. As Tri was about to sit, a beautiful woman approached them to collect the fare. Gavin paid, but it seemed Tri was taken with her, so he turned to leave his seat with Gavin and followed the woman. Gavin was left bemused in his seat, and before long, Tri returned with a smile, saying she was incredibly beautiful. Gavin was happy for Tri. Seeing Gavin with a green notebook, Tri asked if he was a poet. Gavin replied that he was a traveler from Zone 2, tasked by his Zone 2 leader to travel around the new world. Tri was excited to hear this and mentioned that he had once thought about traveling too, but in the end, he chose to train in self-defense. Gavin asked Tri what led him to focus on self-defense. Tri explained that he wanted to be a trainer for the forces. In this new world, there was nothing called the police, as everyone still lived in harmony. Due to low crime rates, there was no need for police. The position Tri meant was one that maintained order and aided the government officials. Gavin understood. Tri then asked if Gavin needed to jot down everything he encountered. Gavin replied that it was good to note down everything. He liked recording various information whenever he came across something new. He began to recite the names of plants he'd encountered. Tri knew Gavin had a plant-based power, and he revealed he had a water power. Gavin inquired about the water power, to which Tri explained it could manipulate the surface tension of water. If mastered, one could even walk on water. Gavin continued to take notes. Tri enjoyed conversing with Gavin, and Gavin found it delightful too, until Tri mentioned he had to work with Rajil, the leader of Zone 7, on creating a power-enhancing glove. Gavin didn't know what that was, so Tri pulled out the recruitment announcement from Zone 7 for Gavin to see, revealing an illustration of the power-enhancing glove, which would channel a person's inner energy to be transformed into power. Naturally, Gavin requested to see it and jot it down in his notebook. The story begins in District 7. Rajil ordered his men to load the goods onto the cart for their journey to District 4 for the leaders' conference. A noble named Jim arrived to oversee the packing. "Didn't you say you'd be going to the leaders' conference this weekend? Why are you packing up already?" Rajil responded, "I'm just getting everything ready. That's all. What's so strange about that?" At that moment, Nanfa, who was there for her usual work, came upon both Jim and Rajil. She saluted the two elders and asked, "In such a hurry to pack? I thought you'd be busy perfecting the gloves right up until the last day before the conference." Rajil conceded and told Nanfa that he needed to make sure it was as perfect as possible. Nanfa and Jim exchanged glances and sighed. Rajil was indeed serious until the very last moment. Just then, Rajil coughed, and blood came out with the cough. Nanfa and Jim rushed over, alarmed at their leader's condition. Rajil was startled too and used his handkerchief to wipe the blood away, but pointedly instructed Nanfa not to say anything. Nanfa understood what was wrong with Rajil, as it was a side effect of using the power-enhancing gloves. One even Jim, the noble overseeing the trial, was unaware of. Nanfa didn't say anything. Jim asked, "What's wrong with Rajil? Why is he coughing up blood?" Rajil quickly covered, "I'm just a bit tired, common for someone working the hardest in the district. A little rest and I'll be fine." Having said that, Rajil walked away and re-entered the glove development building. Jim sighed and said to Nanfa, "Could you please talk to Rajil and tell him to take a break? Having a leader who works hard is good, but everyone chose Rajil as their leader because they didn't want him to work himself to death." Nanfa sighed as well and replied, "I didn't think Rajil would be this stubborn, which is good because he doesn't easily give in." Jim smiled warily before giving Nanfa a light pat on the shoulder, and they both headed back to their work. On the side of Gwyn and the traveling party for District 2, this morning they gathered to discuss at the campsite in Ten Cow, as Gwyn had previously instructed everyone to organize and gather information, keeping items that seemed valuable for sale in other districts. However, as each person presented what they had collected, Gwyn opened his notebook. He had noted everything down, whether this item came from this district or that one, yet there was nothing unique to District 2. If this continued, it wouldn't align with what Tharun had specified. Woman then asked what the next step would be, and Gwyn turned to Lek, stating that he would assign this task to him. Lek was startled, insisting that he couldn't do it, but Gwyn urged everyone to pack up and prepare for their journey. He approached Lek again, explaining that he needed Lek to take this on, otherwise both he and his family would face trouble. They needed someone to find items to take for sale in other districts. Reluctantly, Lek agreed to do it. Gwyn said he would head off first to make it to the leaders' meeting. As for Lek, he could hire someone from there if he managed to find 2 items. Gwyn would provide him with his travel map. After that, everyone left Tenau and headed toward District 3. On the side of Tri, he had arrived at District 1 and entered the main city of District 1, named Thier. Tri met Emil, a nobleman who worked closely with the district leader. Emil welcomed Tri warmly and invited him to share a meal. Tri explained that he had come to request the diplomatic documents his father had entrusted to Emil. Emil said it was possible, but would take some time to find. While waiting, Tri got to know Emil's daughter, who was named Amy. Amy came running in to show off a glass of water, proudly asserting that she had the ability to make it cold. Tri was intrigued by this. After talking with Amy, he turned to Emil and mentioned that District 1 was a tropical area, yet Amy had the power of ice. Emil noted that he had observed that sometimes people could have abilities that did not correspond with the climate of their district, but such cases were very rare. Tri expressed his desire to be one of those rare individuals. He wished to have powers of lightning or fire since District 3 was a humid area that experienced rain year-round. After exchanging pleasantries with Emil and Amy, Emil handed the diplomatic documents to Tri. Emil's family invited Tri to stay with them for a day, and Tri gratefully accepted their hospitality. Crossing over to Gwyn's house in District 2, Khasidis had transformed from a high-ranking official into a farmer, growing vegetables and tending to his own garden with his wife Velis, who helped him cultivate the land. Velis sat resting, watching her husband Khasidis bent over his work in the field, and she grumbled about how working for Therons had been so exhausting towards the end of the year, filled with so much hard labor, yet being punished for things he didn't even do. It was nothing like working for District 8. Khasidis replied that they shouldn't dwell on the past. District 8 had plenty of capable people already, and he preferred to work for the betterment of others rather than focus on personal gain. That's why he had asked to transfer to District 2 to work for Therons instead. Once, Khasidis had been a treasury official in District 8 before he requested to move to District 2. He was truly a good man. Yet now, what could he do? Khasidis was making their son Gwyn suffer in his place. He chuckled softly and insisted that Gwyn wasn't suffering at all. In fact, he was having fun. That was just the kind of person Gwyn was. He knew his son well. He turned to Velis and asked if it wasn't true, and Velis didn't argue. Just then, Kavit walked in with a young girl, riding on his back. She was the youngest daughter of this family, named Kanit. It seemed fitting that they named their daughter in a way that matched their son's name. Kanit ran to her mother, Velis, who scolded her for playing so far away. Her face was smeared and dirty. Kavit chimed in, saying he didn't think Therons would be so cruel as to send 2 soldiers to stand guard in front of their house. He also mentioned that Sep had just become the new treasury official, working diligently, and Kavit jokingly noted that Sep's first job was to collect dues from the villagers. Hearing this, Khasidis' face fell. He knew that Sep was the one who wanted him dead the most. Although he was a close official of Therons, he was also very greedy, and Khasidis genuinely looked troubled. Kavit asked what they would do next, and Khacidus sighed, explaining that Tharans had already removed him from his position as an official. What could he possibly do now? Kavit urged his father not to lose hope. He was saddened by his father's despondency. Khacidus could do nothing but bow his head and tend to the garden as Kavit spoke. Kanit ran over and took her brother's hand, expressing her thirst and asking him to get her something to drink. Kavit obliged and took his sister to fetch some water. But before they left, Kanit turned to look at her father one last time before she dashed after Kavit into the house. The traveling party of Kavin had been on the road for several days, and they had finally entered Zone 3. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Kavin called one of his aides over. His name was Matthias. Kavin instructed Matthias to head up the path ahead, which would lead directly into Hemdothier. He told Matthias to take a portion of the troops along with some supplies to inform the leader of Zone 3 that an envoy from Zone 2 would be visiting. By doing so, they would be warmly welcomed and could establish a friendship with Zone 3. Matthias acknowledged the order and went to gather his belongings, prompting Kavin to set up their camp nearby. Warming queried whether it was excessive to divide such a large amount of supplies. Kavin responded that he was somewhat familiar with the reputation of the leader of Zone 3. This leader was a good person. Making friends with someone like him would be beneficial in the future. However, during their conversation, Lofnus barged in, berating Kavin. He argued that the supplies were given to them by Tharon, not intended for others, and that the amount Kavin allocated was far too much. Kavin retorted that they could always request more supplies down the line, and that he knew what was edible. There would be no risk of starvation. Lofnus, annoyed, snapped back that during their journey, no one else enjoyed a diet of vegetables and greens like Kavin. Everyone else was of a different strength, not vegetable-powered like Kavin, which was a sarcastic jab directed at him. As Lofnus continued to fume, Sliff, the note-taking aide, intervened to calm him down. Sliff expressed his agreement with Kavin's decision to allow Matthias to take supplies to Zone 3 and offered to manage the logistics. Kavin thanked Sliff, who then pulled the irate Lofnus away. That night, after sending Matthias off, Gavin, Vorman, Timma, and the nobles, along with a patrolman on duty, gathered to drink and relax. Gavin recounted his travel stories once more, much to the delight of the other assistants. Vorman sat quietly, listening to Gavin's tales of adventure. Gavin shared how he had traveled into the forest in the southern part of District 8, where he had trained to ride a horse for the first time on his own. He recounted how he was nearly thrown off and trampled, but fortunately found some local plants to ease his bruises. As Gavin spoke, Vorman stood up to relieve himself, only to encounter Lofnus, who approached acting strangely. Vorman questioned why Lofnus was there when it was his watch, but Lofnus remained silent. Suddenly, a group of men lunged forward with a knife aimed at Vorman. He refused to back down, retaliating and knocking that man down. Lofnus then stabbed at Vorman again, but Vorman kicked Lofnus away and stumbled into the campfire circle. Everyone was taken aback, Gavin included. Lofnus and Sliff joined in, commanding their men to kill everyone. Vorman urged Gavin to flee. Shocked, Gavin dashed away, encountering one of the men who aimed to stab him, but Vorman, with his last ounce of strength, threw himself at the attacker. Gavin, startled, ran for his life as Lofnus's group pursued their own, as if they weren't on the same side. Once the chaos subsided, Lofnus asked if anyone had seen Gavin, but none of the men could find him. Sliff looked terrified by what had transpired, worried that letting Gavin escape would lead to problems later. They had to silence Gavin. But Lofnus said not to worry about him. They just needed to get away with their loot. As for Gavin, what could he possibly do? It was up to Theranth to deal with him. Now, it begins in District 8. The main city in District 8 is called Sephiroth there. The governance here is a single group administration, meaning a group of powerful individuals has taken charge and elected themselves as leaders. Currently, the leader is a tall, striking man named Kaiser. Kaiser stands gazing at the top of a tall building, looking out over the expanse that stretches all the way to Mount Taswanta. Before long, a man approaches Kaiser. His name is Dimitas, who reports that he has returned from Sanilo at Kaiser's command. Sanilo is the furthest city on the right of the New World, a thriving port city, the second largest in District 8, and a place of great significance. Kaiser inquires about Sanilo, and Demetas explains that he has been establishing a new city system there, believing that in 1 to 2 years, Sanilo's economy will grow substantially. Kaiser nods in acknowledgement, stating that he will be attending a leaders' meeting in District 4 and desires for Demetas to accompany him as his right-hand man. Demetas bows respectfully to Kaiser, who then walks out onto the balcony with Demetas following. Kaiser expresses his wish to unite all districts into one, as the new world that has emerged should not remain so divided. Demetas shows a hint of concern before stating that this must have been a thought occupying Kaiser's mind for a long time. Kaiser reflects that he has studied the history of the past. Remaining divided will lead to continual differences, with one place adapting one way and cultivating its own culture, while another develops its own set of measures. This is why he sent Demetas to Sanilo to standardize the system throughout the district. Demetas counters that, although uniting everything could be beneficial, there is charm and value in the separateness. Sanilo, being a port city with traffic from District 8, District 6, and District 1, represents opportunities that other cities cannot offer. He agrees with the idea of unification, yet believes that some things should remain distinct. Kaiser nods and then asks if he were to choose to unify all districts, would Demetas help him? Demetas bows again and replies that he is the person Kaiser has deemed most trustworthy and will be the first to assist him. Kaiser is pleased to hear this, but admits that this is merely the thought of a man who ponders too much, as it may be too grand a task for him at this time. At this moment, Kaiser harbors one hope before looking out at the horizon. He declares that Taswante, the peak of the New World, must be conquered by District 8 first. 2 days later, Gavin had just awakened from the storm that had poured down. He had been unconscious for 2 days following the assassination attempt on his traveling party by Lofness. As he got up, he retched violently, shocked by what he found around him. He had run far from the scene. Gavin slowly gathered his senses. He instinctively knew that staying alone required a clear mind. He understood the gravity of Lofness betraying him, stealing the assets and supplies meant for their journey. Because of this, his father would surely face execution. But he needed to focus first. Gavin walked back to the campsite where they had settled the previous night. The bodies of his aides and the troops who had tried to protect him lay scattered about. Gavin felt a deep sorrow at how everyone had met their end right there. As he walked, he discovered the corpse of Werman. Sadness washed over him, for Werman was a good soul. Gavin sat beside Werman, placing a hand over his chest in tribute, but felt an unexpected sensation. Werman was still alive. Gavin remembered a particular herb he had noted down that might help. He opened his green notebook and rushed to search through the scattered belongings. He found an herb he had bought from Ten Cow and began to crush it with a stone. He tore a piece from Werman's shirt to strain the oil, mixed the remedy, and carefully poured it down Werman's throat. He stuffed hay into Werman's mouth and gently pinched his nose, lifting Werman's head up slightly, and it worked. Werman jolted, vomiting violently before instantly losing consciousness again. Gavin took care of burying everyone properly. He lifted Werman onto a wooden stretcher he had fashioned. Gavin opened his green notebook, which contained an easily understandable map he had drawn, and declared that they must first head to Waranock. Then, he began to drag the stretcher carrying Werman away. On the side of Tharun, today he was set to depart for District 4 to meet the leader's schedule. He had asked Sepp to manage affairs in the city and had Tyom along with 10 nobles and nearly 100 servants accompany him. The townspeople of District 2 came to see Tharun off. Tharun would take the northern boat route along the river from the peaks of Taswante, flowing all the way to Lanther, the capital of District 4. Before setting out, Tharun declared that he would return with wealth for everyone and instructed Sepp to prepare a welcoming celebration lasting 7 days and nights for his return. Sepp accepted Tharun's orders, and the townspeople expressed their joy, but only Cassidus remained kneeling on the ground, not displaying the enthusiasm of the others. Tharun then asked why others were happy while Cassidus was not, questioning if he was not pleased that Tharun would be hosting him. Cassidus replied that he was just an ordinary commoner and could not offer advice to a leader. Tharun laughed and encouraged Cassidus to speak up. Reluctantly, Khasidis said he might be one of those who opposed the idea of a 7-day feast, as the city's provisions were limited and the city's finances were strained. Such a festive expenditure would deplete the treasury needed to support the townspeople and would have long-term consequences. Of course, when Khasidis spoke against it, Tharun grew angry and berated him for being a peasant who dared to instruct a leader like himself. He pointed out that it was such remarks that left Khasidis as nothing but a commoner, devoid of any noble status. He then ordered the guards to drag Khasidis back to his home, locking him away as before. Khasidis was pulled away, while the townspeople and nobles laughed in delight, with only Tiam wearing a somber expression for how the virtuous Khasidis was treated. Having settled matters, Tharun set off outside the city. As the weeks passed, Kawin finally managed to bring his frail body and Womans to Verano, a town in Zone 3. Upon their arrival, the local officials came to assist them. Kawin was taken care of by a nobleman named Gimin, who was responsible for the welfare of Verano. Gimin asked Kawin who he was and where he was from. Kawin replied that he was an adventurer hailing from Zone 2 and had been sent by Theranth to foster relationships with all the zones. Upon hearing this, Gimin mentioned that he had heard a caravan from Zone 2 was embarking on a journey around the world, and someone had sent a rider to inform them. But where was the caravan? And why did Kawin and Woman look as if they had been beaten? Kawin didn't know how to respond, but he chose to say that the caravan couldn't pass through the marsh in Zone 3, so it had gone straight to the capital, Hentotheria. As for their injuries, it was because Woman had been attacked by outsiders. Gimin believed Kawin's words and explained that he had been sent there to protect the villagers from outsiders who intended to rob them. He then asked, could Kawin describe the appearance of the leader of these outsiders? It was said that he would lead the robbery himself. Kawin knew he was in deep trouble, but struggled to come up with a response. He described the leader as being around 40 years old, burly, with a thick mustache and wearing a hat. Upon hearing this, Gimin clapped his hands and said that he was completely wrong. The leader of the outsiders would be a young man, thin, clean-shaven, and with white hair. Kawin had guessed everything incorrectly. Meanwhile, Gimin was secretly pretending to believe Kawin's story about being robbed. However, when Kawin lied like this, Gimin came to understand that Kawin was actually the one who was the robber. Therefore, Gimin ordered Kawin to be detained and said he would be sent to Hentotheria. In District 4, Veena welcomed the arrival of the first district leader to respond to the invitation for the leaders' meeting. Michaela, the female leader from District 5. The two embraced before Veena expressed her congratulations on Michaela winning the election for District 5 a second time. Veena believed it was because Michaela was the most benevolent toward her constituents. Michaela thanked her, and they both walked into the Lunthair castle. Michaela explained that she had arrived a month before the meeting because she wanted to see the beauty of this new world capital and discuss various matters to strengthen the relationship between Districts 4 and 5, which had always been like sibling districts. To elaborate, at the administrative level, districts governed themselves and rarely interfered with one another. However, District 5 was the best ally of District 4. Anything District 4 did to prosper, District 5 would follow suit. Thus, District 5 was similar to District 4, just slightly behind in development. Veena expressed her pleasure at the prospect of deepening the relationship between the two districts. As they arrived at the point where their aides had created some distance, Michaela asked if any other leaders had confirmed their attendance, wondering if everyone would come. Veena replied that all districts had responded positively, except for District 8, which seemed to be hesitating. Michaela nodded. She mentioned that it would be great if they could liberate District 8. Veena smiled slightly and said, Michaela shouldn't say that. Michaela retorted, saying she was merely voicing Veena's wishes, wasn't she? Both Veena and Michaela, as well as Kant, the leader of District 6, shared the opinion that District 8's single-party administration was very problematic. It was wrong to grant a single group the power to dictate the lives of everyone, which contradicted the mandate of Shandong. Veena nodded gently in agreement when at that moment, someone sent a message to her, notifying her that District 8 had announced their travel plans and would be attending the leaders' meeting. Veena turned to Michaela and smiled. Let District 8 go for now, as long as Master Shangdong is still here. At Tenchao, Lek was carrying the chicken he had bought to cook something for Kawin. He hadn't gotten anything else to bring to Kawin yet, but Lek's attention was caught by something: the clear blue stone. The caravan from District 7 has set out. Rachil, Nanfa, other nobles, and 50 servants have boarded the riverboat. Rachil's journey will follow this river, paddling upstream for a short while before flowing downstream, passing through District 5 and onward to District 4. Nanfa stands at the bow of the boat, taking in the beautiful scenery of District 7, a place he has found himself in, but hasn't had the chance to truly admire. He pulls out a small piece of paper with some scribbled notes on it, deep in thought, before tucking it away. Nanfa walks back to Rachil in the hull of the boat. Rachil is seated, gazing at the power-expanding gloves he has brought with him for presentation at the leaders' conference. Nanfa remarks that Rachil should go out and enjoy the new world outside, rather than sit and stare at the gloves. Rachil smiles, explaining that he has already seen much of District 7 since assuming leadership. Everywhere he looks, the landscape is filled with orange hues. Being made of water, Rachil prefers to see the blue of the gloves instead. Nanfa quips that if one is earthen in District 7, they must witness nothing but orange every day. Rachil laughs, appreciating the joke, and tells Nanfa he should make jokes more often. It seems he hasn't truly enjoyed his youth. Nanfa smiles in response, suggesting that if his friends made the jokes, they would likely be funnier. Then he brings up the issue of reconsidering the presentation of the power-expanding gloves, stating they are not ready for use. The people in this new world do not understand the radiation they are receiving, and the drawbacks currently outweigh the benefits. Rachil listens to Nanfa, sighing as he looks at him seriously. Rachil assures Nanfa that the power-expanding glove project has gone too far to turn back now. They have already discussed finding a solution for the negative effects of extracting radiation from users' bodies in the future. Rachil is determined to present the gloves, no matter what. Nanfa struggles to find more to say. He has already discussed this matter with Rachil several times. Just then, one of the servants enters the cabin, announcing that they have arrived at Pano. Rachil stands up and follows the servant out to see Pano, part of District 5. Pano is the first city the group will encounter on their river journey, the first stop after leaving District 7. Rachil expresses that he has heard everyone will enjoy Pano, a place where they won't see the orange of District 7, a lush, fertile area suitable for agriculture and animal husbandry. Nanfa gazes at the city of Pano on the shore before Rachil allows their District 7 party to rest there. Nanfa disembarks from the boat, excusing himself from Rachil to attend to personal matters. He retrieves the small note from his clothing and heads to the pigeon post office. He deposits the letter with the pigeon courier, instructing that it be sent to District 4. Kawin was locked up and brought to Thier, the capital of District 3. He looked at the homes of District 3, which were elevated. Each house had an orderly undercroft, something Kawin had never seen before. Kawin turned to look at Werman, who was still lying in a pitiful state, and he asked the prison convoy guard, named Weiner, to get some water for Werman. His body was injured. He needed something to drink. Weiner scolded Kawin for continuously asking for water for Werman, questioning how much he could possibly need to drink. Kawin insisted it was necessary, and if Weiner didn't believe him, he could check his green notebook. He had recorded that wounds from being struck with hard objects had caused bleeding. His body needed water to maintain normal organ function. However, Weiner ignored him. He took Kawin's green notebook and said that after the executions, he would sell this notebook for a profit. Weiner didn't say anything further and took Kawin into the hall of Thier, while Werman was ordered to wait outside. Kawin was made to kneel before an elderly man, with 5 officials standing by. The old man announced that the crime of outsiders entering and robbing people within District 3's jurisdiction would be punished. Kawin thought about arguing that he didn't deserve execution, but the man stated that Kawin's punishment would be to work in the fields for 3 years. Kawin was puzzled. He had thought he would be executed, but was instead sentenced to farm work. Before he could argue, he heard a loud commotion from Matthew running into the hall. Matthew was the assistant Kawin had sent to deliver news to District 3 previously. He explained to the elderly man that Kawin was not an outsider, but a traveler from District 2 under the order of Thier. Hearing this, the elderly man released Kawin. Kawin was relieved that Matthew had come to help him just in time. Matthew said he had arrived in District 3 some time ago, and the district leader had been waiting for Kawin's arrival. But where was Kawin's convoy? Kawin said he would explain, but requested to see Werman first. Matthew took him to Weiner. Matthew filled Weiner in on Kawin and Werman's situation, and Weiner allowed Kawin to see Werman. Matthew was shocked to find Werman in such a near-death state. He informed Kawin that there was a healer's house behind Thier Castle, and Matthew led Werman outside. Kawin hurried to follow but stopped to speak with Weiner first, telling him that he was going to meet District 3's leader, and it should be a good meeting. Therefore, Weiner should return his green notebook. Realizing he might be in trouble, Weiner handed the green notebook back to Kawin. Kawin felt a wave of relief and patted Weiner on the shoulder, forgiving him for any past grievances. Tri arrived back at his home from District 3 and showed the diplomatic document he had received from District 1 to his father. Tri's father advised him to use this document to inform Rajil that he would like to work with him, suggesting that his son would have an opportunity for a more significant role than merely recruiting people for trials. Tri agreed with his father. Before he started gathering his things to prepare for tomorrow's journey, he overheard a servant saying that his father was going to observe an interrogation of some outsiders who had been captured. Intrigued, Tri followed his father to the Welsazao Hall. When Tri arrived, he found the district leader of District 3, named Atlas, present as well. Atlas, a young leader beloved by the people, sat elevated in the hall, watching the interrogation conducted by his subordinate investigators. Two men, clearly outsiders, knelt in the center of the hall. The investigator announced the reason for their arrest. They were found guilty of illicitly constructing a fence that would separate the Tempampu district from District 3. The penalty for both outsiders was execution. The two outsiders remained silent, but Atlas interjected that he would not execute them. Instead, they would be sent to farm for District 3. He did not want bloodshed among those in his district. One of the outsiders shouted insults at Atlas, declaring he did not wish to work for a district that had never cared for him. A district that had sought help countless times but received nothing in return. However, the other outsider bowed down, appearing grateful for the punishment. Tri watched as Atlas regarded the man who had shouted at him before both outsiders were pulled away. Suddenly, Tri stood up and instructed the servant to take the man who had bowed first, while the one who had hurled insults should be removed from the hall. Tri's father was startled and quickly pulled Tri down to sit. However, Atlas seemed curious and followed Tri's lead before instructing the local nobles who had come to judge the outsiders to disperse and get back to work. Tri's father stepped forward to apologize on Tri's behalf, and Atlas reassured him that it was no trouble. Atlas mentioned that he did not argue with those who insulted him anymore. He was tired of trying to improve District 3, especially when some chose to ignore his efforts and revived old grievances to undermine what he was doing. Tri bowed respectfully to Atlas, expressing his understanding of what Atlas must have faced, and he admired Atlas's commitment to developing District 3. Tri stated that he would like to interrogate the outsider and asked Atlas for permission. Atlas agreed, so Tri approached the outsider with Atlas and his father standing a distance away, listening in. Tri asked the outsider his name, where he was from, and why he was content to be sent to work on the farms. He insisted on a truthful response, as a leader like Atlas wanted to help him. The outsider replied that his name was Hewick. He was born in Tempumo and had come to help build the fence that divided the district because he had received food, supplies, and safe housing from the waterway. He was satisfied to work on the farm because he had no family. His parents had died when he was young. Being sent to the farm would mean he would be moved north of the city. People said that place was fertile, not too rainy, and farm work was considered honest labor. Tri listened and understood, as did Atlas. Before Try asked Hewick if he could share who the leader among the outsiders was, the one who wanted to separate Tempumo from District 3. Try mentioned that if Hewick shared this information, it would help District 3, and he believed Atlas would provide Hewick with decent accommodations. Hewick stood thinking before responding that he wasn't sure who the leader was. He didn't know the name, but many people said he was a man who knew when the rain would fall, a man with the power of the wind, and he was from the Thier tribe. After chatting for a little while longer, Hewick was taken away to be imprisoned, awaiting transport to Thier and O, a place designated for agricultural work. Atlas praised Try's father for raising such an intelligent son. A person like him would be the future of District 3. Try accepted the compliment, and his father mentioned that Try would be going to work for Rajil in District 7. Hearing this, Atlas felt regret. He understood that District 3 still faced many challenges, from food supplies to flooding due to rain throughout the year, but he would find a way to make District 3 a better place for everyone. Try said that District 3 had been governed by self-serving leaders for a long time, but Atlas was different from those people. He asked Atlas not to lose hope in developing District 3. Try expressed his intention to participate in Rajil's power-expanding glove project. Atlas understood, but felt uneasy about something, and warned that the power-expanding gloves seemed to have both benefits and drawbacks, asking Tree to do his best to make them work well. Try acknowledged this before excusing himself to leave. Atlas then instructed a servant to gather his belongings. He would be returning to Thier. Try's father asked Atlas if he wouldn't stay at Sao for a while first. Atlas replied that he would like to, but he had duties in Thier. He informed them that District 2 of Tharath had sent a delegation to explore new worlds. Atlas was interested and wanted to build a relationship with the leaders of that expedition. Having heard that the delegation had arrived, Atlas felt it was necessary to return to welcome them. Try's father understood and offered to accompany Atlas himself. After stealing supplies and belongings from Kawin, Lofness, Sliff, and a group of 15 others took shelter along the southern bank of the river, near Zone 1. This spot, known as Imao, was where they had rested the convoy of goods from Kawin. They had spent several days diverting from the path and fleeing, crossing the river and traveling south along its banks, without any clear destination in sight, only knowing that entering Zone 2 and Zone 3 was no longer an option. Lofness, appearing to be the leader of this new group, told Sliff that they might head toward Zone 8 and work with the leader of that zone, Kaiser. Sliff disagreed strongly, stating that the journey to Zone 8 was long and would take around 3 to 4 months. Furthermore, Kawin was the son of Casitas, and Casitas had been a former noble in Zone 8. If word got out about their seizing the convoy belonging to the son of a noble of Kaiser's region, they would surely face execution. Lofness dismissed Sliff's concerns, arguing that since they were bringing the spoils from Zone 2 to Zone 8, Kaiser would have to take them in anyway. Despite that, Sliff stood firm in his stance. He told Lofness that he could do whatever he wanted, but if they continued toward Zone 8, he would leave the group. Lofness did not argue further. He wrote a message on a small piece of paper, attached it securely, and handed it to one of the forces to be delivered by a messenger bird. In District 3, Matthew learned that Kawin had been ambushed while traveling with Lofness and Sliff. Furthermore, Warmind, who had been severely injured, was hurt while trying to protect Kawin. Matthew then asked Kawin what his next steps were. Kawin mentioned that he had already sent a message to his brother, Kovit, informing him of the situation and urging Casitas to get their family out of Sathar somehow. However, Kawin also noted that Tharun might already be leaving the city, as he had heard there would be a leaders' meeting in the next few days. Despite Tharun being a poor leader, he would realize that this was not his fault. Moreover, if anything could divert attention from the blame, it would be beneficial. Matthew felt worried for him, but led Kawin out of their lodging and took him to meet the leader of District 3 in the hall of Thier. Upon meeting Atlas, Kawin bowed respectfully. Atlas stood up to greet him and inquired about the travel convoy from District 2. Matthew observed Kawin's face, sensing that Kawin had already thought of a way to navigate through this difficult situation. Kawin explained that his convoy had been attacked, resulting in the theft of supplies and the killing of his followers. Fortunately, he and Warmind had managed to escape. Atlas was shocked by what he heard. He had expected everything to go smoothly, as he wanted to establish diplomatic relations with District 2. He expressed his sympathy for what had happened to Kawin. Kawin thanked Atlas but insisted that he could still forge a connection between District 2 and District 3. He was requesting to exchange some of his valuables in return for support for his journey from Atlas. The connection between District 2 and District 3 would be valuable, something Thier himself would desire from the old convoy. Atlas paused to think and asked what Kawin wanted in return and what he would offer for the exchange. Kawin replied that he didn't need much. He asked for 1,000 dyes, travel supplies, 10 horses, a cart for transporting goods, supplies for a year's worth of travel, and 20 assistants of his choice. Kawin was asking for quite a lot, and what Quinn wished to trade was the green notebook, the only possession he had left. Matthias was taken aback that Quinn chose to give the green notebook to Atlas, for the green notebook had been with Quinn throughout his journey since he could remember. Seeing Matthias's shock, Atlas understood that the green notebook was very important to Quinn. He took the notebook and opened it. Quinn explained that it contained his travel records. He had journeyed from District 8 to Districts 1, 2, and 3. This notebook would be a valuable tool to help develop District 3. Atlas looked at Quinn, closed the notebook, and said he had nothing that Quinn desired. District 3 was a poor area, and the best he could offer were 2 carts, 4 horses, and supplies for only 4 months. As for the followers, he could choose anyone he wanted. As for the green notebook, he would not take it. He only asked for some time to copy the notable parts to further aid in developing District 3. Hearing this, Quinn was almost overwhelmed. He bowed deeply to thank Atlas, saying he had always heard that the leader of District 3 was generous and compassionate, and now he had felt it for himself. For Gwyn, what Atlas could provide was already sufficient. However, receiving the green notebook back held greater significance. Gwyn continued to speak, asking if Atlas would be attending the leaders' meeting in District 3, as he needed to report to Teranth, the leader of District 2. Atlas gladly welcomed Gwyn to accompany him to the meeting. After finishing their conversation, Gwyn and Matthias walked out of the hall towards the city's library. Atlas had advised them to deposit the notebook there first, so Arak, the librarian, could make a copy of Gwyn's notebook. As they walked, Matthias shared how he was impressed by Atlas's kindness during their first meeting at Gwyn's request, despite Atlas being young and inexperienced as a leader. District 3 did not want a self-serving leader, such as those in the past, which is why they appointed Atlas as their new leader. Gwyn nodded in understanding. He had heard that District 3 was near District 4, the capital district, but it had not developed much due to past leaders' corruption and selfishness, neglecting the citizens' needs. They reached the library, but before entering, Gwyn noticed someone hiding something behind the bookshelf. The person turned to introduce himself as Nip, the librarian. Matthias informed Nip that this was Gwyn, the leader of the traveling party from District 2, bringing a notebook for the librarian to copy, as directed by Atlas. Nip smiled and asked what kind of notebook Gwyn intended to leave, assuring that he would take note and return it quickly. Gwyn was about to retrieve his notebook when he noticed that Nip's hair was white. He recalled what Gimmon, who had sent him to Thier, had said, that the leader of the outsiders was a young, thin man without a beard and with white hair. Since Gwyn left District 2 and entered District 3, he had never seen anyone with white hair like Nip's. Gwyn hesitated before taking back his notebook. Nip, with a curious expression, looked at him. Gwyn examined Nip's hands. They were rough, unlike the hands of someone who would typically keep records in a comfortable job. Gwyn felt no trust towards this librarian. He claimed his notes were not thorough and told Arak that he would bring the notebook again the next day. Nip smiled and said he would wait. Gwyn promptly pulled Matthias out of the library, avoiding a glance back at the librarian, who stood by the table with a determined gaze fixed on Gwyn. On the side of Sathier, Sep, who was in charge of the town while Tharun was away, kept a close watch on Cassidis, his rival, looking for ways to bring him down. As for Cassidis, after being dismissed from his work related to Tharun, he had humbled himself and took to growing rice and vegetables on his own land. Quit returned from his job as a messenger, passing by the 2 guards stationed in front of the house, as ordered by Tharun. Upon seeing his father farming in such a manner, he felt a pang of sorrow and complained once again that Khasidis should not be living like this. Khasidis said nothing in reply, but asked Quit, who was an official of news, if he had heard anything from Quinn. Quit replied that there was nothing at all. Khasidis said it didn't matter. Quinn had never shared anything about his whereabouts anyway, and it was better to have no news, as it indicated that travel remained normal. Before they began their meal, today Wellis, Khasidis' wife, had prepared a variety of his favorite dishes. As everyone was about to eat, Khasidis divided this delightful food and instructed Quit and Kenit, his son and daughter, to take the food to the two guards watching over them. Quit and Wellis immediately complained about why they had to bring food to the guards who were confining them. However, Kenit, Khasidis' daughter, got down from her seat and took a bowl, waiting for her brother to go with her. Khasidis told Quit to go ahead. After all, the two guards were just doing their duty. They had been watching over them all along, and since food was scarce, they might as well share what they had. Quit was reluctant, but took Kenit along. The two siblings brought the food to the guards in front of the house. They were grateful and thanked the siblings. Although Quit felt slightly irritated, Kenit encouraged them to eat their fill because their mother had prepared plenty. The guards expressed their gratitude, saying that Khasidis and his family truly deserved the goodness they had shown. Before the guards added that as long as they remained at home, Khasidis would be spared from punishment. Quit remained silent. Kenit, however, thanked them before collecting the two bowls to bring back inside the house. After 2 days at Thier, Gwyn still hadn't handed over his notebook to Nip for copying the information. He was deep in thought, worried that Nip was the outsider. At that moment, Waman and Matthews entered Gwyn's room. Waman was feeling better now. He asked if Gwyn had thought it through and was sure about sending him back to District 2. Gwyn replied that it was for the best since he was more concerned about his father. He wanted Waman to return and help look after his father for a while until he could meet Theron in District 4. Waman understood. Matthews then asked Gwyn if he would need anything tomorrow when following the Atlas convoy to District 4. Gwyn expressed that he was more worried about Lek because since they parted ways at Thier and O, Lek hadn't followed. Just then, Lek knocked on Gwyn's door, and Gwyn felt a surge of joy. Lek entered and looked at Matthews and Waman, asking where everyone else was and what was up with the travel convoy. Waman explained everything to Lek, including that Gwyn would have to follow Atlas to District 4 while Waman would return to Satyr. Lek was shocked and angered by Lofness and Sliff. The four travelers had a brief conversation before splitting up to rest. But before Lek left to rest, he mentioned that he had brought several items, unsure of what would be useful to choose for selling. Gwyn and Lek headed down to the stables, where Lek showed Gwyn a variety of items, including gems, spices, and other goods. Gwyn's eye was caught by a piece of blue stone. He picked it up and asked Lek where he got it. Lek recognized the clear blue stone and said he had obtained it by trading chickens with a merchant from District 5. Lek asked why. Gwyn replied that it was a Shimra crystal, formed from soil that had been bathed in the sap of Shimra. The sap draws out moisture, weaving into the soil, and under intense sunlight, the moisture evaporates. This process had to be repeated several times to obtain a Shimra crystal like this. Lek believed him because Gwyn had a plant affinity that allowed him to understand how different plants emerged and developed. However, Gwyn said that Shimra crystals didn't belong to District 2 and likely couldn't be sold there, but he would keep it because he felt a strange connection to this Shimra crystal. That night, driven by intense curiosity, Kawin took the crystal of the mushroom and tried various experiments with it. He attempted to crush it into a powder to dissolve in water, to burn it in the fire, and to grind it together with different fresh herbs. The results were astonishing. For instance, when dissolved in water, it increased the surface tension significantly. When subjected to fire, it did not heat up at all. Kawin explored the mushroom and meticulously recorded his findings in his green notebook. 2 days later, a nobleman came to find Gwyn at the guest house. He informed him that Atlas had learned Gwyn had not yet delivered the notebook because Arak had told Atlas. Thus, Gwyn set off to meet Nip, who was Arak's assistant in Thier, Nip greeted Gwyn warmly. Gwyn brought the green notebook to Nip and expressed his desire to be present while Nip copied its contents. Nip chuckled lightly and asked why Gwyn did not trust him. Gwyn replied that he had heard stories about the chief of the Outlander, who was much like Nip. Nip burst into laughter and said that if he were truly an Outlander, then it was right for Gwyn not to trust him. He admitted he was not an Outlander, that his home was by the riverside of Thier, and that Atlas was indeed his master. Nip reassured Gwyn that he had no objections to having him watch while he copied the notebook. In fact, it would be nice. He mentioned that being an assistant was quite boring, and there wasn't much work in this new world. It turned out that Gwyn gained a new friend. Whenever boredom set in, Gwyn would take letters and various documents to read and engage in conversation with Nip. The next morning marked the day of departure for Atlas. He, along with a few nobles, prepared to set off. Before Gwyn would embark on the journey with Atlas, he dropped Warman off at the other side of Thier. Gwyn insisted that Warman speak with his father first. If Cassius learned of the situation, he would provide valuable guidance on how to proceed. Afterward, Warman was to stay close to Sepp, ensuring that Sepp remained oblivious to the events, or at the very least, prevent Sepp from dealing with his father. Warman agreed to manage it, grumbling about having to help Gwyn and then his father as well. Didn't these folks know how to handle things on their own? Gwyn laughed and said that was precisely why he had asked Warman for help. Just as Gwyn bowed in gratitude, Warman said nothing further and instructed Lek and Matthias to look after Gwyn. Before Gwyn could leave, Nip rushed over to the four travelers. He had come to check on Warman too. Warman looked puzzled, not having been acquainted with Nip before he stepped out. Gwyn turned to Nip, his protector with the white hair. Nip informed him that Atlas was waiting for Gwyn and would be accompanying him to Zone 4 to fulfill his protective duties. With that, Gwyn hurried to meet Atlas and set off. The caravan for Atlas wasn't overly grand. It consisted of 20 servants, 30 guards, 4 horses, and 3 traveling carts. 2 carts were for Atlas's use, while 1 was designated for Gwyn. The rest of what Gwyn would receive would come after his business with the leaders' meeting was concluded. Gwyn bowed deeply to express his gratitude for Atlas's generosity, his compassionate leader from Zone 3. Atlas mentioned that he would send Nip, his protector, to accompany Gwyn as well. Gwyn asked if someone else could join, but Nip quickly bowed and pledged his loyalty. Atlas said nothing further before commanding the departure. Everything, all journeys of everyone, converge at the district leaders' conference. Kuna and the remaining members of the group traveled here following the Atlas. Rachel and Nanfa arrived to present the power-enhancing gloves. Veena, the host of the leaders' conference, stood alongside Kaiser, Tarand, and other leaders who had also come. Even Tai, who was to meet Rachel for work, was already here. The Grand Festival, held every 2 years, is an event where each district brings together knowledge, technology, resources, and culture at District 4 to share everything related to the new world and, ultimately, to collaborate on development. This event is not solely attended by the leaders. Knowledgeable and skilled citizens from various districts also come seeking positions appointed by the leaders, thus benefiting both high-ranking officials and citizens striving for a better livelihood. Veena, the organizer, head, and leader of District 4, the highest district, stood before the magnificent Thier Castle, waiting to welcome all leaders attending the conference here. I will gradually introduce the leaders of the 8 districts. District Leader number 1 is Daman, a middle-aged man with a serious demeanor. District Leader number 2 is Tarand, whom we know well. He waved to the crowd gathered for the meeting. District Leader number 3 is Atlas, known for his compassion. District Leader number 4 is Veena, the female leader at the pinnacle of the New World. District Leader number 5 is Mikila, a stout female leader skilled in development. District Leader number 6 is Kant, the oldest in the group, a kind-hearted elder. District Leader number 7 is Rachel, a serious innovator in tools and inventions. Lastly, District Leader number 8 is Kaiser, an influential leader with a long white mustache flowing down to the nape of his neck. These are the 8 district leaders in this new world. Applause and praise echoed as the 8 leaders stood in a row for the citizens to see. Kuna and his group noticed Tarand had arrived. Kuna felt anxious. knowing Thier would confront him about the chaotic journey he had caused. All Kuna could hope for was to keep his father safe. Veena stepped forward before the leaders and announced that today marked a significant day in 4 years. The leaders whom people trust, who are righteous and esteemed, had gathered here to propel the development of this new world. Veena then declared the opening of the leaders' conference. Nanfa followed Rachil into the Lanthair Palace. Inside, there was a grand hall that seemed to stretch endlessly. It had a wide open space and seats elevated above the general crowd, allowing leaders and nobles to listen. When any leader wished to present their achievements, they would descend to the floor below so that everyone could hear them, while above, seated in a prominent spot, was Dr. Tuan Shengthong, who had also come to listen. Rachil spoke to Nanfa about his grand dream of standing there to present the power-enhancing gloves at Lanthair Palace, and today he had achieved it. Nanfa congratulated Rachil on his accomplishment. Nanfa excused himself from Rachil to attend to some matters. He left and walked beneath the palace, emerging on the other side. This side was the platform reserved for the leader of District 4, where Nanfa encountered Veena. Veena, who was deep in conversation with other nobles, noticed the young man with blue-tipped hair. Nanfa introduced himself, stating that he was Nanfa, born in District 3 and a noble of District 7. Veena nodded and asked if he was the one who sent that message. Nanfa confirmed that he was and expressed his curiosity about Veena's thoughts regarding what he had sent, whether she could persuade Rachil to stop the power-enhancing gloves. Veena didn't guarantee anything, and at that moment, Rachil entered with Kaiser, prompting Nanfa to step back. The two leaders greeted Veena before more leaders joined them, all eager to meet Tuan Shengthong, regarded as the father of the new world, as was customary. Veena led everyone to the platform where Shengthong was seated. The elder looked at all the leaders with admiration, and they paid their respects to him. Shengthong thanked everyone for coming to make the new world a better place. He felt fortunate to meet them all. Kaiser urged Shengthong to take care of his health, and Atlas mentioned he was applying Shengthong's compassionate governance. Kant came forward to shake Shengthong's hand, saying he wished to see a younger version of him, prompting laughter among the leaders. Veena remarked that Shengthong was there only to observe everyone's presentations and would be unable to stay for anything afterward due to his illness. The leaders bowed once more, and as they were about to leave, Shengthong told Veena, "Whatever happens to me, you must keep everything under control." Meanwhile, Waman had returned to Thier, the capital of District 2. He hurried to Kawin's house and saw that Khasidis was doing something in front of his home, accompanied by a contingent keeping watch over him. What Khasidis and Quit were working on was an awning extending from the wall of Khasidis' house. Waman approached Khasidis, who recognized him and asked if Waman was tired and why he had come back to District 2 instead of traveling with his son. Waman felt uneasy because the guard sent by Sepp was right there, so he said he would go speak with Sepp first and would come see Khasidis later. Khasidis didn't object and continued to help Quit in constructing the awning to provide shelter from the sun for the watchful contingent. The two guards who were stationed there didn't want Khasidis to be doing this, but there was nothing they could do to stop him, so they helped out instead, as they realized they would benefit from having some shade themselves. One of the guards, named Mered, mentioned he had heard that Khasidis was kind-hearted and he hadn't expected to meet him like this. Khasidis replied that he was being overpraised. He was doing it out of compassion. He explained that he had once been a servant and understood what it was like to follow orders without any support after they were given. Moreover, Khasidis added that it was hot even when growing vegetables in his house, so why wouldn't Mered be hot too? Quit drove in the final nail, and the awning was complete. Mered and another guard thanked Khasidis and suggested he had been outside for long enough and should go back inside his home. Quit overheard and scolded Mered, saying that his father had taken the trouble to build a roof, and here he was trying to shoo him back inside his own house. Khasidis took his son's hand and said he would return inside, under Tanat's orders. He expressed gratitude for Mered's help in constructing the awning, and then Khasidis went back into his home. Werman entered the Satyr palace to meet Sep, but Sep was not there. When he asked the nearby nobles, he found out that Sep hadn't been working for over a week now. He was just slacking off. Werman decided to go to Sep's house, where Sep welcomed him. Knowing that Werman was the person Kawin had sent as part of the 1-month agreement Kawin had made with Thiranth to send supplies. But why did it take 2 months to send someone? Werman explained that there had been a slight problem during the journey, as traveling from the heavily rainy Zone 3 took a bit longer. Sep remarked that he would order the execution of Khasidis the following day. Werman was taken aback and quickly urged Sep to calm down and think carefully. Today, he wasn't bringing any supplies because Kawin had taken them to Zone 4 for Thiranth, who was attending a leaders' meeting. If Sep ordered the execution of Khasidis now, it would not bode well for him, as Kawin would take the convoy and flee from Thiranth. Sep countered that Kawin would surely regret it if he let the convoy of Thiranth's supplies go missing and didn't return them. This made Werman realize that Sep was still unaware of the conflict over the transportation convoy between Lofness and Sliv. Thus, he changed the subject, suggesting that Thiranth should return to decide on Khasidis himself, and then asked Sep if being a representative for the leader was exhausting. Puffed up with pride from his position, Sep boasted about the power he wielded there, and Werman resigned himself to listen to Sep's bragging. What a pity. The leaders' meeting commenced, with the first presenter being Thiranth. Gawin and Lek had taken their seats among the audience, eager to hear the presentations. Thiranth's focus was on a faraway island. Gawin couldn't contain his excitement. After all, what Thiranth was presenting was the discovery they had strived hard to uncover. Thiranth regaled everyone with stories about the island, but when his presentation concluded, Daman was quick to ask, "Isn't that island part of Region 1's jurisdiction?" Thiranth's face fell, for the island Gawin had sketched was indeed within Region 1's boundaries. Tyum, seated nearby, stood up to respond, stating that the discovery of an island at the edge of the world required collaborative effort. Region 1 had many other commitments, and Region 2 recognized its significance, which is why it was brought to this meeting. Thiranth smiled, and Daman remained silent, sitting down as before. The next presenter was Kant, the oldest leader from Region 6. He walked into the central hall before officials and attendants gradually entered with large sheets of paper, distributing smaller ones to everyone present in the castle hall. Gawin received a sheet, which featured a drawing of an ancient creature known as a dragon. Kant recounted how, months ago, during winter in Region 6, which was supposed to be cold year-round, the temperatures rose. Kant and the nobles visited the people until they reached a place where what was termed a dragon soared in the sky and gracefully descended before them. Upon finishing his account, an attendant unfurled the large sheet, revealing an image of the creature called the dragon. Massive, powerful, with thick scales and enormous wings. Kant suggested they call it Uroth. It was fierce, roaring loudly as it flew across the sky, proclaiming its grandeur. But when it was called by this name, it calmed down, allowing Kant the chance to touch its jaw before it fled toward Mount Tazwante. Everyone had completely forgotten Thiranth's distant island upon learning that there existed such a powerful creature in this new world. Rachel stood up to ask Kant if he believed there was anything that could conquer this dragon. Kant immediately replied, "No, but there's no need to worry. This dragon is intelligent, it won't harm people. Otherwise, if it were to harm anyone, Doman would likely be the oldest leader instead." This elicited a laugh from those in the conference hall. The other side of the new world. The caravan led by Lofness and Sliff journeyed along his river, arriving in Ho-Ho, another port town in his territory. What Lofness didn't realize was that he had already ventured beyond Zone 2. Lofness instructed those following him to gather more supplies and told Sliff to take a rest. He brought a portion of his money to the governor of Ho-Ho, named Kadith, and inquired about the best route to Zone 8. Unfamiliar with the way himself, Lofness sought guidance. Kadith accepted the money and replied that traveling to Zone 8 would be challenging. If they were headed north, they could stop at Mierio, but if they wanted to avoid crossing high mountains, they would need to find a boat nearby. Alternatively, if they intended to trek contouring the mountains, it would take quite a while to reach Hakofau, as they would first need to pass through Zone 1. Kadith then asked Lofness where he was headed. Lofness explained he was setting out on a journey, admitting he was an amateur traveler. Kadith chuckled, remarking on the irony of someone who claimed to be an amateur asking for directions while clearly lacking knowledge of who to ask. Feeling something amiss, Lofness smiled and brushed it off, acknowledging Kadith's point and deciding he would seek out the way further on his own. However, before he could venture anywhere, Kadith summoned his men, encircling them and ordering, "Take them and lock them up." Returning to the leaders' conference, the presentations by various leaders were both exciting and impressive. For instance, the leader of District 1, Damonth, showcased his desert mine, while Makila proposed the initiation of a project to construct a road connecting all districts together. Veena presented the idea of harnessing horses to create larger wagons, developing a hauling system capable of transporting more people and heavier loads. Then came Kaiser. The white-haired leader rose quietly from his seat in the main hall of the castle before stating that what he was proposing was a change in the elected leadership system to a dedocracy. This dedocracy system had long been utilized by District 8, where nobles were selected for a council, and subsequently, a leader was chosen from among them, expediting administration, management, and development. District 8 was willing to share this governance concept. Veena said nothing, but inside she was seething, for this was the exact opposite of District 4, which governed under the principles of the Old World democracy. Damonth stood to question Kaiser, asserting that this method effectively removed choices from the populace, counter to the rules that Shangtong had established, which advocated for governance by electing capable individuals. Kaiser responded that Kant, the leader of District 6, had demonstrated that self-selected individuals could indeed govern effectively. The evident progress of District 8 was proof that such governance worked. Kaiser then turned to Veena and stated that he was prepared to help District 4 adapt its governance. Veena smiled and replied that District 4 had no protocol for changing its governance, and that all skilled individuals should not require selection to excel solely within a homogeneous group. The very example of expertise that District 4 possessed was standing right before Kaiser, clearly asserting that Veena herself was superior to Kaiser. Kaiser accepted her smile, choosing to conclude his presentation and returned to his seat with unperturbed composure. Dimitis, seated beside Kaiser, whispered to him that he should refrain from speaking about changing District 4's governance in front of Shangtong. Kaiser said he was merely making a suggestion. If they didn't change, it was fine, but he enjoyed witnessing Veena's flushed reaction far more. Dimitis nodded and returned to sit behind Kaiser as before. The leaders' meeting continued until the last person was to present their work, and that was Rajil. He descended from the leader's throne and walked to the central hall. Raising one hand, he spoke, "It's been a long time since we've come to this new world, soaking in and absorbing the rays of this new star." Everyone began to feel a sense of wonder. Some warmed themselves, creating heat. Others generated a cool mist, while some produced light. That was all we could achieve, and he lamented it greatly. The nobles and servants of Rajil brought various items to display. At the central table of the hall, Rajil revealed the power-amplifying gloves for everyone to see for the first time. This is the power-amplifying gloves. This will enable the wearer to draw rays from their body and merge them into energy for personal protection. All eyes were fixated on Rajil, including Veena's and Nanfa's. Rajil slipped his hands into the gloves. The gloves glowed with a blue light as Rajil lowered his head slightly before standing straight. He spoke loudly amid the suffocating silence. Aquan. In that instant, a spiral of water formed in Rajil's hand. He lifted it up, and the spiral rose higher as he swung it forward. The stream of water struck the ground with tremendous force, splattering everywhere. Everyone was astonished by what Rajil could do. Rajil declared that this was his water power. The gloves would capture various rays, condensing the surrounding atmosphere and transforming it into energy. Then, Rajil showcased his abilities, creating a large water orb, performing punches and kicks in the air. The water he conjured crashed into everything nearby, sending objects flying. People were thrilled to realize that the water we encounter today could be controlled at will. "This will be our future," Rajil declared, lifting his gloves triumphantly. The crowd erupted in cheers, impressed by him. He waved at the applause, giving a small, discreet nod. Veena stood up to applaud as well, noting that her servants would likely have a hard time cleaning up the water that Rajil had spilled. Rajil laughed and assured her he would take care of it. Veena continued, saying that the power-enhancing gloves were truly remarkable. However, she also raised a point that even though it was marvelous, creating such weapons would violate the Dual Treaty on Global Disarmament, which called for the absence of weapons designed to inflict harm. Other leaders nodded in contemplation, some glancing over at Veena. Rajil chuckled softly, asking if Veena still counted the treaty because with our large population, we had already forgotten about it. Veena pressed on, pointing out that if Rajil's water power was so formidable, then how dangerous would fire, electricity, or other powers be? Rajil responded confidently that we could control those as well. Veena added that she had received reports regarding side effects from the imperfect radiation refinement of the gloves, which would shorten the lifespan of the wearer. The crowd began to murmur about this, a hidden issue that Rajil had kept secret. He felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he had kept this information classified all along. Only he, Jim from District 7, and Nanfa knew about it. This realization prompted Rajil to turn towards Nanfa, who stood beside the throne of the District 7 leader. Nanfa stepped forward, looking at Rajil with a pained expression. Rajil found himself at a loss for words, as no citizen or leader stepped in to speak for him. Veena then apologized and requested Rajil to halt the development of the power-enhancing gloves. She asked all the leaders present for their opinions on the matter. No one, be it Makilla, Domath, Atlas, or even Kaiser, opposed the order to stop the gloves' development. It was Kaiser who finally spoke up, stating that this new world was not yet ready for such terrifying weapons, and he too would ask Rajil to cease development on the gloves. Rajil could only sigh. He thanked everyone for coming to hear his presentation before returning to his throne. Rajil looked at Nanfa, who still kept his head down, avoiding Rajil's respectful gaze. The day of the leaders' conference had come to an end. From now on, all other works and small ideas from each district that had not been presented would be displayed for the public to view for a week. Additionally, in the next 2 days, there would be another leaders' conference. Thus, this would be a great opportunity for Kawin to meet Thier. At the reception castle of District 4, the castle to the right of the city belonged to the leader of District 2, Thier. Kawin and Mattheus had requested to meet Thier, with Thiam acting as the noble escorting them in. Thier was surprised to see Kawin there. He asked why, if Kawin was present, his grand procession must be around as well. Why hadn't he encountered it? Kawin bowed deeply to Thier before revealing the truth. The procession that Thier had entrusted to him had been snatched away by Lofness and Slith. Both of them had slaughtered all the troops and followers, nearly killing Kawin in the process. Thier was shocked by what he heard, but was more enraged at Kawin for losing the procession. He berated Kawin thoroughly. However, Kawin urged Thier to calm down. Even though he had lost the procession, he had established a rapport with District 3, and Atlas, the leader of District 3, was willing to take responsibility for the procession himself. Thier continued to scold Kawin, saying that even with a new procession, the old one still required repayment. Thier reminded Kawin that this journey was also a gamble for his father's life. Kawin replied that he hadn't forgotten, and while coming from District 3, he had brought back the famous goods of District 2, various spices that were unavailable elsewhere. Next to the Thier castle, there was a market open for people from every district to sell their goods. Right now, Lek had been selling items since the day of the leaders' brief conference and was doing quite well. Kawin mentioned that this money would be the second and third installments to send to Thier. The greedy Thier then demanded to know about finding a new land. Kawin admitted that he hadn't found one yet. He mentioned that he had come across one area, a plateau to the side of Penno in District 5. Kawin said he had read notes stating that it was still unclaimed, with cool weather year-round, close to Klippo, a major city, near a water source, and easily accessible. Kawin continued that he would build relations with District 5 and requested to buy that land for Thier, believing it could be a paradise for him. Thier, upon hearing this, gradually softened his stance. Thier remarked that it was a good idea and should not be dismissed. Thier calmed down, smiled in satisfaction, and complimented Kawin on his excellent work. He stated he would lift the punishment for Kawin's loss of the procession. However, Kawin would need to retrieve all the new processions he had sent when his journey ended. Kawin acknowledged this and bowed profusely to Thier. In the reception area of District 7, Rajil was berating Nanfa, who could only lower his head in acceptance. Rajil insisted there had to be a way to perfect the energy-enhancing gloves so that they had no side effects. Nanfa spoke up, saying that this was not something that should be kept secret. However, Rajil replied that at the very least, Nanfa should not betray him by sharing this matter with others. The person Nanfa had informed was Veena, the leader of the capital district. Rajil sighed, struggling to contain his emotions, and informed Nanfa that he could no longer trust him. He would confiscate Nanfa's funding and revoke his position as an assistant. From now on, Nanfa would have no rights to experiment with the energy-enhancing gloves. Nanfa was taken aback by Rajil's decision, but he didn't argue, knowing this was a confrontation he had to face and that it was justified. After finishing his words, Rajil threw objects onto the ground before walking out, leaving Nanfa standing there in stunned silence. As Rajil stepped out of the reception palace, he looked down and saw people bustling about and servants seemingly arguing with a man. Rajil did not want any trouble in this area, so he walked down and asked what was going on. The man being blocked by the servants was Thier. The servant informed Rajil that this man had documents requesting an audience with him. Thier explained that he was the son of a nobleman who had previously sought to establish relations with District 7, and he handed over a letter to Rajil. Upon receiving it, Rajil recognized it as a document from the nobleman he had once collaborated with years ago, and recalled that the nobleman had mentioned his son, who was academically gifted and talented. Thier stated that he was that very son. Rajil felt a rush of joy and shook Thier's hand warmly, expressing his happiness at finally meeting him. Thier expressed his desire to work with Rajil, wishing to assist in developing the power-expanding gloves. The smile on Rajil's face faded as he sighed deeply, placing a hand on Thier's shoulder. He regrettably explained that in all districts, he had suspended the production of the power-expanding gloves, asking Thier if he was aware of the potential side effects. They were truly severe, indeed. However, Thier countered that he was already aware and wanted Rajil to succeed in the project even more. He commented that Rajil was a capable person and good work often faced obstacles. Although it had been postponed, Rajil could still develop it, and Thier would help him until it became a power-expanding glove that brought nothing but good things for everyone. Rajil was touched by Thier's words. At that moment, people nearby stepped forward, expressing their admiration for the power-expanding gloves and encouraging Rajil to make it a reality. Others began to focus on Rajil, the leader of District 7, voicing their support for him to pursue this endeavor. Rajil felt tears welling up in his eyes. He thanked everyone for their encouragement. He promised that no matter the cost, he would succeed in creating the power-expanding gloves. In the morning, Nanfa stepped out of his quarters and strolled through the marketplace of District 4. He felt regretful for having hurt Rajil like that. Because of this, he could no longer return to District 7. Nevertheless, he was satisfied that this matter had finally come to an end. After wandering for a while, a servant approached Nanfa, informing him that Veena had come to summon him. Nanfa followed, finding Veena sitting in the office of the leader. Veena asked who Nanfa was, and he replied that he was from District 3, having received a scholarship from Rajil to participate in the development of the power-expanding gloves project. Veena then inquired if that meant Nanfa was an important figure in the project, implying that he must be intelligent, as she had looked into his academic history. She then invited him to work for District 4 instead. Nanfa felt happy but also believed he shouldn't work for Veena, as he held great respect for Rajil. He asked to think it over first, as he intended to work with Atlas, the the leader from his hometown district. If Atlas had no work for him, then he would consider working with Veena. Veena did not press further before telling Nanfa he could leave. As he exited the room, she called for Kichit to meet her. Kichit was Veena's close servant. Veena instructed Kichit to keep a constant watch on Rachil's movements. Even if they managed to halt the creation of the gloves, development could still proceed in secret. When the power-expanding gloves eventually emerged, the new world would possess an overwhelming weapon that would be beyond anyone's control. At Market District 4, Lek and Matthäus were standing there selling goods and spices from Districts 2 and 3 that they had brought along, which were proving to be quite profitable. But what was bothering Lek was that Quinn wasn't helping with the sales. Whenever he stumbled upon something unusual in the market, he would sit down and take notes. Matthäus asked Quinn to help with the selling first, as he wanted to go to the restroom. Quinn stood up, glancing to the left and right. He wanted to stroll around the market a bit more, so he told Matthäus to wait while he checked out some more items. Quinn wandered all around the market until he reached the garden behind it. He found the place to be beautiful and decided to sit down and sketch the lovely garden. As he drew, he was oblivious to an old man standing nearby with a cane, watching him. That old man was Xiangtong, somehow managing to stand there despite his frailness. But Quinn didn't know him and had never seen his face before. He only knew Xiangtong by name. The old man remarked that Quinn was drawing beautifully. Startled, Quinn looked up at him. The old man, kind-hearted, had 2 attendants accompanying him. Quinn thanked the man and said that this garden was more beautiful than any he had ever encountered, though he admitted he had only seen a few gardens. He hoped other districts had gardens as beautiful as this one. Xiangtong then asked if the young man was planning to travel. Quinn confirmed that he was and shared stories about his journey to District 2. Xiangtong responded that he too had been a traveler in the past, having seen many beautiful things in this new world, which was truly wonderful. It seemed Quinn had found someone he could connect with. He shared that he had come across many things in this new world that were beautiful. He had heard the old world was beautiful too, yet he didn't know how beautiful it really was. Xiangtong described the old world as one that had horizons in every direction, stretching as far as the eye could see. It had forests like District 3, vast fields like District 7, deserts like District 1, frozen waters like District 6, and rugged mountain ranges like District 8, all brimming with fertility like District 4. Kawin turned to laugh with the old man, as if the old man had lived in the old world before. "Well, Xiangdong has lived in the old world too," he said, but Xiangdong didn't reply to Kawin. Instead, he chose to chuckle softly with Kawin in place of an answer. Xiang wanted Kawin to share what he liked and disliked most about the new world. Kawin thought for a moment before answering that he liked everything about the new world, because everything was something he had never encountered before. As for what he disliked, he wasn't quite sure what it was, but he said it was the people living there. Xiangdong was intrigued, and Kawin explained that it wasn't that he disliked people. There were good ones too. But the system of the new world oppressed individuals. He wanted to travel wherever he wished, but he had to help his father because bad people were ruling over him. Xiangdong nodded slightly at this. He expressed that it was essential since not many had come to the new world at first. If everyone had the chance to voice their opinions, everything would slow down, and waiting for input from those who didn't provide constructive opinions was a waste of time. Thus, the governance by regions and leaders was necessary for now. Kawin shrugged and continued to draw, telling Xiangdong that he might not understand those who pondered such matters. Xiangdong smiled, saying that Kawin was a good artist and might be the #1 artist of the new world. Kawin replied that he didn't want to be the top artist of the new world, but perhaps he could become the top traveler instead. He showed Xiangdong his drawing to see if it looked nice. Xiangdong took a look while Kawin sat with his knees hugged, gazing at the view. Xiangdong noticed that Kawin's sketchbook was filled with many notes. He smiled. "If you're around, I feel at ease knowing this world will always have beauty," Xiangdong said as he returned Kawin's sketchbook. Xiangdong then sat down and fell asleep right there. Kawin picked up the sketchbook to continue drawing. The two sat in silence like that until Kawin forgot an important question. Uncle, what's your name? Kawin turned to ask, but the old man did not reply. Kawin felt something strange and was about to shake the old man. And oh no, the old man wasn't breathing. The old man had died. Dr. Tuang Xiangdong was dead. Nanfa requested an audience with Atlas. The nobleman then took Nanfa into the meeting. When the meeting concluded, Atlas turned to the man seated nearby. Nanfa introduced himself, stating that he was Nanfa, a scholar who had received a scholarship to study in District 7, and he wished to work with Atlas. Atlas remembered Nanfa and recognized him as the one who had assisted Veena in opposing the creation of power-enhancing gloves. Nanfa replied that he indeed acted as such because he realized he was working for the greater good of the new world, not for something that would harm the people who used them. Atlas admired Nanfa, but frankly said that at present, the number of nobles in District 3 was more than sufficient, and he was currently limiting the budget allocated each year. Nanfa understood and thanked Atlas before he walked out, just as Nip entered the reception hall, crossing paths with Nanfa. The nobles were dispersing, and Nip handed Atlas the notes copied from Kawin. Nip mentioned that Kawin had documented nearly everything he encountered. Atlas took the notes and shared them with Moslik, the noble who was still standing there. Moslik remarked that some of the information would be useful for their district, while other bits seemed to be mere doodles. Atlas wanted Moslik to digest the notes and determine what benefits District 3 could glean from them. Moslik acknowledged this and was about to exit the hall with Nip when another noble rushed into the reception area and bowed to inform Atlas that Dr. Tuang Xiangtong had passed away. Atlas was taken aback, as were Nip and Moslik. Suddenly, the leaders' gathering transformed into a somber event. The body of Tuan Xiangdong was respectfully placed in a glass coffin, with Veena, the leader of each district, and the officials of District 4 all coming together to honor him. The people of District 4 who knew Dr. Tuan Xiangdong mourned and wept for the departure of the father of this new world. The citizens took turns laying flowers to pay their respects to Xiangdong. Quinn hadn't been arrested or anything. He was just one of the mourners placing flowers for Xiangdong, remembering the kind uncle he had met in the final days. Once the ceremony concluded, Kaiser approached Veena to express his condolences. Veena received them gratefully, and the two stood conversing. Kaiser remarked that without Xiangdong, this new world would never be the same. Everything would change. Even when we choose paths for each district, there would be no elder like him to consult. Kaiser was truly saddened. Veena replied that whatever happens next, it would happen. As long as every district upheld Xiangdong's orders and rules, each one could continue to progress smoothly. Veena firmly believed that. This was her subtle way of saying that as long as District 8 didn't stray too far from the norm, the world would still remain peaceful. Kaiser nodded, placing a hand on Veena's shoulder. Regardless of their differences, he understood she must be grieving Xiangdong's death because he didn't want it to happen either. As Kaiser walked away, Mikilla approached Veena's side. She suggested that it might be best to postpone the remaining leaders' meeting for now. Veena insisted that the leaders' meeting was important. She didn't want it to be canceled prematurely until all matters were discussed, believing that if Xiangdong were present, he wouldn't want significant world issues to falter because of him. Mikilla remained silent on that. She would excuse herself for now. Veena then stepped out to accompany both Kaiser and Mikilla back to their accommodations. Just as she was about to return, Kachint joined her. He mentioned that before Xiangdong's passing, he had gone to the Central Park and had a conversation with a certain man. Kachint pointed to Quinn, who was walking out with Matthews and Alec. Kawin and Mattis were summoned to Veena's office by Kachint. Kawin trembled slightly, as he never expected someone of Veena's stature, the most powerful leader in the district, would call him in like this. Veena asked Kawin how Xiangdong had died, as he was the last person to be with Xiangdong. Kawin explained that he and Xiangdong, whom he didn't even realize was Xiangdong at the time, had been talking about the city park. He had been sketching when Xiangdong approached him to comment on his drawing, and they chatted for a while. Then, Xiangdong fell silent. Kawin thought he was simply sitting quietly, never imagining he would pass away there so peacefully. Veena nodded slightly and asked Kawin if Xiangdong had said anything before he died. Kawin pondered and replied that Xiangdong hadn't left any message or spoken specifically. He had only mentioned that he was thinking about his past adventures. Hearing this, Veena smiled slightly, as Xiangdong had always spoken to her that way. Kachant chimed in that he had never met either Kawin or Matthias in District 4 before. Matthias then mentioned that Kawin was the leader of an expedition from District 2 and had brought supplies from Atlas, which was why they were here. Veena remarked, "You're the expedition party then. Welcome to District 4. It's unfortunate that something sad occurred, but it's good that you got to meet Lord Xiangdong before he departed." Kawin expressed his desire to bring items to strengthen ties between District 2 and District 4. Veena welcomed the idea, but noted that she was currently busy with the leaders' meeting and Xiangdong's funeral. However, she invited Kawin to stay in District 4 and explore the area, while she would have Kachent call him in for a meeting later. Kawin thanked Veena, feeling grateful for her kindness. As Kawin and Matthias left, they were replaced by Nanfa. Veena asked Nanfa if he would return to work for her in District 4. Nanfa responded that he might first want to work with Veena. Additionally, he would like to request her support in continuing his research. Nanfa then proudly pulled out his documents for Veena to see. Intrigued, she asked what it was, and Nanfa replied proudly, "It's research data on all the radioactive elements in the New World." Gavin returned to District 4 market to sell his goods once again. Currently, he had earned about 1,000 dice from his sales, and he thought he could take this money back to Thenant. Gavin and Matthew felt happy and relieved that they finally had some results to show. He wanted to ask Losh to take the money back to District 2 once more. Losh agreed to return home and let Warming come find him. Gavin mentioned that they were nearly out of stock today, so they could pack up. He would return later in the night. He wanted to take a look outside of Lanthier, to the south first. As they talked, the three of them didn't notice that many villagers were heading toward the market entrance for the arrival of Rajil, the leader of District 7. Rajil wanted to take a break from his work, particularly from the production ban on gloves and the conflict with his beloved disciple, Nanfa, which had left his heart significantly shattered. Gavin had brought only 2 officials with him, Wymat and Chef Ko. They walked past the crowd of people coming to pay their respects and watch the leader of District 7. Rajil engaged in conversation with Wymat and Chef Ko. Wymat asked Rajil what he planned to do next regarding the glove expansion project. Rajil replied that he would likely have to shut down the project for now and quietly work on it until he could figure out how to eliminate the drawbacks of the gloves. Chef Ko remarked that Veena's orders had widespread agreement across all districts, making it hard to proceed covertly, as new elements from this world had to be tested thoroughly anyway. No matter what, they would be under the watchful eye of Veena and other districts. Wymat suggested that the death of Xiangtong might alter the circumstances. He said that if Kaiser or other leaders strengthened their positions, they might negotiate with Veena to allow Rajil to continue working on the gloves, so they could gain support from everyone, making the project more likely to succeed. Tomorrow, there would be a closed meeting of district leaders that the public wouldn't be allowed to attend. Wymat wanted Rajil to bring up the glove issue again and observe the reactions of the various leaders. Wymat said he would volunteer to meet Dom Manth this evening. Dom Manth was a rugged man accustomed to life in the rugged Teratai, much like District 1, and wouldn't be overly concerned with minor issues like maintaining order in this world. Rajil gave his permission and asked Wymat to make it happen. The three continued talking, unaware that Gavin had just walked past and accidentally bumped into Rajil. Gavin fell to the ground, while Rajil was caught by 2 of his officials. Gavin's and Rajil's belongings scattered together on the floor. Gavin was startled to encounter Rajil, such a high-ranking leader, and quickly raised his hands to apologize. Rajil also apologized, having been distracted in conversation when he collided with Gavin. Rajil helped Gavin pick up his things, while Wymat and Chef Ko gathered Rajil's belongings. Wymat scolded Gavin for running into the district leader, but Rajil intervened, saying he held no grudge and recognized his part in the mishap. Gavin continued to apologize, and Rajil dismissed it. Before Rajil moved on to talk further with Wymat and Chef Ko, Gavin walked away, unaware that Chef Ko had unknowingly picked up Gavin's green notebook and returned it to Rajil. In District 2, a villager drove a cart past Casitas' home and saw two guards standing under the awning that Casitas had made for them. The guards leaned casually against the wall of Casitas' house. The villager nodded, surprised that Casitas had provided shelter for those who held them captive. Truly, Casitas was a good person. In the morning, Rachil woke up ready to attend the sub-leaders meeting today. He still had 2 hours before it was time. Rachil went to the stack of books he had set aside, but noticed a green notebook that he didn't recognize. Is this Chef Ko's? Rachil opened the green notebook in surprise. He came across a series of notes that were jotted down haphazardly. Whatever could be written was written, accompanied by drawings. The content ranged from herbs, minerals, energy, and some things that made Rachil blink as he read, a formula for making a certain mineral that he had been searching for. At the same time, Gwyn descended from the castle of District 3 and found Nip, Locke, and Matthews standing together, laughing and chatting. Locke asked Gwyn where he was going, and he replied that he was headed to the castle of District 7 because he believed he had lost something yesterday, or it may have been switched with Rachil's. Nip asked if he was sure, and Gwyn said that he usually carried his green notebook with him at all times, but it was missing yesterday. He wanted to ask Rachil about it. Locke wondered if he could join, but Gwyn said he wouldn't be long. As Nip saw Gwyn walk away, he told Mattheus that he would go find one of the nobles to meet with Atlas for a bit. Gwyn walked toward the castle of District 7 to request an audience with Rachil. His collision with Rachil yesterday had caused his green notebook to go missing, and instead, he had ended up with Rachil's book. Gwyn wanted to return it and inquire about his green notebook while discussing future relations with District 7. Upon reaching the front of the castle, he requested to see Rachil, but the guards would not let him in, explaining that the public could not meet with the leader directly. Gwyn pleaded with anyone to convey his message to Rachil, and a close servant of Rachil, named Agi, approached him. She said she would let Rachil know and take the item Gwyn had brought for him. Rachil quickly read through Gwyn's green notebook. He spent the entire morning absorbed in the wealth of information it contained until Igi entered, announcing that a villager had come to return a book to Rachil and was asking about his notebook. Rachil recalled the villager he had bumped into at the market yesterday. He closed the notebook and hurriedly followed Igi down to meet the villager, coming upon Gwyn, who was waiting. Gwyn bowed to Rachil, the leader of District 7, and Rachil's face lit up with excitement and a broad smile. He laughed heartily and embraced Gwyn, lifting him off the ground. Gwyn was startled by the leader's sudden hug. Rachil asked if Gwyn was the owner of the green notebook. Gwyn affirmed that he was. Rachil expressed his joy, calling Gwyn a genius. He explained that this notebook contained a vast collection of formulas related to plants, minerals, and various substances of the New World, and he inquired about Gwyn's powers. Gwyn replied that he was related to plants. Rachil nodded vigorously, understanding why Kawin was able to record information so accurately. He explained that the plant power would deeply understand various plants upon contact. Kawin nodded in response. He was unable to articulate this in words. The plant power had a foundation that allowed understanding of different plant species through touch. It was as if he inherently comprehended the properties, benefits, and cultivation methods of a particular plant, yet he didn't know why it worked that way. Rachil asked Kawin what his profession was and whether he was currently working, as he wanted Kawin to accompany him as a project assistant for the power-enhancing gloves, following the dismissal of a close associate. Kawin was startled. He replied that he was currently leading a travel expedition for District 2 and preferred traveling. He thought he wouldn't have time to work for Rachil. Rachil grasped Kawin's shoulder and inquired again if Kawin and his notebook contained the formula to complete the power-enhancing gloves, asking Kawin to work for him. Rachil even pleaded with Kawin. Feeling a great sense of obligation, Kawin said he couldn't accept the offer because he was committed to traveling first. However, when he eventually went to District 7, he might be able to assist Rachil with whatever he needed. Rachil understood Kawin's position and realized he couldn't persuade him further. He said it was fine, but asked if he could just note down the formula Kawin had written in his notebook. Kawin agreed, as it was simply copying from the notebook. He was willing to share it with anyone who could benefit from it. At that moment, someone suddenly approached Kawin and Rachil. The guards tried to block the man, but he pushed through and snatched the green notebook from Rachiel's hands. Both Rachiel and Kawin were shocked. Kawin recognized the man as Nip. Nip had the green notebook and ran off from there. "Hey!" Kawin shouted loudly. He had warned that Nip couldn't be trusted. In shock, he chased after Nip, who had taken his green notebook. Rachiel quickly helped Ai up. The young servant grabbed Rachiel, checking on her master, but Rachiel ordered his guards to follow Kawin and the mysterious man, instructing Ai to have their people retrieve both the boy and the notebook. Kawin chased after Nip, shouting for him to stop, but Nip didn't pause. He ran through the market, darting into the alleys of the neighborhood. Following closely behind Kawin was a member of District 7, relentless in his pursuit. Kawin trailed Nip to a sharp corner, but Nip noticed and managed to pivot just in time. Kawin, however, was not so fortunate. He collided with a man coming from the opposite direction, both of them tumbling to the ground. The forces from District 7 continued after Nip. Kawin looked up, ready to apologize to the man he had collided with, only to find it was Thier. Thier was startled to see Kawin there and asked him what was happening, why he was running like that. Kawin explained that a guy with white hair had taken his green notebook. Thier remembered that green notebook, the one Kawin liked to jot everything down in. With a strong sense of justice, Thier helped Kawin up and they dashed after Nip. As they ran, Thier told Kawin he would go around to cut him off. Kawin agreed. Nip encountered the forces from District 7, who had positioned themselves to intercept him. He fought them off and managed to win, but when he turned back, he saw Kawin coming after him. Nip hurried to escape. He was on the verge of exiting the gates of Lanthea when Thier cut through a shortcut, grabbing Nip with all his strength, causing them both to stumble to the ground. The green notebook slipped from Nip's hands. Kawin rushed over to grab the notebook, but Nip quickly got back up, snatching it and pushing Kawin down in the process. However, Thier seized Nip's arm, throwing him off balance. Thier engaged in a fierce struggle with Nip, who fought back with vigor. Kawin got to his feet and lunged at Nip, but Thier pushed into him, sending all three tumbling in a chaotic heap. Thier attempted to retrieve the notebook again, but Nip shoved him aside. Kawin clutched onto Nip's shirt, and they continued to grapple until at last, a voice shouted for them to stop. Kawin, Thier, and Nip looked up to see Nanfa, who had come to intervene. Kawin and Thier didn't know Nan, but Nip recognized him. Nanfa asked why Kawin was punching him. Kawin and Thier exchanged puzzled looks. Thier questioned Nan if they were on the same side. Nan affirmed, stating that Nip was his friend, though he referred to him as "tha." Nip rose and exclaimed that Kawin was the one he had mentioned. Kawin hastily reached for his green notebook. Nanfa caught sight of it before addressing Kawin and Thier, asking if he could have a moment to talk with Kawin. The forces returned to find Rachiel pacing anxiously, but when neither Kawin nor even the notebook arrived, he was irritated and shouted in frustration. Shefko, the nobleman present, advised Rachiel not to be angry, as the important task awaiting him was to attend the minor leaders' meeting, where he needed to persuade the assembly. Hearing this, Rachiel exhaled, easing his irritation, and thanked Shefko for the reminder before hastily making his way to the Lanthea castle. The meeting of the minor leaders began, with Veena, Rachiel, Kaiser, and other leaders, along with only high-ranking nobles permitted to enter. Veena brought various matters for discussion and decreed that each district should continue to follow the established protocols. The final point raised by Rachiel was a request for Veena to reopen the development of the new power-enhancing gloves. Rachiel stood and spoke, acknowledging that the power gloves had their drawbacks, but if development was halted, the issues surrounding the gloves would persist without resolution. He further stated that he had discovered a way to address those shortcomings of the power-enhancing gloves just the previous night, and he was confident it could be resolved. Veena then inquired how Rachiel could be so certain it could be fixed, especially since he had only thought of it last night and insisted on evidence. Rachiel hesitated slightly, but Daman interjected, suggesting that there was no need for evidence at that moment. We all know Rachiel is skilled in this area, and if given time, Daman believed Rachiel would succeed. Kaiser also chimed in, expressing his agreement with the continued development of the power-enhancing gloves. Rachiel smiled, for Kaiser had chosen to stand by him. Kaiser was the leader of District 8, a major district on par with District 4, and could balance the power against Veena. Veena raised the issue that the power-enhancing gloves contradicted the World Disarmament Accord. Kaiser responded that the power-enhancing gloves were truly powerful weapons, but in the old world, one had to possess weapons to defend themselves as well. Kaiser mentioned that the teachings of Xiangdong were good, but in his absence, we must become the pillars of this new world. The subsequent rules should be something we can think through for ourselves. Kaiser's words were imbued with both a strong intent and a high challenge to Veena, as even Veena, Michaela, Kant, and even Atlas, who respected Xiangdong, felt dissatisfaction at Kaiser's remarks. Domanth then spoke up, suggesting that we take this development a step further together. Rachiel thanked Domanth and Kaiser. After deliberation among the nobles and leaders, it was concluded that the development of the power-enhancing gloves would proceed, but under the control of all districts at another level, which Rachiel accepted. Rachiel expressed his gratitude to everyone and concluded today's leaders' meeting. As he left, he encountered IG and Wymat. He issued orders for everyone in District 7 to return to Gentheria tomorrow, adding, both the formula and the key are essential for the power-enhancing gloves. After chasing each other around the market and agreeing to sit down for a chat, Nanfa led Gwyn, Nip, and Tri to a restaurant. Nanfa asked Tri to sit like everyone else, but Tri said he didn't trust Nanfa's friends. He was prepared for anything, fearing Nip might steal from Gwyn again. It seemed like Nip was about to clash with Tri, prompting both Gwyn and Nanfa to stand up and intervene. Once they were ready to have a proper conversation, Nanfa introduced himself to Gwyn, saying his name was Nanfa and that Nip was his friend, Tha. From now on, I'll call Nip Tha, he said. Gwyn looked confused, wondering why Nip had told him his name was Nip. Nanfa glanced at Tha, who explained that he used this name because Atlas knew him better by it than by Tha. Never mind, don't worry about it, Tha added. Nanfa then said, so Gwyn, you're the owner of that green notebook, right? I'd like to take a look. Gwyn replied, that doesn't seem right. Just a moment ago, you were trying to steal it. Tha seemed ready to speak up, but Nanfa stopped him, saying he would talk to Gwyn himself. Nanfa clarified that he wasn't going to steal. He simply wanted to see something in the notebook because he heard Gwyn had something he was searching for inside it. Gwyn looked puzzled and asked what his notebook could possibly contain. After thinking for a moment, Nanfa said, in your notebook, there's an extract that pulls out some kind of radiation. He requested the notebook again, this time asking nicely, mentioning he wouldn't steal it. I'm Nanfa, not Tha after all. Tha scolded Nanfa, calling him a lousy friend. Gwyn looked at Tri. Despite Tri's reluctance for Gwyn to comply, Gwyn was curious, so he handed the green notebook over to Nanfa. Nanfa and Tha looked at the notebook. He flipped through several pages. Nanfa was incredulous about what Gwyn had taken note of. Nanfa loved learning, but he wouldn't write so much like this. Finally, Nanfa pointed to a specific section that Gwyn had written down. Gwyn looked closely and felt strange because he vaguely recognized this content but couldn't remember why he had noted it. Nanfa asked what it was. How did Gwyn come to write this piece? Gwyn replied uncertainly, leaning in to examine the notebook. Nanfa turned to Tha, who also expressed uncertainty. He only knew that it might be something Nan was looking for. When Tri saw that Gwyn didn't seem to be in danger and that Nanfa appeared trustworthy, he said he would go on with his business. Gwyn thanked Tri, hoping to see him again. Tri was a good friend. He then left the spot. Gwyn asked if Nanfa wanted to take the formula. He could write it down if he wanted. But Nanfa said he actually didn't want the formula. He preferred to have it burned instead. Gwyn was shocked and pulled the book back. Nanfa told him to calm down, asking if it was so bad that it had to be destroyed. Nanfa explained that it was the formula that would complete the enhancement of Rachiel's power gloves. Mentioning Rachiel jogged Gwyn's memory, and he recounted that Rachiel had invited him to work for him, which he had already declined. Nan then asked if Rachiel had obtained this formula yet. Gwyn wasn't sure, but guessed he hadn't, as Rachiel had requested permission to copy his formula. That added that Rachiel might still not have the formula because, during the chase, Rachel had sent someone to snatch the notebook as well. The three of them looked at the green notebook. That asked if they should burn it right now, ready for action. Quinn was startled, but Nanfa told him to take it easy and asked Quinn if he could just tear a page out. Quinn was reluctant, saying that he wanted to keep the notebook intact. They complained that they couldn't do this or that. What were they supposed to do? Nan pondered before turning to Quinn and asking if he was going anywhere next. Quinn replied that he was actually the leader of a new expedition around the world for District 2. Nan said he had heard some things from an official from District 3, before Nan could think anything further. On Sep's side, while he continued to host gatherings at home instead of attending to the tasks assigned by Tharan, a group of people reported to him that Voman had been seen entering Sather. Voman often visited Khasidis' house, but never entered. Meanwhile, Khasidis prepared meals for the guards stationed there every meal. Sep listened and nodded slightly, commenting that Khasidis truly had a generous heart. He then asked if there were any other strange matters. The group reported that there were none, so Sep dismissed them. At that moment, a nobleman named Otto approached Sep. Otto mentioned that there was still no sign of news regarding Theron's return, speculating that Xiangdong's death had caused everything to be delayed. Sep laughed, pleased by this turn of events. He inquired if Otto felt satisfied that Khasidis was punished by Theron, but also uneasy that Khasidis was still alive. Was there any way to frame Khasidis for something? After thinking for a while, Otto replied that he too disliked Khasidis because, as a nobleman who had once collected taxes, he had been punished by Khasidis for late tax collection. He was waiting for a chance to get back at him. Otto suggested that there was a man named Voman, a nobleman who had returned to the city with Khasidis' son. If they had those two talk frequently and then suggest that they were considering an agreement with District 3 to transfer the land on the left side of the district to them, it could work. Sep insisted that there needed to be evidence so they couldn't wriggle out of it. Otto assured him that he would take care of the evidence and excused himself. Sep felt a sense of satisfaction. Tha and Gwyn traveled back together to the reception palace of Zone 3. Tha split off to meet Atlas once again, seeking permission to join Gwyn's traveling party. He intended to leave Zone 4 later that evening. Gwyn was unaware of this plan. It was something that Nanfa had instructed Tha to do. Atlas, puzzled, asked why there was such urgency and where Gwyn was, wondering why he hadn't come to meet him first. Tha explained that it was for Gwyn's safety. He had accidentally discovered the formula for the power-extending gloves, the very weapons of Rasheen. Upon hearing this, Atlas was taken aback. He was aligned with Veena's side, the last faction that wanted the power-extending gloves to be developed. He said that if that were the case, Gwyn was indeed in a precarious situation. Atlas decided to follow Tha's advice. He would allow Tha to go with Gwyn and asked him to call Gwyn in. He would provide a new traveling party and let Gwyn depart that evening. In the realm of the skies, he arrived to meet Veena at the Lanther Castle, where he learned that Veena was about to announce the development of a power-boosting glove. Nanfa was shocked that Veena would take such a step. Veena told her that she couldn't do anything because the number of votes to approve the making of the glove was insufficient. Nanfa decided to reveal that he had recently discovered someone who had found the formula for successfully creating the power-boosting glove. His name was Kawin, a person from District 2. Veena was taken aback, but managed to keep her composure and asked if Nanfa was certain that Kawin really had the formula. Nanfa was sure. The formula was recorded in Kawin's own notebook. He assisted Rachel in the glove's creation and knew that if this formula reached Rachel, the power-boosting glove would be completed immediately. Veena pondered deeply, prompting Nanfa to say that he thought speeding Kawin out of District 4 to travel to District 5 or District 6 would take several months. They could still find a way to ensure Kawin wouldn't pass through District 7 during that time, but they needed to get him out of the castle to clear District 3 first. Veena agreed, and Nanfa would have to oversee Kawin. Regardless of the situation, Nanfa needed to find a way to destroy that formula. He thought hard before ultimately agreeing with Veena. Tri entered the castle to find Rachel in a furious shouting match with a servant, berating them over the issue of Kawin and demanding the return of Kawin's notebook. However, upon noticing Tri's arrival, Rachel dismissed the servant and called for Tri to come closer. Tri hadn't given a thought to the conversation involving Nanfa, Thier, and Kawin about the formula. He had brought the documents that Rachel needed in order to become Rachel's assistant. Rachel accepted them and instructed Tri to go gather his belongings because he planned to return to District 7 that evening. Tri was startled by Rachel's eagerness to leave, while Wymat, who was present, urged him to reconsider, explaining that if he left before the meeting concluded, it would reflect poorly on all the leaders. Rachel insisted he had made his decision. He was only focused on completing the power-enhancing gloves. He instructed Wymat and Chef Go to prepare the travel cart and asked Tree to join him in the same vehicle. Meanwhile, Rachel planned to meet with Atlas to negotiate for Kawin's release. As evening fell, Gwyn, having finished dinner with Matthews, stepped outside, intending to enjoy the twilight. Instead, he encountered a small procession waiting outside the castle of the 3rd District. Gwyn joked about who would be in such a hurry to travel at night when they approached him, followed by various nobles, including Atlas. Atlas informed him that this was a new traveling party he wanted Gwyn to join to help strengthen ties with the different districts, and they needed to leave Lanthier that very night. Gwyn was taken aback. Matthias was startled too, and then nudged Gwyn toward the carriage. Still shocked, Gwyn asked Atlas why the urgency. Atlas replied there was no time, then turned to command Matthias to hurry and lead the traveling party. Otherwise, he would not grant them this new expedition. Matthias complied, racing to the front of the procession and immediately guiding the convoy out of Lanthier. Regaining his composure, Gwyn turned to Thier and asked what they were going to do. Thier replied that if Gwyn allowed them to burn the notebook, it would all be over. Gwyn scolded him for being so overly dramatic about his green notebook. The entire procession sped out of the capital swiftly, and soon Nanfa raced up to the carriage with Thier and Gwyn, leaping to sit with them. Gwyn asked Nanfa, sensing that he must be the mastermind behind all this. Nanfa promised to explain what had happened, but for now, Gwyn needed to leave Lanthier. And so, Gwyn's traveling party embarked once more. Rajheel, Ig, and a number of followers met with Atlas and the dignitaries of Zone 3. Rajheel expressed his interest in one of the followers named Gwyn, who he heard had followed Atlas to Zone 4 to attend the leaders' meeting. Rajheel brought along some money and valuable items, hoping to exchange them for Gwyn. Atlas didn't even glance at those items. He stated that Rajheel must be mistaken. He had no follower by the name of Gwyn and asked him to keep the items, including the power-enhancing gloves. He suggested Rajheel reflect on how they might do more harm than good, implying that he would come to understand that this new world wasn't ready for power-enhancing gloves. Rajheel smiled, knowing Atlas would block his efforts regarding the gloves, and continuing the conversation wouldn't bring him any closer to Gwyn. It was pointless. At that moment, Chef Go, who was standing behind Rajheel, stepped forward to mention that he remembered that Navifa had once been in Zone 3. He suggested sending someone to retrieve Gwyn from Lantheria. Rajheel raised his hand to dismiss the idea. He looked at Atlas and chose to walk away without saying anything. He was tired of waiting for everything. He would handle it himself. The news deemed the most significant was announced throughout the city of Lanthier. Veena had put her signature on the authorization and distributed messages across the districts regarding the approval for Raheel to further develop his power-enhancing gloves. He was required to complete this within 6 months from now. The grand announcement of the power-enhancing gloves was made by none other than the New World leader, Veena. However, Raheel, the project's owner, was absent from the gathering, as everyone from District 7 had already departed to return home after the leaders' meeting. It was a direct snub to Veena, a tit-for-tat for her previously overshadowing Raheel during the last leaders' summit. Khan, the senior leader of District 6, spoke with Veena after her announcement concluded, questioning why Raheel was not present. Veena respectfully replied that Raheel had left early. Khan nodded and expressed his understanding, hoping that Veena would grasp the situation as well. Veena nodded, understanding Khan's implication. Her new world was not yet formidable enough for Raheel to show her proper respect. Khan remarked that he hoped the project would not be completed at all, to which Veena replied that she, too, hoped Raheel would fail to meet the deadline. Afterward, Khan excused himself to return to the guest palace. Veena took a deep breath to collect her thoughts, before turning to her attendant. She instructed them to fetch me and inquired about the progress of disassembling the components of the power-enhancing gloves that had been assigned for investigation. On the side of Lofness and Sliff, they were taken captive during their journey and sent to Gaither, the capital of Zone 1. Both were made to kneel before Penryu, the acting leader in place of Domenth, who was attending a conference of leaders. Penryu stated that he was aware of a suspicious traveling party entering Zone 1 and offered both a chance to tell the truth nicely, promising to spare their lives as well as those of their fellow travelers. Sliff looked at Lofness, who thought for a moment before responding that he and Sliff were on their way to deliver goods to Zone 8 as a gift to Kaiser, the leader of Zone 8. Lofness added that it would not be good if Kaiser did not receive any of the items from their traveling party. Penryu nodded and asked how they planned to continue their journey. At this, Lofness fell silent. He was not a traveler like Gwyn and did not know how to answer. Sliff shook with fear beside him, prompting Penryu to ask Sliff to respond instead. Sliff turned to Lofness, trembling and speechless, while Penryu insisted that Sliff answer. Lofness interjected that they were indeed going to see Kaiser. Penryu barked at Sliff to reply, and Sliff responded that they were actually traveling to Zone 8. They didn't know the route, which led them unwittingly into Zone 1, where they had been caught by Kadith. Upon hearing this, Penryu rose and instructed his servant to imprison the two. Sliff was shocked, shouting that he had already said the truth, so why wouldn't they let him go? Lofness felt exasperated. He had nothing left to negotiate with, as Sliff had foolishly revealed everything. The journey of the new traveler procession had arrived at Bosbois, but let's not call it a journey. It's better described as a mini-kidnapping. This was because Matthäus had been taken to the front of the procession by Nanfa, while Gwyn was kept locked up with Tha at the rear of the caravan. They were doing everything possible to keep Rajil from getting his hands on Gwyn. As they reached Bosbois this morning, Nan decided to rest the procession. He walked to the back, opened the wagon where Gwyn and Tha were confined, and let them out. When Gwyn saw Nan, he asked what more he wanted with him and why he was being imprisoned and kidnapped. He wasn't even friends with Nanfa. He had never known Nanfa at all. They stepped out of the wagon and asked Nan the same thing, why he was being locked up. Wasn't he a friend of Nan's? Nan apologized to both of them, saying that keeping Gwyn confined was necessary, and Tha's confinement was also essential. Gwyn climbed down from the wagon and looked at the new traveler procession provided by Atlas. 2 sitting wagons, 10 horses, another 10 servants accompanying them, 10 soldiers, and provisions for 2 months, which was significantly less than what Thanat had given him. Gwyn decided to let the horses and people who had come along rest since they had traveled all night. Following his instincts as a traveler, he advised against nighttime travel because it made direction hard to discern and visibility poor. One could easily fall into a hole or off a cliff. Nanfa and Tha hesitated to heed his advice. Gwyn asked when Nanfa and Tha intended to return to District 4. Nanfa looked at Tha, who was slumped in despair, before responding that he planned to stay with Gwyn's procession and travel together with him. Gwyn was taken aback and confused as to why they would follow him. Nanfa explained that it was because Gwyn had gotten involved in a matter of great significance for the relationship between districts, accompanied by a letter announcing Veena's permission to develop the power-expanding gloves. Gwyn inquired how it involved him. Nanfa replied that Gwyn possessed the formula to make those power-expanding gloves complete. Gwyn asked again if that was good, that it would be complete. Nanfa shrugged and remarked that it was about the politics of the district. Right now, the 8 districts were divided into 2 factions, one supporting the continuation of the glove creation and the other opposing it. Nanfa asked Gwyn if he knew about the Double Disarmament Treaty, the first law enacted at ground level. Gwyn acknowledged that he was aware because it was a very old law that people barely remembered anymore. Nanfa explained that once the power-expanding gloves were perfected, they would essentially become weapons capable of harming others. And with the increasing military forces across the districts day by day, many leaders saw it as dangerous. Gwyn pondered the implications and asked why they didn't help Rajil create non-lethal weapons instead. The exasperated expressed that it was hard to explain. A weapon is a weapon, after all. But Nan remained calm and said it depended on the user. However, Gwyn should know that a person can be both good and bad. If it fell into the hands of a leader who produced a military force of power-expanding gloves, no one would be able to stand against them. Kawin contemplated this when, at that moment, Matthäus entered with a deer he had caught. On the side of Khasidis, he walked over with 2 cups of hot soup, bringing them to the 2 guards stationed at the perimeter. Mayrat and another guard were already well fed. This was one of many times Khasidis had brought food for them. Khasidis said he had obtained this soup, a well-stewed pork bone broth, from a vendor in the middle of Thier town. Mayrat recalled that the pork was top quality. Khasidis confirmed it, adding that he had sent Kui to fetch it, but now the pork was all gone, and he couldn't go out to buy it himself. He would ask for a sum of money, requesting Mayrat to buy some pork from that shop for him. Mayrat accepted the money and said he would go to buy it, but Khasidis shouldn't think of escaping. Khasidis insisted he would never flee. Doing so would endanger his family. Mayrat then had the other guard watch while he ventured into Thier town. Mayrat bought pork bones, offal, and various items from the shop. The shopkeeper asked why he was purchasing so much, as if preparing for a feast. Mayrat replied that they weren't holding any event, but Khasidis wanted to store it up since he couldn't go out to buy supplies due to Theron's orders. The shopkeeper understood and lamented how unfortunate it was that Khasidis was confined like that. He must be suffering. Mayrat agreed, expressing his sympathy for Khasidis, but noted that he was very kind. Even while imprisoned, he still generously shared food with him and the other guards, ensuring they were well fed every day. The shopkeeper was impressed and praised Khasidis for his compassion toward everyone. Before sending him off, he even added extra cuts of meat for Mayrat. "Thank you," Mayrat said, leaving the shop. The villagers waiting in line asked why it was taking so long. They wanted to order. The shopkeeper recounted what Mayrat had said about Khasidis's kindness and generosity, and soon everyone in the area learned the story. Even a noble named Pavel came to hear about it. In the realm of Demetis, the noble of District 8, while Kaiser, the leader, was attending a meeting, Demetis wandered through the city of Thier. Demetis was a clever man. Since the beginning, when Kaiser dispatched him to Sanilo to develop the district, he had performed well. He possessed knowledge of urban planning and governance. His aim in traversing Thier was to understand why this district was robust, boasting the largest castle in the New World. By evening, he reported to Kaiser on the progress of his studies in Thier. Demetis remarked that Thier's prosperity was due to District 4, which lay within fertile territory. The interconnected lakes and rivers formed trade routes that nourished District 4. Behind Thier, agricultural cultivation thrived, covering millions of rye, coupled with a strong governance system. Provisions and taxes were meticulously managed, ensuring nothing went missing, resulting in Thier being the most developed place in the New World. Kaiser nodded and inquired whether there were any areas in District 8 that resembled District 4. Demetis replied that there were very few, since District 8 consisted of over 70% hard land. The northern part was cold, while slightly lower, the leaves didn't drop all year round. The south bordered the desert, with only Tripio and Malawino being somewhat usable, and both were far from Sepharusthar, the capital of District 8. Kaiser listened without responding, asking Demetis to continue speaking about what the world would be like without Shangtong. Demetis stood in thought for a moment and told Kaiser, "The world will become as you wish it to be." At the estate of a nobleman in District 2, Otto visited a fellow noble named Pavel. The two were of equal rank and engaged in discussions about the political affairs of their district, until Otto brought up the case of Khasidis, the former treasury noble who had been ordered by Tharanth to be imprisoned in his home. Pavel expressed his reluctance to voice his thoughts on the matter. Otto smiled and said he could speak freely since he was the only one who knew the details. He lamented that it was unfortunate for Khasidis to be confined. Otto had once suspected that Khasidis had misappropriated district funds, but lacked the evidence to defend him. All he could do was find someone trustworthy to keep watch over Khasidis. There were two people guarding Khasidis. The first was Merad, who was not affiliated with Otto, but actually the other individual who had less prominence, yet was essentially Otto's informant. Otto explained that he sent them to keep watch because if Tharanth were to act impulsively, Khasidis might be in danger. Therefore, the forces he dispatched would be the first to inform Khasidis, not coming directly from him. Upon hearing this, Pavel smiled and bowed deeply to Otto, declaring that Otto's actions were commendable. Otto accepted the respect and stated that this was his way of thinking about Khasidis. He then wanted to know if Pavel would like to assist in helping Khasidis. The journey of Gavin continued on, with the destination set for the north, toward Region 5. Thak, who had been sitting in the main wagon the entire time, was bored. He complained to Gavin, who was at the front of the wagon with Matthews, asking if he wasn't bored sitting on the wagon all day, surrounded by nothing but forests and mountains. Gavin replied that he didn't find it boring at all. The farther they traveled, the more different types of flora he encountered. Gavin began pointing out various plants, telling them which ones were edible, which ones could be used for medicine. It was exciting. Thak grumbled about where the excitement was in that. Nanfa, who was riding her horse alongside, chimed in and said it was because Gavin had a lot of plant friends. Gavin agreed before turning to Matthews to suggest they take a break right there. The group formed a temporary camp, and Gavin instructed the followers to set up a resting area. Gavin, Nanfa, and Thak went off to find food. Gavin showcased his fishing skills by throwing rocks into the water to stun the fish, teaching them which plants were edible and what kind of soil to gather for their bedding at night. Nan and Thak were astounded by Gavin's survival skills in the wilderness. They sat down to eat together, and Gavin began to get to know the new traveling party. Everyone seemed eager to journey with Gavin, unlike the group from District 2, who had been coerced by Thoron. This camaraderie helped them grow close quickly. Seeing Gavin's joyful life brought happiness to Nanfa as well. The banks of District 4. Today marks the last day of the Leaders' Conference. Michaela, the leader of District 5, is to lead the closing ceremony for this event. Unfortunately, Rajal has already left ahead of time. As Michaela was speaking, Kaiser whispered to Veena. He mentioned that this year's conference had attracted more attendees interested in the leader's vision than any previous year, reflecting a keen interest in the development of this new world. Kaiser added that District 8 also has many people eager for new world developments like this, which is why he wanted to invite Veena to consider hosting the next Leaders' Conference in 2 years. Veena smiled and thanked him for the kind offer, but insisted that District 4 would be better prepared. The journey to Sepharusthir is far, located in a valley, and if it causes inconvenience to the leaders from every district, it would be more embarrassing for Kaiser than anything. Kaiser nodded in agreement. He expressed concern that the inability to keep one leader from leaving the conference early would reflect poorly on Veena. The leaders' meetings have occurred many times, yet not once has a leader disrespected the gathering in such a manner. In a core district where leaders fail to maintain order, were it up to him, Kaiser would ensure it never happens. Veena understood his intent to intimidate her, yet she smiled and replied that District 4 remains a fertile region with a large population and diverse resources. Its status as a pillar of the new world is still secure. The Leaders' Conference must be held here, based on the decree of Shandong and District 4's readiness. Moreover, the fact that Rajil left early is a more significant drawback for him, as it indicates a lack of respect towards the other leaders, marking him as a leader who the people would undoubtedly not re-elect. Kaiser nodded, pleased by Veena's clever response, which didn't reveal any political weakness. Kaiser then remarked that if that were the case, it was good. He wished that everything would continue smoothly from this conference onward. Veena smiled in agreement, expressing her hope to meet Kaiser here again at the next Leaders' Conference. Before Michaela could finish speaking and conclude this New World Leaders meeting, the journey of the expedition was smooth. Nanfa kept sending updates about his travels to Veena. Veena read the letters and sighed. She told Kachint, her close companion, that Quinn had now passed beyond Zone 4, and Rachel showed no signs of pursuing him. From now on, it would be a time of waiting for the expiration of the power-enhancing gloves during the holidays. Kachint mentioned that the travel time from Zone 4 to Zone 7 would take about 3 months, and the development period for the power-enhancing gloves was only 6 months. He speculated that the reduced time during the journey must surely unsettle Rachel. Veena thought it over. She began writing a letter, asking Nanfa to keep a close watch on Quinn. No matter what, they needed to make sure Quinn did not reach Zone 7 in the next 6 months. Veena rose from her seat in the district leader's office. She walked with Kachint down to the lower level of the Lanthier castle, discussing each zone as they went. Kha-ta-lai noted that all the zones were amassing more forces. Zones 1, 2, and 7 had 1,000 troops each, while Zone 8 likely had around 4,000. Kha-ta-lai asked if Veena thought Kaiser would turn the forces into a war. Veena replied no. Kaiser was a smart man. He wouldn't do anything to plunge himself into war unnecessarily. If it came to inciting anyone to start a war, that would be more Kaiser's style. Kha-ta-lai remarked that it was like how he hoped Rachel would develop the power-enhancing gloves. As Veena and Kha-ta-lai continued their conversation down to the base of the castle, Veena instructed Kha-ta-lai to deliver the letter she had written to the information unit, sending it to Nanfa, who should be in Zone 5. Kha-ta-lai complied, taking the letter and leaving, while Veena entered the chamber beneath Thier Castle. This was the secret room where Veena had instructed me to bring her assistants to study and experiment with the power-enhancing gloves. In the center of the laboratory, there was a power-enhancing glove, one that Veena had managed to have smuggled out. Me bowed as Veena entered and informed her that this particular glove was merely a prototype, not the latest model that Rachel used during the Leaders' Bud conference. Veena asked me if it could be made fully functional without any drawbacks regarding the user's lifespan. Me responded that it wasn't possible yet because the structure of the gloves was overly complex, so complex that it might be the first invention of its kind in this new world. Veena inquired how long it would take to get something comparable to what Rachel had made. Me estimated it could take a year. Veena expressed doubt that there would be enough time and told me to continue studying it. If she required anything, Veena would make arrangements. Rachel's journey was marked by a sense of urgency. He aimed to complete the enhancing gloves as quickly as possible, but the trip from Zone 4 back to Zone 7 took as long as 3 months. However, Rachel sent Nong Song-san to instruct Jim, the scientific official, to bring the ship loaded with experimental equipment to meet him at Thier and O, a border town in Zone 7. Tri also came along on Rachel's ship. Rachel informed Tri that there would be a transfer of the ship, and he had prepared accommodations for Tri. Tri expressed his desire to assist Rachel, despite lacking significant academic skills. Rachel thanked him for his willingness to help, assuring him that there would surely be other ways he could contribute. He just needed to be patient for a bit. After Tri left, Waimot approached Rachel, asking if there were any plans for Tri's involvement. Rachel remarked that Tri was a good boy. Although he lacked the skills needed to help with the gloves, his physique was well suited for using them. Rachel wanted to train Tri to be an instructor for others on how to use the gloves. Waimot understood and agreed with Rachel's assessment. At that moment, Jim arrived with several officials in tow. Rachel raised his voice, instructing everyone to prepare for work. They would be developing the gloves on the ship throughout the journey. Jim and the other officials acknowledged the order and dispersed to commence their tasks. Rachel handed a piece of paper he had been trying to visualize from Kawin's notebook to Jim, asking him to decode it based on what he remembered. Jim confirmed he would do so, mentioning he had brought documents related to the leader of Zone 7 for Rachel to clear up first. Yet, Rachel stated he would not attend to that at present. His focus was on ensuring everyone completed the gloves first, postponing all tasks related to Zone 7. Rachel asked Jim to take a look at the formula he had written and how many days it would take to decode it. Jim was uncertain, estimating it might take 3 days. Rachel, furious, replied that he couldn't afford 3 days. He ordered Jim to have the decoding done by tomorrow noon at the latest. Startled, Jim protested that it was impossible, it would require more time. Rachel shouted in irritation that Jim couldn't set the timeline. He was the one demanding it be done by noon the next day. He instructed Jim to gather others to assist in decoding, stating no one was to return home until the work was finished. All the officials and assistants, filled with dread, hurried to carry out their assigned tasks. Rachel suppressed his anger, pointing at one assistant who was clumsily going about his work. He asked the young man his name, to which the man replied it was Thomas. Rachel commanded Thomas to fetch a clock and set the time in the center of the ship so that everyone would know what work needed to be done. Thomas quickly complied. For 19 hours, everyone had been tirelessly deciphering the formula that Rachel recalled from the vague image in his mind. The boat carrying Rajil continued to paddle back to Zone 7 without pause, while the people on board worked exhaustively, their fatigue evident. Rajil walked past Jim, who was still instructing his assistants to keep working non-stop. Even Jim looked weary, but no real progress had been made. Rajil then encountered the young assistant Thomas, who was bent over, calculating and writing various formulas on paper, staring at them in confusion. Rajil approached and gave Thomas's shoulder a gentle squeeze and a massage, surprising him. "How far along are you?" Rajil asked. Thomas shivered slightly and replied that he had substituted the formula with water and various plant species, yet still had no results. Rajil noticed the exhaustion on everyone's faces and realized he had pushed them too hard. He lightly patted Thomas on the shoulder and said, "There isn't much time left, as we discussed. Tell Jim to let everyone stop working for 1 hour to rest. We'll talk about our findings before taking a break." Thomas felt relieved that his leader was easing the tension and allowing everyone to rest, so he hurried to inform Jim. After everyone took an hour's break, the atmosphere relaxed. Rajil asked what they had achieved. Jim spoke up, saying, "We can see that the formula is derived from something liquid, but the formula you provided, Rajil, is incorrect, so we couldn't move forward from there." Rajil admitted that he had mistakenly recalled the wrong formula and instructed them to disregard his version. Thomas raised his hand and requested Rajil to look at the formula he had calculated, using Rajil's original formula as a basis for further calculations. Everyone watched as Thomas, the scholarly assistant, worked diligently until he extracted a formula from the liquid that yielded a staggering 40,000 possible outcomes. Rajil and the assistants wiped their brows. Despite the overwhelming numbers, at least Thomas had managed to narrow the search parameters for the formula. Rajil was satisfied and instructed Jim to take the formula to find out what it was. Then, he took the liquids to extract, distill, heat, cool, and dissolve. Anything that could be done, he had Jim do it all. Jim acknowledged the task. He appointed Thomas as a noble so that Thomas could have assistants and servants under his command, and instructed him to continue calculating the formula. At that moment, Ag and Wymot entered and informed Rajil that the documents for District 7 still needed his attention. Rajil sighed. He had to focus on district work first. He led Ag into his office on the ship, only to find a vast amount of paperwork for District 7 awaiting him. Rajil told Ag to rest first, but before he could finish his sentence, he felt dizzy. Ag stepped forward to support him and remarked that ever since the announcement to develop the gloves, Rajil hardly took any breaks. Rajil agreed, but still refused to rest. Ig added that at the very least, if they could get Kawin to come, everything would likely be easier. Rajil concurred and instructed Ag to bring him some paper so he could write a message to Ginor. Wymot, aware of Rachel's intentions, cautioned him with good intentions, suggesting there was no need to rush since Kawin would be traveling to District 7 anyway. Rachel didn't take any action and told both of them to go rest. Thier was setting out from the boat at Serenio, a town in Zone 2, situated by the riverbank. He was welcomed by the ruling noble who offered him shelter as a leader. Thier reveled in his comfort after a long journey on the boat, while the villagers looked on with disdain, for they never imagined that the leader they had chosen would behave in such a disreputable manner. Yet, the villagers could do nothing about it. Thier approached just as Thier was watching the young women dance. He reported on his inspection of the tax collection in Serenio and requested that Thier send forces to clear the land for farmland in this subzone. Thier agreed, instructing Thier to take care of it. Thier lingered and asked who would supervise the forces to clear the path, since it had to be a directive from the zone leader. Thier suggested Ben come and oversee the men. Thier interjected, stating that while Ben was capable, he was far away and already tasked with guarding the area against outsiders from Zone 3, requesting someone else instead. Thier's temper flared at Thiam's questions, interrupting his enjoyment. Thiam apologized but insisted that he wanted Thier to take an interest in the affairs of Zone 2. Traveling to Zone 4 presented a good opportunity to manage the other subzones as well. Angered, Thier retorted that he had already done enough for Zone 2 and deserved to find some happiness for himself. At that moment, a servant approached Thier to inform him that a man named Lek from Kawin's traveling party had come to see him. Theron instructed Thier to fetch Lek and to get out of his sight. He wouldn't punish Thier for this transgression, but warned him not to let it happen again. Thier sighed as he left Theron's quarters and walked over to Lek, who was waiting. Lek saluted Thier, who reciprocated, informing him that Theron was currently unavailable. He suggested that Lek rest in his quarters for the time being. Lek followed Thier and they exchanged a few words about the journey. Lek mentioned that Theron had met with Kawin and discussed the new traveling party for Zone 3. Thier acknowledged that he was aware of the matter and had learned that Lofness was quite greedy, although he hadn't anticipated he would go as far as to commandeer the traveling party. Lek stated that he had brought a considerable amount of wealth along with some valuable items attached to his horse. Thier was pleased, but sighed heavily. Lek inquired if he was weary of Theron's inability as a leader, lamenting that if Theron remained in power until the end of his term, Zone 2 would likely not see much growth. Lek remarked that past rulers of Zone 2 had only come to govern and exploit the villagers. However, he had heard from Kawin that Thier was a good noble. Thier thanked Lek and advised him to rest, promising to bring him to meet Theron in the evening. Gavin Nanfa led the procession to rest along the riverbank, preparing to cross into Zone 5. Here, there was a small community with not many people, led by a village chief named Elford. Gavin asked if they could stay, offering to help them build a water barrier in return. Elford agreed, though he wasn't particularly in need of help. He was simply glad that Gavin's group chose to stay with him. Gavin and Mattheus brought their entourage to assist in constructing the barrier for the people of Elford, allowing everyone to meet the residents of this remote area. Nanfa and Tha, who had accompanied them, also had to roll up their sleeves and work. Nanfa was able to pitch in, but Tha didn't seem to care much for the work. Instead, he took the village children to play in the water. Elford didn't mind. It was better this way, since the children wouldn't disturb the adults who were working. As evening approached, the villagers and the traveling party gathered to share a meal together. The women of the village prepared an unusual type of rice ball for the group to try. Gavin took a bite and chatted with the homemakers, jotting down notes about the rice ball in his notebook. They complained to Gavin about whether he would eat it. If not, he hoped to take Gavin's share. Gavin took a bite of his portion and offered it to Tha, who thanked him but said it wasn't necessary. Meanwhile, while Gavin enjoyed conversing with the villagers, Nanfa and Tha whispered to each other, making sure no one could overhear. Tha mentioned that since Rachel hadn't come to bring Gavin back, they should separate from him. Nanfa insisted it couldn't be done. He had already received orders from Veena to stay until the glove development project was cancelled in 6 months. Tha was frustrated and expressed how he was eager to see Treya. Nanfa stuffed a rice ball into Tha's mouth and asked if he and Treya had come to an agreement yet. For clarity, Treya is Tha's romantic partner, and Nanfa is friends with Treya. Details about her aren't often shared, so just remember that Tha's beloved Treya is in Zone 3. Mattheus then entered, telling Nanfa that he would be the first watch during the night shift. Nanfa agreed before heading off to prepare for his first watch. Thier led Lek to meet Theron, who was still accompanied by the female dancer. Lek brought money and various items for Theron, who was pleased and asked why Gwyn hadn't come to see him off when he was about to leave. Lek easily defended Gwyn, explaining that he intended to return to Sathir, accompanying Theron back to pick up Waman, who had come earlier to deliver the items with him. Theron had no objections and told him to let Gwyn continue working. Gwyn's father was still under his watchful eye. In the prison, Lofness and Sliff were in a state of despondency. Sliff kept mumbling to himself, terrified at the thought of dying behind bars because Penru had not released them. Lofness continued to search for an escape. Every evening, he noticed they were served dinner by a servant whose waist bore a key. Lofness raised his chained hand and pulled the chain taut. Sliff asked Lofness what he was doing, but Lofness remained silent, only stating that Sliff would surely die in prison. This thought sent Sliff deeper into despair. He cried out in anguish until the servant came in, scolding Sliff to stop his wailing. Yet, Sliff continued to cry. Lofness pointed at a stick lying outside, suggesting they use it to quiet Sliff, who was becoming an annoyance. The servant agreed, intending to fetch the stick to silence Sliff, but as he came within reach, Lofness swung a punch, knocking the guard to the ground. Surprised, Sliff felt Lofness cover his mouth, and Lofness quickly seized the guard's key to unlock both their shackles. Elation washed over Sliff at the thought of escaping, but Lofness instructed him to be quiet, sensing something was amiss. As they climbed out of the cell, they realized it was daytime. Loch Ness led Sliff towards the spot where the wagon had once been parked, only to find it completely empty. He declared his intention to ascend the tower, where he might encounter Penru. Sliff, filled with fear, protested, not wanting to go and fearing capture by Penru. Loch Ness grasped Sliff's face firmly, urging him to gather his composure. He refused to leave without uncovering the fate of the wagon that had carried their possessions, insisting that Sliff must follow him in this quest. Sliff insisted he wouldn't go. Loch Ness slapped him across the face, and Sliff regained his senses. Loch Ness glanced around and spotted a piece of wood. He took it with him. When they reached the top of the tower, they saw Penru pacing in the room. Loch Ness quietly opened the door from behind. Sliff walked in, but accidentally bumped into Jay, who fell from the doorway. Penru sensed something was amiss, but Loch Ness was already upon him, jabbing the wooden stick against Penru's throat. Loch Ness demanded to know where his cart was. Penru collected his thoughts and explained that in a few minutes, a group of about 5 would come looking for him. He urged Loch Ness not to harm him, not to let his carefully laid plans go to waste. Loch Ness expressed his indifference and threatened to stab Penru. He instructed Sliff to look out the window. Sliff ran to the window and saw the group of about 5 people approaching. He warned Penru, who reiterated that they were coming for him. They needed him alive. If they let him go, he would reveal the location of Loch Ness's cart. With no other options, Loch Ness pulled Penru to stand in front of the curtain while he hid behind it. He told Sliff to get into the wardrobe and warned that if he pulled any tricks, he would kill Penru right then and there. At that moment, the group came inside. Penru stood still. The group announced that the forces were outside and ready. Penru replied coolly, "Good, get on with it. I've got the guards in place already." The troops received their orders and quickly left the room. Loch Ness stepped out from behind the curtain and asked what Penru was discussing. Penru replied that it was nothing, and Loch Ness was free to leave Thier. Loch Ness wouldn't relent. He continued to inquire about his wagon of belongings, but Penru told him to forget about the wagon. He could leave Thier now. What else would Loch Ness agree to? Before anything further could happen, a soldier burst through the door and informed Penru that Diarmaid was coming. Penru was startled and rushed past Loch Ness to the window, where he saw a procession of travelers approaching Thier. In a state of alarm, Penru turned to the soldier who had come with the news and instructed him to order the men to take only horses, keeping arms and possessions to a minimum. He called off the looting of Thier immediately. Loch Ness and Sliff exchanged confused looks. Did they really just hear that correctly? The noble of Thier had just called off the looting of his own city. As they stood in disbelief, Penru had already run out of the room. Loch Ness shouted for Penru and hurried after him down the castle stairs. Once outside, he witnessed people rushing to fight over possessions. Loch Ness spotted the wagon where Penru had climbed aboard, and he chased after it, managing to grab hold and climb on, completely forgetting that Sliff was still in the wardrobe. The caravan from Zone 1 was returning from a meeting of leaders. Upon Diarmaid's return, he found Thier in chaos. One of the city guards came running in to report that Penru, who had been serving as acting leader in Diarmaid's absence, had betrayed him and led an outside force to storm Thier, infuriating Diarmaid for this treachery. Diarmaid ordered the outer forces to pursue the intruders and instructed one of the nobles to restore order in Thier. Diarmaid entered the upper chamber of the castle, stepping into Penru's room. Everything seemed normal until he heard a sound coming from the wardrobe. Diarmaid swung open the door, and Sliff cried out, quickly raising his hands to plead for mercy. Diarmaid looked at Sliff, then called for a servant to take this outsider and lock him in a cell. Theron had arrived in Thier, the capital of District 2. Sepp organized a grand welcoming ceremony, and Theron celebrated his return as if he had undertaken a great mission in District 4. Thiam asked Sepp where he had gotten the funds for such a large event. Sepp replied that he had merely requested more money from the villagers. Thiam was taken aback, telling Sepp he shouldn't raise taxes on the people like this, but Sepp brushed it off, saying that the villagers would have to pay one way or another before he walked off to seek recognition from Theron. Alec met Werman, who inquired about Kawin. Alec relayed that the caravan had already departed District 4, but the situation wasn't very good because Kawin had gotten entangled in the trial of the power-enhancing gloves from Rachel. Werman, unfamiliar with these matters since he hadn't been to District 4, felt relieved to hear that Kawin was doing okay. The hall of Thier Castle was filled with festivities, while Pavel walked out and headed to Khasidis's home. Khasidis was currently enjoying a game of chess with Merad and Otto's daughter. Joyful to see his friend Pavel, Khasidis greeted him warmly. Pavel glanced at Merad and the other forces, asking them to step outside because he wanted to talk to Khasidis. He informed him that Thier had returned. Hearing this, Khasidis knelt on the ground, facing Thier Castle, and bowed deep. Khasidis invited Pavel into his home. Pavel asked about Khasidis's well-being and whether his family was doing all right. Khasidis replied that he was fine but was still concerned about his treasury duties. He had heard that Kawin often returned to report that the villagers were complaining about Sepp secretly raising taxes higher and higher. Hearing this saddened him. Pavel understood and mentioned that Thier was aware of the situation but had chosen not to intervene. Pavel leaned in to speak quietly with Khasidis, asking if he had heard that people were leaving the city because being within it meant being exploited by those in power. Khasidis nodded, prompting Pavel to inquire if things would be better if Khasidis himself were a treasury noble, or perhaps even a leader. Khasidis was shocked and ordered Pavel out of his home, cursing him for being ungrateful. No matter how good or bad Thier was, the people had chosen him, and no matter how much Thier might punish him, he would always remain his master. Pavel urged him to calm down and mentioned a man named Werman. Had Khasidis spoken with him? He was the leader of the forces, after all. Did Khasidis understand what that meant? Khasidis looked Pavel in the eye and ordered him to leave. Pavel walked out of Khasidis's house. At last, Rajil had arrived at Janthier. He had moved his work from the ship back to the experimental building, and today he had called Tri to come and see him. Tri walked into the lab, passing numerous assistants, until he found Rajil standing in the center of the room. Rajil asked Tri if he was ready, to which Tri replied that he had been waiting for this day. He was eager to help in any way. Rajil smiled and stepped back, revealing the power-enhancing gloves in front of them. Tri's eyes widened with excitement. Rajil asked if Tri understood how to use them, explaining that wearing the gloves would reduce his lifespan. Was Tri ready for that? Tri hesitated briefly before Rajil smiled and reassured him that the decrease wasn't as significant as before. He had made some improvements to the gloves. Rajil merely wanted to warn Tri. Tri responded that he could accept it. He believed this would be the future of a new world, and he wanted to be one of those who helped Rajil. Rajil thanked him and instructed Tri to put on the gloves. Once he wore them, Tri would feel a little strange as the gloves pulled radiation from his body, but over time, the gloves would nourish the radiation within him instead. Tri nodded, and then Rajil instructed everyone to step back. Jim was startled and suggested that Rajil take the test subject outside as usual. However, Rajil declined, stating that Tri was capable of handling it. Tri slowly began to slip the gloves on. He fell to the ground, feeling the weight of his entire body as the power-enhancing gloves gradually absorbed the radiation from him. Rajil urged Tri to endure just a little longer. Then the gloves glowed with a blue light, and Tri took a deep breath, got back up, and stood tall with the power-enhancing gloves on. He had succeeded. He was thrilled to be wearing the gloves. Afterward, Rajil taught Tri how to control his power, providing him with the energy records that Nanfa had previously made to help train Tri to be the next operator of the power-enhancing gloves. On the side of Gavin, after a long journey, they finally arrived in District 5, a fertile area, the second most prosperous after District 4. The people here were numerous, all friendly and welcoming towards Gavin's traveling party. Gavin reached Thier, the capital of District 5, where Michaela, the leader of District 5, came to greet him and welcome him to the area. At this point, Gavin had grown close to Nanfa and Thier, as the three had traveled together. With someone as capable as Nanfa by his side, Gavin felt he could rely on her greatly regarding matters between districts. The traveling party was able to rest in the accommodations provided by Michaela before meeting with her. Gavin announced that he was from District 2 and was journeying around the New World to explore various lands and strengthen relationships with all the districts. Michaela was pleased and asked what Gavin would bring to enhance these connections. Gavin presented various items he had collected, including money and various gemstones. He mentioned he had compiled a book of over 100 pages documenting stories about new plant species in the New World. At that moment, a noble entered and took the book from him. He opened it, and after a moment, told Michaela that this book held great value. He confirmed it would be useful for both healing and consumption. Michaela trusted the noble and had her people take the items, thanking Gavin for bringing them. She encouraged him to rest in Thier for a while before continuing his journey. Gavin expressed his gratitude and exited the castle. The same noble who had reviewed Gavin's book ran up to him, introducing himself as Kenneth, also a plant energy wielder. He was excited to meet someone with similar powers who had ventured out on a journey. Gavin was pleased, and Nan, who was nearby, suggested that Gavin should invite Kenneth to their campsite. Kenneth agreed. Everyone dined together, and Nanfa chatted with Kenneth, mentioning that Michaela was a good leader who had helped District 5 remain prosperous. It was fortunate that the political system in District 5 was strong enough to have capable leaders continuously. In addition, Kenneth remarked that he remembered Nanfa from the leaders' meeting regarding the power-enhancing gloves, to which Nanfa confirmed it was indeed him. Kenneth commented on how brave Nanfa was to openly acknowledge and stop the Rajil. Nan said that because he had worked with the gloves, aside from Rajil, he was the one who truly understood their advantages and disadvantages. By evening, everyone had scattered to relax, and Matthias was the first on watch at the lodge. Nanfa and Quinn had not yet settled down and continued chatting. That asked Quinn if he seemed happy to meet Kenneth. Quinn replied that Kenneth reminded him of an uncle who was a friend of his father's. Also, since they were both plants, he felt they understood each other well during their conversations. Quinn then asked if he knew what powers Nanfa and Tha possessed. Nan replied that he was steel, but Tha had no powers at all. Quinn wondered why Tha didn't know what powers he had, and Tha said he didn't know. He couldn't make himself hot like fire powers or cold like ice powers. Eating vegetables didn't taste as good as the power of plants. Quinn suggested it was probably about personality more than anything. Tha laughed and rolled his eyes. Nan chimed in that he would just put on the power-expanding gloves for Tha, so he could find out for himself. Tha flinched and said no, he didn't want to die young. Everyone laughed. Quinn learned from Nan that using the power-expanding gloves would shorten the user's lifespan. Quinn felt that he didn't want the gloves to be something that caused such negative consequences, and if he could, he wanted to help solve this problem. They continued talking until Tha wanted to rest, so he went to sleep, leaving Nanfa and Quinn to talk further. Quinn moved to the spot where Tha had been sitting. He remarked that the view was beautiful there, and he could draw the Thier castle from this vantage point. Nan didn't object. He pulled out his notebook as well. Quinn then asked if Nanfa also wrote in a notebook. Nanfa confirmed and said he enjoyed Quinn's discussion with Kenneth about plants, which had interested him even before working for Rajil. This prompted Quinn to ask Nanfa about his work for Rajil in exchange for Rajil supporting Nanfa's endeavors. What was that all about? Nanfa showed him his notebook, explaining that he was interested in the properties of all powers, how they manifested, how to control them, and the benefits and side effects associated with each power. Quinn was excited to see it. He hadn't imagined that Nanfa, who was already talented, had such fascinating information on hand. Nanfa continued, saying that he was thrilled to learn Rajil could produce those powers, which made him all the more eager to assist Rajil. But when he encountered the downsides of the power-expanding gloves, he didn't want to continue. Nanfa closed the book and tossed it aside. He said it was irrelevant. Even if he didn't help Rajil, he could still study powers without that pressure. He shouldn't overthink it. Quinn's words helped Nanfa reconsider, and he felt grateful for this new friend. Raji stood watching all his aides working hard to find the formula for the power-enhancing gloves, but nothing seemed to be going right. Chef Ko walked in to meet Raji, who asked if he couldn't wait for the formula to be completed because he wanted to get to Quinn. He had spoken with Vaimat about calling Jinor in, but Vaimat advised against it. Raji wanted Chef Ko's recommendation. Chef Ko thought for a moment before agreeing that Vaimat was correct about Raji. He suggested that they should use a softer approach. He recommended sending someone with a pleasant, sweet demeanor to persuade Quinn to come work for them, or at the very least, to obtain the formula from him. Importantly, it had to be when Quinn wasn't with Nanfa. Raji nodded before calling AG in. AG entered, ready to receive the orders that Chef Ko had given Raji, to send someone out to find Quinn and either bring him back or obtain the formula from him. In District 4, Veena entered to inspect the dismantling of the power-enhancing gloves. a task managed by me. Veena asked me if everything was going smoothly, to which me replied that they were about halfway through. They were estimating the glove's capacity to extract radiation from the user's body and convert it into various forms of energy. Veena inquired if anyone had tried using them yet, and me said not yet, as preliminary calculations aligned with the documents provided by Nanfa indicated that the user's lifespan would be significantly reduced by nearly 2 generations. Me added that she needed to seek Veena's approval. Veena stood in thought. She did not support this project due to its potential drawbacks, but if she remained ignorant of its capabilities or if her people did not use it properly, it could pose a serious threat when confronting more advanced technologies. Veena consented, giving the green light for its use on people, and emphasized that me be as knowledgeable about the power-enhancing gloves as Nanfa and Rachiel. Me acknowledged this, and as Veena left the office beneath the castle, she encountered a news unit delivering a message for her from Nanfa. Upon opening the message, she discovered that Nanfa needed to alter his plans regarding the destruction of a journal belonging to a man named Kawin. He explained that deviating from Veena's orders was necessary because Kawin was a good man, devoted to embarking on a journey around the world anew. The journal held more value than burning it away. Nanfa therefore requested to remain with Kawin and this traveling party for the full 6 months as stipulated in the Power Glove Development Agreement. Veena was furious. She crumpled the rolled-up message and called over a servant to write a note for her. Tri spent time in training and getting to know the power-enhancing gloves alongside the other participants. The learning process was quite challenging, or perhaps it wasn't his strong suit. He had no talent for throwing punches at all, but everything was enjoyable for him because the records belonging to Nanfa that he had to read after class were incredibly valuable. Tri had encountered Nan before, at a leaders' conference, and again during their chase in District 4. He found it hard to believe and had to admit that this Nan was genuinely talented. The records on power control explained clearly how each power needed to be practiced. Tri had to read and understand them because Rachiel had assigned him the task of training the forces for Rachiel himself. On the side of Kawin, he was making plans with Matthias, Nanfa, and Tha about which direction they would travel within District 5. Matthias suggested they head north first, then loop back down, exiting at Panau, a well-known city in District 5. Kawin praised Matthias, noting that he seemed to be getting the hang of planning the journey. The travel convoy set off once again. During the trip, Nanfa received a letter from Veena chastising Nanfa for mishandling matters regarding Kawin. They walked over to see what was going on, and Nanfa showed him the letter, explaining that Veena had given him quite a scolding. They reassured him that it was all right, believing that Nanfa had done the right thing. He had grown fond of Kawin by now, and there was nothing wrong with this journey. They pointed out that at the end of the letter, Veena insisted that Nanfa must stay with Kawin for the entire duration of their travel. Nanfa nodded. It seemed he would have to accompany Kawin's convoy. They continued their journey, and months passed. Finally, Kawin's expedition arrived at Panau, the renowned city in District 5. Everyone started looking for a place to set up camp. Kawin and Nanfa approached the mayor of Panau to request permission to establish their camp there, bringing along items and documents from Crothair, confirming that Michaela had already provided approval. The mayor of Panau granted permission and recognized Nanfa's face. Nanfa mentioned that he had previously visited Panau with the convoy from District 7. The mayor remembered and invited Nanfa to chat a bit longer, while Kawin said he would return to the camp first. Nanfa didn't protest. Meanwhile, Tha and Matthias finished setting up the campsite when one of the attendants came over to inform Matthias that he should go into the city of Panau to find some meat. Matthias took the paper and Tha said he would accompany him. Matthias agreed to let Tha follow him to help gather supplies for their meal. Kawin walked down from the provincial governor's office when someone called out to him. A woman and 2 men followed behind her. Kawin squinted his eyes, recognizing the woman as she introduced herself as Agi, the secretary of Rajiel. Kawin remembered her and asked why she was in Pano. Agi replied that she was working around here and had coincidentally run into him. She mentioned that Rajiel had asked her to invite Kawin to join him at District 7. Kawin immediately replied that he couldn't go because he was still tied up with tasks for District 2. Agi nodded in understanding and said that Rajiel was aware of Kawin's commitments. She added that if it wasn't too much trouble, could she jot down the formula Kawin had? If she could take that formula, Rajil wouldn't bother him again. Kawin thought for a moment. AG emphasized that she was only asking for one formula, and Kawin should consider that this single formula could help those experimenting with the power-extending gloves. They wouldn't have to sacrifice their lifespans and could spend more time with their loved ones. Kawin pondered deeply. He often heard Nanfa speak of the drawbacks of the power-extending gloves, and if the formula he had could truly help, he felt he should lend a hand. All right, Kawin finally agreed, pulling out his green notebook. He pointed to the formula that Rajil mentioned. AG swiftly noted it down on the paper she had prepared. Once she finished writing, she turned the formula over to the two male companions, who took the message and disappeared to send a pigeon back to Rajil immediately. AG thanked Kawin for his assistance and assured him that Rajil would welcome him at District 7. Kawin thanked AG and expressed his hope that Rajil would use the formula to help others, making it beneficial for the new world. Satisfied, he nodded in agreement. AG said yes, of course, before she excused herself and walked out. Nanfa came out of the governor's room just in time to see Quinn staring at a woman who climbed into a cart and drove away. He recognized the cart and the woman. It was AG, the servant of Rajil. Nan ran down to Quinn and asked how AG had come here and what he had talked about with her. Quinn said he had discussed the formula for the power-enhancing gloves and that he had given her the formula. Nan was shocked and blurted out, grabbing Quinn by the collar and asking why he had given the formula to Rajil. Didn't he tell Quinn not to share it? Quinn replied that he did it because it could help everyone. The problem that Nan was worried about would then disappear. Nan was furious with Quinn and punched him in the face, criticizing him for thinking such a thing. Quinn, angry, got up and hit Nan back, saying he hadn't done anything wrong. The formula was his, and he could share it with whoever he wanted. Then both Quinn and Nan started fighting each other in front of the governor's office in the middle of Pano City, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Matthias and the walked in and were surprised, quickly stepping in to separate the two. Matthias pulled Quinn away, while Tha pulled Nan away. They continued to hurl insults at each other until they were apart. Tha then asked what was wrong and why they were fighting like that. Nan was extremely angry. He had held everything together until Quinn shattered it all. He couldn't take it anymore. He walked over to gather his belongings from the cart and then walked away. Tha didn't understand. He glanced back at Quinn before running after Nanfa. Matthias asked what had happened, and Quinn sighed as people nearby began to crowd around him. After Matthias finished dressing Gawin's wound, they made their way back to the camp where the convoy was resting. Not long after, Kawin spotted Tha, who had been following behind. Tha remarked that he knew what they had been arguing about and expressed regret that Kawin had shared that formula. However, he understood Kawin's desire to help others. Kawin said nothing and asked Tha if he would be going with Nan. Tha nodded and explained that he had come along at Nan's request. Since Nan was not coming, he felt he had to go as well. Kawin didn't object and quietly gathered his belongings. Matthias helped Tha pack up and handed him a little food and supplies. Tha thanked Matthias and bid farewell to Kawin. Matthias sighed and remarked that it was fun having them around, but from now on it would just be the two of them continuing the journey. Kawin didn't respond. During their days at Pano, Kawin and Matthias explored the city and the surrounding areas together. One of the attendants who came to help, Dinair, seemed quite capable of assisting Kawin with his work. Dinair told Kawin he had found a chimera tree, from which people often extracted rubber to make chimera crystals. It was intriguing, and Kawin recalled that this very chimera crystal was the source of the formula that Rajil wanted. He followed Dinair until they came upon the chimera tree, which was to the right of Pano. Dinair pointed out that there were chimera crystals here for sale as decorative items, but no one had bought them because they were black and not very beautiful at all. Kawin thought about this and looked at the 5 pieces of chimera that Lek had once brought to him. After graduating, Tri became a trainer for those who would use the power-enhancing gloves. The first group he would train consisted of 50 individuals, all hailing from various corners of the New World. With Tri's inherent honesty, He made it clear to everyone that upon receiving the gloves, they would each lose a portion of their lifespan because the gloves were not yet perfected. He urged them to consider carefully whether they wanted to continue with the training. Naturally, those who just learned of this were taken aback and withdrew from the program, leaving only 5 participants. Trey felt a pang of sadness at the majority's decision to stop training, but the remaining 5 expressed their determination to proceed. Trey welcomed their resolve and began the training for those 5. The recipe that emerged from the depths of the universe was sent by a high-speed phoenix to Chef Ko within a few days. Chef Ko took the recipe to Rajil, who was immensely pleased and overjoyed. He ordered Jim to take the recipe and find out its source. Jim accepted the task, and everyone began to analyze and experiment with the recipe. Rajil was there, and it was true. The recipe allowed the gloves to maximize their power. However, no one knew the origin of this recipe. Rajil was getting closer to his dream. He urged all his assistants and every noble present to find out where this recipe came from. While Rajil was overseeing the search for the recipe, Waimat approached him, informing him that the participants training with the power-enhancing gloves had started to disperse and were no longer practicing. Rajil asked what had happened, and Waimat explained that a man named Tree, whom Rajil had brought along, had warned everyone about the drawbacks of the gloves related to the lifespan they required in exchange. Rajil was displeased. He left the glove development room and headed straight to the training location where Tri was. Upon arrival, he found Tri training with only 6 participants. Rajil stood and watched Tree's training. It was rigorous and intense. The participants possessed the powers of plants, wind, water, and 2 others with earth affinity. Rajil called Tri over and asked how the training was going. Tri replied that everyone was progressing gradually. He pointed to one trainee named Ingot, explaining that he had fainted for an hour the first time he wore the gloves, but was gradually getting back to training and would soon catch up with the others. Expressed that he wanted another 100, 200, or even 300 trainees. However, since Tri had informed them of the drawbacks, everyone was running away. Tri responded that he believed it was necessary to inform them as it was the right thing to do. He had already seen that the 5 willing participants were performing well. Rajil sighed, patted Tri on the shoulder, and praised his honesty. However, he insisted that he wanted trainees who did not need to know the drawbacks. The gloves were nearing completion, and no one would have to sacrifice their lifespan anymore. He wanted a force trained to meet his needs. Therefore, Rajil commanded Tree to follow his orders and not to inform those coming to train under any circumstances. Hearing this, Tri felt conflicted, but recognizing it as a directive from his leader, he reluctantly agreed to comply. After the brawl with Gwyn escalated to physical confrontation, Nan returned to Zone 4 to report to Veena, accompanied by Tha, who waited outside the Lanthier Palace. Veena scolded Nan for failing in his task, stating that she had already told him to burn Gwyn's book. Nan understood that if Rachel obtained the formula, chaos would ensue, an unraveling chain reaction that would destabilize everything. The treaty for disarmament would be meaningless if Rachel possessed weapons. He would have the power to do whatever he wished. And if Zone 7 had weapons, other zones would eventually follow suit, leading all zones into a vicious cycle of murder. Who would then heed the commands of the leader of Zone 4, the highest zone, when everyone could ascend to that status through their own armaments and power? Veena reprimanded Nan for his mistake, and Nan listened as Veena articulated her concerns about him. Once she calmed down, she asked what they should do next. Nan admitted he didn't know. Veena stated that regardless of the situation, Nan would have to return to work with Gwyn. She believed the enhancement gloves would not be completed easily. The mechanism was too complex. Nan needed to ensure Gwyn did not make the same mistakes again. Nan agreed, even though he felt uneasy about going back, for this was a task he had to fulfill. He understood and exited the room. Veena contemplated something deeply before deciding to write a letter and instructed a servant to deliver it to Zone 6. As Nan left Veena's room, he ran into Tha, who was waiting. Tha asked how it went, teasing him about his failure. Nan sighed, and Tha commented that it was about time Nan faced some consequences. While Tha acknowledged that Nan didn't want Rachel to succeed, He pointed out that Gwyn hadn't done anything wrong. It was Nan and Veena who had forced politics onto Gwyn involuntarily. Nan accepted this with a sigh and mentioned that Veena had ordered him to rejoin Gwyn's expedition. They affirmed this, but Nan expressed his feelings of uncertainty, suggesting that Gwyn might not want him back after their conflict. They slapped the back of Nan's head, encouraging him to take a break, while Tha already knew what to do next. In District 2, after spending a long time lounging at Sather, receiving a message to meet from Nakfira concerning Gwyn, Woman requested a meeting with Theron. He sought permission to rejoin the group traveling with Gwyn. Theron asked Woman about the journey, how it had gone, how Gwyn had issued orders, and if there were any signs of Gwyn potentially breaking the established rules. Woman replied that Gwyn was trustworthy, adept at survival, and that having him as the leader of the expedition was appropriate. Regarding the matter of breaking the agreed-upon rules, Woman stated that Gwyn showed no intent to betray. He had even instructed Woman to look after Gaddis. Regardless, Gwyn was unlikely to abandon his father to perish. Theron nodded and granted Woman permission to return to Gwyn. Exiting the hall, Woman encountered Sepp, who was waiting. Sepp approached and asked why Woman was in such a hurry to return to Gwyn. As a leader of the forces in District 2, Woman should be overseeing the district's troops, especially as there were reports of people beginning to venture outside the city. These individuals might take the opportunity to raid the town. Woman suggested that perhaps if the treasury officials reduced the excessive taxes, people wouldn't feel compelled to leave. At such high tax rates, who could afford to live here? Woman was alluding to Sepp, who was a treasury official. Sepp sidestepped the issue, claiming he didn't set the taxes alone. Woman chose not to engage. Sepp reminded him not to forget his responsibilities. Woman then departed from Sather and headed north. Otto appeared, following behind Woman at a slow pace. At Pano, Quinn instructed Matthias to pack his things for the journey ahead. He called Daner over and handed him a letter, saying he had drawn a map for Daner to return to Zone 5 to meet Michaela and send the land purchase agreement for the land above the mountain in Pano. Then, he let Daner decide whether to return to Zone 3, his hometown, first or to rejoin the traveling party. Daner accepted Quinn's orders, stating that he would return home first but would certainly come back to join the group. Quinn agreed, noting that based on the route provided, Daner would be able to meet him around Zone 6 in time. Daner nodded before mounting his horse and setting off. Quinn then spoke with Matthews to facilitate Matthews's transport of goods back to Zone 2. While they were talking, Tha walked back to Quinn and Matthias. Quinn was surprised, and Tha asked if he could travel with Quinn. Quinn inquired if he was serious, warning that it would be tiring, but expressed that he wasn't ready to return to Zone 3 just yet. Besides, the journey around the world had been quite pleasant, he found. Matthews suggested that Tha should indeed return to travel with them. By the time Lek returned, Quinn could use Tha's help. At least having Tha around would prevent any loneliness. Quinn thanked Tha for coming back and apologized for hitting Tha's friend, which was Nan. Tha remarked that Nan deserved to be hit, saying that someone needed to teach him a lesson about always carrying everything on his own shoulders. Quinn nodded, acknowledging that Nan really was that kind of person. Tha placed his bag on the cart and asked when they were going to start the journey. On the side of Lopnis, he had been hiding behind Penru's cart for several days, listening to the conversations Penru had with his crew, until he was sure that, in reality, Penru was the district nobleman who had switched sides to ally with the outsiders. He was even close to orchestrating an inside job to let the outsiders loot his district's supplies. The caravan of Penru had come to a halt. A servant opened the back of the cart and found Lopnis hidden there. Lopnis, startled, grabbed a stick and waved it around to defend himself. Hearing the commotion, Penru approached, surprised to see Lopnis had trailed him. Lopnis asked Penru where his cart of goods was. Penru calmly assured him that he believed Lopnis wasn't an agent from District 1 in disguise, and that he had instructed his crew to take Lopnis's supplies back to Oasis. Having been deprived of water for so long, Lopnis listened to Penru's words and fainted. The servant inquired about what to do with the man. Should they leave him there in the desert? Penru replied that they should bring him back to the Oasis instead. Regardless, they needed as much labor as they could get. The deconstruction of the formula by Rajul continued. Rudgel approached Jim once more, and Jim confessed that he was at a loss. The formula was complex, with an identity unlike any other. Rudgel then sought out Thomas. Thomas said the formula was perfect. It was as if one were to create a glove that amplified power, this formula was tailored precisely for it. Rudgel asked if Thomas could be more specific. Thomas replied that what he was certain about was that it was something not found in the old world, and it might be a type of plant that had been repeatedly subjected to manipulation over a long time, resulting in this formula. Rudgel nodded. Thomas's words were both helpful and unhelpful at the same time. Rudgel stepped outside, calculating that there was not much time left before his development period was over. Ramat soon met him. Rudgel sought his counsel, half inquiring that he no longer saw a way to create the glove. Wamat said that such a path was always available, but he didn't particularly want Rudgel to pursue it, knowing Rudgel wanted to use Jinor, the commander of the forces in Zone 7. Rudgel asked Wamat if he would prevent him from doing so. Wamat nodded, saying that Jinor was skilled but not smart. He would cause Rudgel to lose his work. Rudgel pondered this before deciding to disregard it. He instructed Wamat to write a letter for Jinor to meet him at the Thier. The caravan of Quinn had reached the outskirts of Zone 6. They paused to prepare for the cold, snowy climate that characterized most of this area. Quinn called one of his followers over to meet him. This man was named Do-han, a sharp-witted individual who seemed skilled at taking care of himself. Quinn expressed his desire for Do-han to travel to Phthia, the capital of Zone 6, the following day to announce that the entourage from Zones 2 and 3 had arrived and would soon meet with the leader of Zone 6. Do-han acknowledged this and set about getting ready for the journey ahead. They accompanied Do-han, offering to help him organize supplies. Do-han thanked him, and together they checked the wood for the campfire, cloth, provisions, and other items until dusk fell. Then everyone rested. However, in the early morning, as Quinn lay asleep, he sensed something peculiar. The ground beneath him trembled and gradually grew closer. He opened his eyes and rose to look, only to find that suddenly several members of Zone 6's forces on horseback were riding in, surrounding their camp. Everyone in the camp was awakened. The leader of the contingent, riding a stag, dismounted, removed his helmet, and inquired about Quinn. Quinn stood up, and the stag rider introduced himself as Tibetan, a close official of the Zone 6 leader. They had brought their forces to escort Quinn's caravan to Phthia. Quinn glanced at Tha, then at everyone else, while Do-han remarked that it seemed he would not have to go to Phthia alone after all. Werman had taken a stay at Gastio, a town in District 2, slightly north of Thier. Otto, who followed him, stayed at the same place as Werman, but Werman already knew that Otto was secretly trailing him. So he devised a plan to circle around the village until Otto lost sight of him. However, Werman appeared from behind and knocked Otto down to the ground. Werman asked Otto why he was following him. Otto feigned evasiveness and said he had simply been heading in the same direction as Werman. Werman pressed further, and Otto revealed his plan. He disclosed that Thoranth had ordered him to follow Werman to ensure that he truly left town, as he claimed he would, to join Quinn, rather than gathering forces to abduct Cassidis. Werman exclaimed in disbelief, asking how he could possibly amass any forces, and who could have told Thoranth such a thing. Otto speculated that it might have been Sepp, who already hoped to eliminate Cassidis. Sepp was a friend of Cassidis, but he wouldn't dare oppose Thoranth's orders, although he suspected this was Sepp's malicious scheme. Once they exited Thier's boundaries, Otto had already messaged Thoranth, indicating that Werman had left town, and Sepp would likely be aware of it too. He would surely mobilize forces to capture and kill Cassidis. Werman felt a rush of alarm. He had promised Quinn that he would protect his family. He released Otto and stated he must return to Thier to notify Thoranth. Otto urged Werman to calm down, explaining that going alone wouldn't help anything. He was somewhat familiar with the mayor of Gastio, who could muster about 50 men, and he was already prepared. He asked Werman to lead these forces to Cassidis' residence quickly. At least, if they had a force at hand, Sepp would likely think twice before acting rashly. Werman agreed and went to rally the 50 men before sprinting back towards Thier. And just as Otto had plotted, Werman was heading back to Cassidis' home, with enough forces that Thoranth could easily misinterpret the situation. Gavin's traveling party was surrounded by forces brought by the Tibetans, leading them on a long journey until they reached the capital of District 6, known as Thier. This city was characterized by its tall wooden houses and white ground, as it was perpetually covered in snow. Kawin and Thier discussed whether they thought the Tibetans were capturing them. Kawin said he wasn't sure, but this was the first time the district leader had sent someone to greet their convoy. As the traveling party entered the Thier Palace, a grand castle situated on a hillside, they were taken aback by its beauty and magnificence. The Tibetans led everyone into the castle's hall, where they found Kunt, the oldest leader of District 6, waiting for them. Kawin, Thier, and their companions bowed respectfully to Kunt, who motioned for them to rise. Kunt asked how their journey had been and whether they liked the atmosphere of District 6, apologizing for not being able to greet them personally due to the overwhelming work in the district. Kawin replied that there was no need for apologies. Just sending someone to assist with their travels was more than sufficient, and he thanked Kunt on behalf of everyone. Kunt continued, explaining that not many people came to District 6 because the cold weather persisted throughout the year. However, the locals didn't go out much, since wherever they went, it only felt too hot. It seemed they had grown accustomed to the cold climate. Kunt said he had prepared accommodations and stables for the horses, allowing the group to rest there. In the evening, we would all come together for a meal. Kawin, Thier, and the others were led by Tibetan to the guest house, which was a house right next to the castle. It was cozy for resting, with well-appointed sleeping quarters and plenty of food prepared. There was even a horse stable to shelter from the snow, making Kunt the ultimate attentive host. Tibetan told Kawin and the others to stay in here for now and not to wander off, as Kunt would take everyone on a tour around the city tomorrow. All the followers settled in comfortably. They hadn't rested so well in a long time, and Thier particularly enjoyed it. He chose a warm bed and lay down immediately, while Kawin stepped outside, gazing at the glittering white expanse of the northern region as far as the eye could see. By evening, at the dining hall of Thier, a welcome banquet was organized for the traveling group. Kawin wanted to pay his respects to Kunt as the leader and requested him to explain the journey of the expedition before they began eating. However, Kunt replied that Kawin could do this while they were having their meal, which was quite impressive for a leader who was so approachable and generous, not one to stand on ceremony. Everyone feasted heartily, and Kunt was pleased that everyone in the group enjoyed the food from Region 6. Kawin, sitting next to Kawin, mentioned that they came from Regions 2 and 3 to foster relationships. Kunt graciously accepted the offerings Kawin wished to present. Kunt expressed interest in Kawin's journey and asked if Kawin could assist him with his work. Kawin agreed to work for Kunt in return for the hospitality he had received for the group. Kunt was pleased and mentioned that it wasn't quite the appropriate time to talk. After their tour of Thier, Kawin could return to discuss his work. He had plenty of time. Kawin acknowledged this. Once Kawin and the group returned to rest that night, Kunt wrote a letter to Veena, informing her that he had secured Kawin and would do as she requested. This meant preventing Kawin from reaching Region 7. The next morning, everyone separated to explore the city. They went with Dohan because he wanted to find something to eat, while Gwyn went to talk and meet people. Gwyn sat sipping hot tea, engaging in conversation with the elderly locals. He learned that the people of Lantheria held a deep love and respect for their hereditary leaders, especially Kunt, the current leader. The older residents recounted that Kunt came from the Mac-Payton family. The founder of the family was Charles Mac-Payton, who settled in District 6 and was known for his intelligence and skills. Most importantly, Charles was a good person, selfless and generous. This trait had been passed down through the generations to Kunt, who remained a capable leader, grounded and humble, caring for the well-being of the people in District 6. Gwyn was impressed by what he heard. He believed it, as Kunt had welcomed him warmly. He asked if Kunt had ever done anything wrong, and the elders replied that it seemed unlikely. The Mac-Paytons were known to be truthful, polite, kind, approachable, and open. Most importantly, they loved the people they governed. Gwyn took note of everything in his notebook. In the evening of several days, Kawin and Thier were invited to meet Khan again. Upon their arrival, Khan warmly welcomed them and offered both a seat to talk with him. Khan expressed his appreciation for the effort to build connections between Districts 2 and 3 and announced that District 6 would be a good friend to both districts, as well as to all districts in the future. Kawin and Thier were pleased. Khan mentioned that today he wanted to discuss an issue he hoped Kawin and the team could assist with. Kawin responded that he was happy to help and urged Khan to let him know what was needed. Khan explained that he wanted Kawin and the team to conduct a population survey for District 6, which meant Kawin would need to travel through all the sub-districts in District 6. He continued that there had been an increasing number of people moving from the urban areas to the small villages surrounding them. What concerned him more was the easternmost area named Estrovich, where a group of people lived separately from the city. Khan wanted Kawin to visit there and record the population numbers. They raised a hand, asking curiously whether there was no one in District 6 doing this task. Khan replied that there were some, but a portion of the population chose to leave the city after he became the leader. He explained that while some people loved him, others did not. Those who disapproved of hereditary leadership tended to leave the city, refusing to acknowledge Khan's leadership, and most of them often migrated to Estrovich. Khan understood that some people might dislike him, and it didn't bother him. Nonetheless, those who left the city were still part of District 6. He wanted to ensure a survey was done so that he could allocate supplies to cover everyone. Upon hearing this, Kawin felt a twinge of envy for having a leader who was so compassionate toward the people. He assured Khan that he would get it done. Khan expressed his gratitude to Kawin. Worman rushed in with a battalion of 50 soldiers on horseback, and as they approached Thier, he dashed toward Khasidis's house, where Khasidis was sitting, engaged in conversation with Mayrad. The sudden appearance of such a large force startled Mayrad. When Khasidis stepped outside to see what was happening, he found Worman looking alarmed. Khasidis asked Worman why he hadn't left the city yet, and why there were so many soldiers at his home. Worman explained that he had learned of a plot to slander Khasidis, accusing him of leading a force to attack Thier. Khasidis felt a wave of shock wash over him and told Worman he had created a serious situation. After speaking, he bowed his head and pressed it against the ground, just as Thier and a contingent of soldiers rushed in to surround Khasidis's house. Sepp spoke to Thier and pointed at Worman, claiming that Worman intended to use his forces to seize Thier, just like the rumors suggested. Thier glanced at Khasidis, who was still on the ground, while Worman protested that there was no betrayal involved. He had merely heard that someone would malign Khasidis. Sepp shouted at Worman, asking why Worman had returned, since he had claimed he would join the traveling party, but had instead come back with an army. Worman struggled to respond. Thier began to doubt Worman's intentions regarding a coup. Suddenly, Khasidis shouted that he had no intention of rebellion. He was loyal to District 2 and to Thier. He was being slandered 3 times. Sepp accused Khasidis of treachery, asserting that he had sent people to bring forces here and yet still claimed to be a victim of slander. However, this time Khasidis was unyielding. He confronted Sepp, stating that it was Sepp who was the villain, hoping to seize all the people's wealth and burden them with taxes to the point of distress while throwing extravagant celebrations, all done behind the district leader's back and executed poorly, to the point that even the nobles were fed up. Khasidis's words shook those around, and Thier glanced at Sepp, starting to doubt this sycophantic nobleman. Seizing the moment, Khasidis ran to Worman, pulled him off his horse, and forced him to bow down to Thier, shouting for Worman to reveal where he had acquired the soldiers. Worman blurted out that he had gathered the forces from the nearby town. Khasidis pressed further, asking how Worman had managed to recruit them. Worman replied that it was Otto. Khasidis insisted that Otto was the mastermind, not Worman. Khasidis added that Pavel had previously visited him, urging him to take Thier for himself, but he wouldn't do so because of his loyalty to Thier. With sarcasm, he wondered why, for all his good intentions, he still had to endure the presence of those who wished for his death. If he were to die, wouldn't these people extort even more from the innocent? Khasidis's words left everyone around in stunned silence, all eyes turning toward Thier. Thier pointed at Kawin and Worman, instructing them to be taken away and imprisoned for now. The soldiers moved in to capture both Khasidis and Worman, while Sepp shouted gleefully at Khasidis, declaring that there was no escape for him. Yet Tharun turned to Sepp and instructed him to take Otto and Pavel to meet him at the town hall. There were matters to discuss. In District 6, Kawin and his group were preparing to set out for work with Kant, but Doan would not be accompanying them. Kawin instructed him to jot down the items they might be able to sell in the upcoming districts. Kant came to see them off and left it to Tibin to escort Kawin out of the city. Once they had exited the city of Palthar, Kawin asked Tibin if they could take the route to Torau, where Estrovich resided. Tibin replied that they could go that way, but he wouldn't accompany Kawin once they reached their destination. Kawin acknowledged this and agreed to let Tibin lead the way. Lofness was jolted awake by water splashed on his face. He regained his senses and realized he was now in a strange city. Penru walked over, bringing him a piece of rice. Lofness took it eagerly, his hunger evident. A group of men rushed in to tell Penru that there were no forces following them. Penru listened and allowed that member of the group to rest, as they needed to continue their journey. Lofness asked Penru where they were heading. Penru replied that they were going to the oasis. Lofness got up and stepped away from Penru's resting spot. Penru shouted to ask where Lofness was going, and Lofness said he was going home but was heading out of the city. As he stepped into the bright sunlight, he was met with the sight of Desert Zone 1 before him and realized he could not return to Zone 2. He walked back to stand in front of Penru and asked where his cart was. Penru repeated what he had said before. The cart had been sent to the oasis, and now all the supplies had been taken by the people there. Lofness was taken aback, cursing Penru for being a thief who had stolen his belongings. But Penru just smiled and pointed out that if you listened to Tim, Lofness was also a thief, having taken another person's cart himself, wasn't he? Furious, Lofness grabbed the collar of Penru's shirt, but those around Penru, his men, stepped forward brandishing knives at Lofness, forcing him to release Penru. Penru said that Lofness had a good build. If he had nowhere to go, he invited Lofness to join him at the oasis, where the thieves gathered, suggesting Lofness would do well there. Lofness sighed. He had no place to go and thought that if he followed Penru to where the cart had been sent, he could retrieve all his belongings before making his escape. He agreed to go with Penru. The caravan of Kawin arrived at the outskirts, the part that would lead into the Astronvik territory, where outsiders lived. Tibin said he could take them this far, and Kawin replied it was fine. They would continue their journey on their own. Tibin suggested it would be best to start from the small village ahead. Kawin agreed he would go, and Tibin along with the militia withdrew. They commented that Kawin seemed afraid of Astronvik. Kawin said they must have gone through a lot of terrible things, which is why they didn't want to get involved. Before Kawin began to venture into the village, a small one, the locals started to come out to watch the caravan, that could only smile meekly in response. The villagers allowed the caravan to pass through until they reached a large house. A rather intimidating man stepped out. Kawin introduced himself, mentioning that he was sent by Kant to survey the people in the town in order to send supplies to support them. The imposing man sized everyone up before saying they were welcome. His name was Jobovich, the village chief. He thanked Kant for sending someone to investigate and thus invited the whole group inside to escape the cold. Kawin thanked him and entered the house. Jobovich remarked that Kawin didn't look like someone from Zone 6. Kawin explained he was part of a caravan from Zone 2 sent to assist Kant in surveying the population. Jobovich then pointed out that there was a house over there and inquired who lived there. Kawin began to take notes and asked if his people could meet and talk with everyone, because Kant also requested to address each person's living conditions. He wanted to improve the area according to what the people needed. Jobovich agreed and allowed Kawin's people to proceed. They said Kawin could stay back to talk with Jobovich while he would join the others to gather some statistics. Kawin turned to continue his conversation with Jobovich, who mentioned there were also some small villages further right. Kawin noted that down and planned to head that way as well. He asked if Jobovich knew the way to the Astronvik territory. Jobovich replied that it was just a 10-kilometer walk up north. Kawin followed up by asking if they didn't accept people from Zone 6 at all. Jobovich said that was about right. People from the central area, if not expelled, were usually taken and dumped at the border. The good thing was they didn't disturb others and kept to themselves. Most were those who wanted elections for various reasons and opposed governance by a single family. Kawin understood. That came in to report that the followers had taken down quite a few names already. Jovovich told Kawin he could rest for now, since there were still hunters who had gone out, and they would return by evening. He would arrange accommodations for them. Kawin agreed and thanked him, suggesting Tha and the others rest here for the night. By evening, the caravan and villagers gathered to share a meal outside, since the cold had considerably receded. The villagers asked Kawin to share stories from his journey, which he did, captivating everyone's interest. Meanwhile, someone outside the village was watching them, and he released a falcon. As everyone slept peacefully after a long and exhausting journey, Kawin rested in the house. He suddenly jolted awake, struggling to breathe, as someone's hand was pressing a cloth against his face. The smell of a narcotic herb made him fully conscious. Shocked, he saw someone trying to smother him into unconsciousness. Kawin panicked and pushed them away, but they continued to cover his face with the cloth. Just then, they rushed in to help Kawin and struck the assailant with a stick. Kawin was confused, and Tha told him they had to leave. Kawin asked what was happening, and Tha informed him that Rachil had sent people to capture Kawin. They dragged Kawin out of the house, and Kawin was met with a horrifying sight. The peaceful village was engulfed in flames, people scattered, running in fear. Some lay fallen in the snow, while screams echoed everywhere. Kawin saw his followers had already been killed. As he looked on, he spotted a large man assaulting Jovovich, the village leader. The towering figure shouted at Jovovich, demanding to know where something was. Jovovich didn't answer, but when he turned, he found Kawin standing frozen in shock. With his last ounce of strength, Jovovich yelled for Kawin to run. The tall man then noticed Kawin, delivering a blow to Jovovich that rendered him unconscious. What was even more terrifying was that the man approached, revealing something attached to both of his arms, glowing yellow gauntlets, familiar to Kawin. The tall man shouted at Kawin to surrender to him. This Ginor. It was Ginor, the commander of Rachil's forces. They paid no heed to Kawin's frozen state and pulled him to escape. But just then, Ginor's underlings rushed in and struck Tha with a clod of dirt, knocking him out immediately. Kawin was stunned to see the fall limp. The forces seized Kawin, and though he struggled and fought back, they quickly overpowered him. One of them, their fists encased in the power-enhancing gloves, delivered a strike that sent Kawin crashing to the ground, pain radiating throughout his body. Ginor stepped forward, using the enhanced gloves to deliver an electric shock to him. Kawin writhed in agony, and then everything went black. Ginor smiled with pride over the power-enhancing gloves, commanding his forces to take Kawin away. Nan woke up from his rest in Zone 4. He sat down to write his work, with thoughts lingering in his mind for several days. For the past few days, he hadn't seen Tha. When he sent a letter to a friend in Zone 3, he received a reply stating that Tha had not returned yet. Nan pondered what Tha had said about returning to finish his work. He went out to find something to eat and ended up walking through the market, where he stumbled upon the vegetable section. It suddenly dawned on him where Tha had gone. Tha must have gone back to travel with Quinn. This realization prompted Nan to hurry back from Zone 4 to set off on his journey immediately. Kawin woke up forcefully in a dimly lit room. The door shut tight, leaving him trapped. It was Rachile, the kingpin, who had ordered Ginor to seize him. Rachile said he was sorry for having someone fetch Kawin here. He wanted to discuss Kawin's remarkable formula in greater detail. He explained how the unfortunate part was that he and several skilled assistants had spent years researching to get as close as possible, yet they could never surpass the perfection of the gloves. They had to sacrifice lives, surrendering so much in the process. But when Kawin arrived, he brought with him success that belonged to Kawin and all of them. Do you know how incredible that is? Kawin replied curtly. Rachile ordered someone to kill. Rachile halted, exhaling deeply. He explained that it was Ginor himself who disobeyed the order. He only sent Ginor to bring Kawin, but Ginor had used his power indiscriminately, causing calamity among the people. Yet, he had punished Ginor already. Speaking to Kawin with a calm demeanor, Rachile stated that he didn't wish to confine anyone like this, but now it was over. Where did your formula originate? Kawin said nothing, confusion enveloping him. He was imprisoned, his people had died, and those around him were perishing. Rachile commanded Kawin to look him in the eye and speak. He pressed him again, asking what Kawin had based the formula on, but Kawin remained silent. Rachile's anger flared, and he kicked the door of the cell, shouting at Kawin, demanding, "Tell me! Damn it! Just tell me, you little brat!" Kawin offered no response, his heart weighing heavy with the loss of everyone. Rachile sighed, stating flatly that Kawin could leave, provided he would just say it out loud. But if he didn't, a traveler like Kawin would find himself in quite a predicament, confined like this. Kawin commanded his men to drag him away, locking him underground instead. In the small village of Torau, Thier survived the events of yesterday. He was shocked by what had happened. The sight of villagers lying scattered across the snow was haunting. Some had survived, while others lay gravely injured and needed urgent care. From the group of more than 10 travelers, only 3 remained. Kawin and Tha were missing, leading Thier to wonder just how unfortunate this journey had become. Thier went to look at Jobovich, who was now lifeless. Overcome with grief, he cried until the villagers began to murmur among themselves, accusing the travelers of bringing trouble to their peaceful lives. They believed everything had been fine until the group arrived. Thier tried to explain that they were not at fault, but the villagers refused to listen and began to hurl objects at him and the 2 surviving servants. Suddenly, a blast of a horn pierced the air, and all the villagers halted. As Thier turned to locate the source of the sound, he saw several people dressed in thick fur cloaks and animal hide hats, concealing their faces, entering the village. The villagers recoiled in fear, and Thier felt helpless. If he had to guess, these people had come from the north, from the land of eternal winter, a place where no one could endure for long. They were the Estrovich, towering figures from beyond the town's outskirts. The leading Estrovich approached Jobovich's body, his gaze shifting to the village chief, whose skin bore signs of severe burns. This Estrovich then looked at Thier and the villagers before stating that he would take it upon himself to bury Jobovich. With a nod from the chief of the Estrovich, 2 others stepped forward to carry Jobovich's body onto a cart, and soon the Estrovich contingent turned to leave. Thier was at a loss. He didn't know where they were taking the chief's body, but he felt compelled to run after the Estrovich chief, demanding to know where they were taking Jobovich. Yet the Estrovich remained silent, seated in the cart as it drove through the snow toward Thier. Thier spun around, unsure of where to go next. With Kawin untraceable, he resolved to follow the Estrovich, hoping to return to Thier and regroup. Rachile returned to the room where he was creating the power-enhancing gloves. Now he had both the formula and the person who could make it. All that was left was to search through everything Kawin had on him, so he ordered Kinor to gather all of Kawin's belongings as well. Rachile had the items from Kawin's wagon brought into the center of the room. Several nobles and assistants stood around, puzzled by what Rachile had collected, as none of them knew that he had abducted Kawin. Rachile called for Thomas and 2 other assistants to join him. He instructed Thomas to examine these items and see which ones matched the formula he had obtained. Thomas accepted the task with a confused expression. Rachile noticed Kawin's green notebook lying among the things, so he picked it up and began to read it quietly to himself. Kawin was hooded and taken down to the basement of the cell. That was already locked up there, and they were both happy to see each other. The armed group said they would release Kawin and Tha if they cooperated, but then they locked both of them up. They began to ask each other questions, and Tha told Kawin that he had advised him to escape, but Kawin just stood there watching until they captured him. This made Kawin feel sad, knowing he was the cause of many deaths in the village. He was so heartbroken that he cried. He never thought the situation would escalate like this, and blamed himself for being the source of such sorrow. If he hadn't given the formula to Rachile in the first place, this thing wouldn't have happened. Nanfa's words were absolutely correct. They tried to comfort him, and Kawin apologized for putting Tha in such a terrible situation. Kawin blamed himself, thinking that if he had listened to Nanfa, things wouldn't have turned out this way. They said, who would have known that after giving the formula, Rachile would take it this far? He's the district leader after all. They added, "Anyway, we need to find a way out of here first." Kawin didn't respond. He sat in silence, deeply shaken. Khan is sitting in his study, working, when his son, Bishop, walks in. He is cheerful and full of life. Bishop asks Khan if they can go on a getaway to Kha-ta-lai next Sunday, as the weather there is starting to warm up. Khan replies that he already told Bishop they were supposed to help with the annual supplies distribution next week. Bishop assures him that he can manage just fine without him. He adds that he's simply informing Khan and isn't asking for permission because he and his wife have already packed their things to go together. Khan sighs and inquires about Lispas, Bishop's wife, saying that she wouldn't let Bishop go after all. Bishop confirms this, and Khan returns to his work, reminding him to take good care of Lispas, especially since she's pregnant. Bishop reassures him not to worry. While father and son are discussing, Thier rushes in to find Khan, looking anxious. He tells Khan that a big issue has arisen. Estrovich is advancing on the right flank of the mountain. Khan is startled and asks why Estrovich has come here. Thier responds that he doesn't know, but Estrovich is shouting from there, summoning them to meet. Worried, Khan stands up and hurries after Thier. When they reach the door on the right, Khan sees over 40 Estrovich warriors arriving as a group. Thier is among them, glancing from afar at Khan and the other nobles on the mountain walls. The leader of the Estrovich speaks, inquiring what kind of leader neglects those under his governance. What kind of leader causes the people he governs to face death? Estrovich exists in peace, adhering to their principles without intruding upon others. Yet when it begins, the loathsome leader almost brings them to their end. Estrovich drags the body of Jobovich to the front. The head of Jobovich asserts that just one day of the leader allowing his people near Estrovich leads to misfortune. Jobovich was his friend, a good man, yet the despicable leader sent people to create conflict that led to his demise. The Estrovich leader warns that this will serve as a warning. Estrovich has never intruded without cause, but they can do so now. Don't make them take actions Khan would rather avoid. Separate yourselves, do not connect with each other. Once Estrovich finishes speaking, he lifts Jobovich's body onto a cart. Then all the Estrovich warriors return the way they came. Denner and his surviving companions do not go back with them. Thier, remembering Denner, goes down to bring him to Khan. Khan asks if Denner is Gwen's attendant, inquiring where Gwen went. Denner replies that Gwen has been kidnapped and that the person who took him has enhanced gloves. A letter traveled straight from District 6 via messenger bird. Demine, the high-ranking official from District 4, hurried into Veena's room with the letter in hand. He informed Veena about the incident involving the use of power-enhancing gloves that had resulted in deaths in District 6, along with the disappearance of 2 men named Kawin and Thier. Veena was taken aback by both the news of Kawin and Thier's vanishing and the use of the gloves. She requested the letter to read it for herself. It stated that Kunt was the one sending the message, reporting an attack on a small village. Survivors claimed that there were only 5 assailants who unleashed a power from their hands. Although the details were vague, everything pointed back to the power-enhancing gloves. Veena was furious that Rachel would do such a thing. She declared that this was a violation of the Global Disarmament Treaty. Demine relayed that Kunt had concluded his message by saying he could no longer assist Veena. The village had been destroyed with no evidence to incriminate Rachel, and aiding Veena would lead to internal problems within the district with the townspeople. Veena felt disappointed that Kunt would not support her further. Me still can't control the power-enhancing gloves. We have no one who understands them at all, she lamented. However, Demine suggested that a man named Nanfa might be able to help since he had previously served as Rachel's assistant and would likely know how to deal with the situation. Veena agreed, but just then, a new force entered, delivering a message to her. It was a letter from Nanfa. Upon reading it, she discovered that Nanfa had taken leave to protect a convoy and Kawin once again. Veena was frustrated, wondering why Nanfa wasn't there with her to discuss how to handle the gloves. Demine advised her to keep calm and to send a letter to Nanfa, updating him on the current situation. At least we know Nanfa is still on our side, he reassured her. Veena consented. She summoned someone to write the letter and urgently dispatched it with the messenger bird. For several days, Gavin and Tha had been confined in a basement cell. Gavin remained despondent, while Tha paced around the cell, examining everything that could possibly help him. The guards brought food for both of them, and as they ate, Tha asked Gavin if he felt any better after all these days. Gavin nodded. Tha chuckled softly, trying to lighten the mood by teasing that it's no surprise a guy like Gavin, who's always been a free spirit, would find himself stuck like this. He's bound to hate it. Gavin asked if Kant would come looking for them. Tha thought he probably would, but in any case, they wouldn't be found. Truth be told, they had no idea where they were right now. It could even be Zone 7. Gavin expressed that he didn't want Tha to be stuck with him like this, and wondered if he should just tell Tan the formula for Rajil. Tha warned that if he did that, it would mean a fight with him too, but this time, he'd hit Gavin harder than before, for sure. Tha urged Gavin not to give up just yet, reminding him that it was Gavin himself who had said it was a mistake to give the formula to Rajil, and now he was thinking of sharing it again. Gavin sat in silence, feeling dejected, watching Tha eat comfortably. Gavin then asked why Tha didn't seem sad at all. Tha replied that he was indeed sad about the deaths, but he had witnessed a lot of death right before his eyes in Zone 3. Besides, he thought he wouldn't be in this jail for long. Gavin was curious, and Tha assured him that he wouldn't be in jail long because his friends would always come to help. The sky raced by as he galloped swiftly to the entrance of Zone 6. He had received a letter from Veena, sent via the pet bird he had raised himself. As he opened it, he found a message stating that Kawin and Tha had disappeared, with reports of the power-enhancing gloves being used at the last location where they were seen. Nanfa was taken aback as he read, a wave of concern washing over him for his friends. A realization struck him. Perhaps he didn't need to go after all. The fact that Kawin and Tha had vanished alongside the use of the power-enhancing gloves made it almost certain that Rachel was behind their abduction. Rachel must have captured them to extract the formula for the power enhancement. Thus, Nanfa veered slightly south and chose to board a ship, setting a course straight for Zone 7. On that side, they were imprisoned. On this side, they too were confined. Khasidis and Vaman sat quietly in their cell. Khasidis had lost the will to scold Vaman for falling prey to Sep, which had landed them both in this predicament. Vaman felt remorse for bringing Khasidis into this prison as well. Vaman asked Khasidis if they would face any punishment from Tharath. Khasidis replied that he did not know. It would be up to Tharath to decide. Shortly after, the guards came to take both of them to the Thier Hall. Now, Thier was filled with people who had come to witness the rebellion against Khasidis. However, the crowd encouraged Khasidis to fight back. No one cursed him, for during one time, they had him as their noble, and it was very good for them. Even in his imprisonment, Khasidis chose to accept his punishment and still held respect for Tharath, who was disciplining him. This endeared him to the people and inspired their faith in him. On the side of Thier Hall, Sep and Otto were also summoned, where Tharath and Tio awaited them, accompanied by various officials. Powell stood among them. Vaman and Sep were led to stand alongside the two. Tharath questioned Sep about whether it was true that he had raised the taxes beyond what had been set. Sep hesitated, fumbling for words, before replying that he had not done so, but that the increase in income was due to the rising population. Tio bluntly stated that during his visits to District 4, it was unlikely there would be a sudden population boom. Tharath could clearly see that Sep had exceeded his limits. Tharath then asked Otto if he had genuinely instigated Vaman to bring troops. Otto replied that he had not urged Vaman. Khasidis raised his hand to speak, saying that when the incident had occurred at his home, Otto, who should have been following Tharath's leadership, was not with him. Otto stammered, unable to respond. Tharath realized that Otto might have played a part in this. Angered by the two high-ranking officials who had brought trouble to the district, Tharath declared that Sep and Otto must be punished. But suddenly, Khasidis spoke up, asking Thanand not to punish the two. Thanand, Tiom, and the other officials were taken aback that it was Khasidis who requested leniency for Sep and Otto, even though both were in direct opposition to him. Thanand asked why they shouldn't punish these two, especially considering that Sep had slandered Khasidis. Khasidis then replied that although Sep's increased tax collection would cause distress among the people, conversely, the city's treasury would now be filled with wealth. This wealth could be used to build roads, construct bridges, or be spent for the benefit of the citizens, and most importantly, could be used to strengthen their military forces. Zone 2 bordered Zone 8, which was a powerhouse, and Zone 1 would only continue to grow day by day because of the gold mines being excavated there. Zone 7 to the north was gathering talented individuals to create power-enhancing gloves. If they had no resources at all, how could they defend themselves against the various zones growing bolder? Khasidis asserted that there was no need to punish Sep. Simply returning all the wealth collected by him to the treasury would suffice. They could use it for other purposes. Thanand, listening to this, considered Khasidis's explanation. He agreed that the zones were starting to gather their own military forces. He needed the resources to deal with the situation. As for how Voramin was suddenly able to muster forces, it was because there were no regulations in place to keep them weak. Whoever issued orders was followed without question. Khasidis remarked that if power was vested solely in the leader, and only the leader issued commands, everything would be orderly. However, Tom interjected, arguing that power should be decentralized, allowing people to control their military forces as before. Khasidis had once agreed with that notion. He didn't respond, but bowed deeply to Thanand, stating that he would defer to Thanand's judgment. After some thought, Thanand easily agreed to have the funds Sep collected returned to the treasury and instructed Otto to draft a new order that centralized the command of the military under the leader instead. Thiam wanted to object, but since Thanand dismissed the issue, Sep and Otto, who were guilty, immediately expressed their gratitude, thanking Khasidis for his mercy. Khasidis bowed in gratitude to Thanand, and everything seemed to conclude well. The citizens spoke with admiration about how Khasidis bore no grudge against Sep, despite the severe accusations he had made against him. At the edge of the dock in Zone 7, Nanfa stepped down from the boat and made his way toward the Janther Castle, the capital city. He walked towards Alip, the courier of Zone 7. Alip was delighted to see Nanfa and greeted his close friend, whom he hadn't met in some time. Nanfa mentioned that he hadn't come by often due to matters concerning Zone 4. Alip looked puzzled, which made Nanfa realize that some people were unaware of the reason why Rajil had dismissed him from his position as assistant. Nanfa then asked if Alip had seen anyone from outside the city being taken anywhere by Rajil. Alip thought for a moment before telling him that he had seen someone at the building next to the castle. Nanfa acknowledged this and walked over to the adjacent building, feeling strange, as it hardly appeared to be a place where Kawin and Tha would be imprisoned. At that moment, Trait, who hadn't been mentioned in a while, arrived there. Alip understood that Nanfa wanted to speak with Trait, who was the newcomer from outside the city. Trait asked what Nanfa was doing there, wondering if Rajil wasn't welcoming him anymore. Nanfa hesitated, stammering that he had come back to collect his things. Trait didn't press the matter, as they weren't very familiar. He simply went to his room within that building. Nanfa sighed deeply. He needed to find a way to get into the castle before he could see the forces moving in and out with such ease. Nant disguised himself as part of the forces, following alongside other soldiers as they entered the Janther castle. He made his way to the research area for the power-enhancing gloves, passing a room where Jim was shouting orders at his servants. He also walked past Rachel, who was coming the other way. Rachel called out to Nant in his soldier's uniform to stop and informed him that this area was off-limits to the forces. Nant felt a jolt of surprise, but managed to maintain his composure. Rachel didn't wait for him to leave. He simply walked past and headed to meet Jim. Nant let out a sigh and chose to press on. He paused at a room before searching for something that had been well hidden. After a little while, he reached the basement, which served as a storage area for the district. Finally, Nant encountered Kawin and Tha, who were imprisoned, under the watch of one soldier, a commander named Kowalt. Nant, still in his soldier's uniform, approached Kowalt and said that Rachel requested him for a meeting and instructed him to keep an eye on Kawin and Tha. Kowalt was taken aback, as Rachel always insisted he guard these two. So why was he being called away? Nant reminded Kowalt that he shouldn't question it. Did he dare defy Rachel's orders? Kowalt, frightened of offending his superior, hurried away, leaving Kawin and Tha behind. Once Kowalt was gone, Nant stepped in front of the door. Kawin looked at the soldier, who was about to remove his mask, and realized it was Nant come to save him. The smiled, saying, "See, I told you he would come." Nant asked how long they had been locked up. The leaned against the bars, feeling at ease, and replied that he didn't know. He hadn't seen the moon or the sun since being here. Nant instructed Kawin and Tha to step back from the bars before he used what he had brought with him, the power-enhancing gloves. He put them on and activated the device, taking a slight breath before aiming his hand at the steel bars. The metal in front of him began to twist and bend effortlessly and quietly, creating an opening wide enough for both Kawin and Tha to slip out. Kawin was overjoyed to be free, and Tha asked what they would do next. Nant thought for a moment before telling them to hide inside a large basket. He said he would carry the basket out. Kawin looked confused. How could Nant lift two people in the basket? Nant raised the power-enhancing gloves, prying the steel filtering plate out and positioning it under the basket. He explained that he would use the gloves to cradle the metal beneath them, which would support their weight. Tha exclaimed that it was very clever and quickly ushered Kawin into the basket. Nant wrapped a cloth around the power-enhancing gloves for concealment before activating the metal control, lifting Kawin and Tha inside the basket and guiding it out to blend with the group of soldiers who were hauling away items from the castle to dispose of them. Nant split off on another route and reached a peasant cart that had been parked. Then he drove off immediately. On Veena's side, she was anxious and overthinking the situation regarding Rachel's capture of Kawin. Veena summoned Kachent, and the two went to find Mi, who was busy examining the power-boosting gloves. Veena asked the same question again. Could the power-boosting gloves be used yet? Mi admitted that she couldn't make them work and had to be honest with Veena, stating that since testing the gloves, she had yet to find a way to control them. Moreover, someone had just lost their life while working on this power-boosting glove project. Veena was taken aback and asked if the shortening of life was that severe. Mi confirmed it, explaining that the initial gloves drained a person's life force to the point where there was hardly any life cycle left. Veena was heartbroken, but she knew she had to find a way forward. Veena instructed Kachent to follow her and to fetch Dameen as well. Dameen came at Veena's behest, recognizing her as the leader. Veena asked Dameen, as a high-ranking noble, when they could actually use real weapons according to the law. Dameen stated that according to the rules set by Xiangdong, any act of war would be punished, and those who started it, along with their allies, would be penalized to prevent further bloodshed once they had moved to the new world. Weapons could only be used for self-defense and to protect one's own people. Veena contemplated this and asked Kachent and Dameen what they would do if Kaiser decided to mobilize his forces to seize the mines of Zone 1. Dameen and Kachent considered the matter. Dameen responded that they would send a letter condemning Kaiser's actions. However, Kachent countered that if he were to act on it, they should have their forces as well. Zone 4 might need to balance against Zone 8. If Zone 1 were invaded, they should still uphold the ideal world of Xiangdong. Dameen didn't continue the conversation, and Kachent made a valid point. Veena stood deep in thought and then ordered Kachent to begin assembling forces to prepare for whatever might happen next. The sky had driven the cart out to a reasonable distance. He called for Kawin and Tha to come out of the basket. Kawin and Tha emerged, relieved, while Nanfa took off the power-extending gloves and stored them away. Kawin looked at the distant Thier castle and asked Nanfa what the next move was. Nanfa replied that they were going to Zone 4 to inform Veena that Rachel was harming people for experiments, using the authority of Zone 1 to have Rachel removed from the leadership position, and then they would capture him. Kawin said that might not be enough because Rachel should have already perfected the gloves. Nanfa asked if Kawin had shared the formula, to which Kawin replied that he hadn't, but Rachel had taken the backpack and other items from the cart, which meant he must have obtained the Shimra crystals already. Nanfa was puzzled and asked what the Shimra crystals were. Kawin explained that they were the essence of the formula he had discovered. The Shimra crystals were what he planned to sell. Nanfa thought deeply as he observed Kawin's tense expression. Even though they had argued, Kawin had returned to help. He had initially believed that simply sharing the formula should suffice without causing anyone trouble, but after witnessing the power and terror of the power-extending gloves, he realized he had been mistaken, and Nanfa had warned him all along. Kawin felt remorseful. Kawin called out to Nanfa, who was driving the cart. He apologized for not following Nanfa's advice, for not trusting him, and for having shared the formula with Rachel. He also apologized for having hurt Nanfa. Nanfa sighed and told Kawin that he understood his good intentions. Kawin was a good person who wanted to embark on an adventure, someone who aimed to help his father and his home. However, Kawin viewed everything too optimistically, too naively. Sharing the formula with Rachel, a man willing to sacrifice lives for success in his work, was precisely what Nanfa had been trying to convey. Nanfa continued, saying he was also sorry. He had been thinking about many things at that time, but he shouldn't have lashed out at Kawin like that. It seemed that Kawin and Nanfa were able to reconcile, which made them happy. Yet Kawin said he didn't want the power-extending gloves to succeed. He had seen their potential and wanted to return to Thier to stop Rachel. Nanfa asked Tha what he thought, and Tha replied that he would always follow Nanfa. Nanfa nodded. He would send a message to Veena to prepare for the perfected power-extending gloves. However, Nanfa insisted that whatever was left to stop him, they would have to do themselves. Meanwhile, Rachel was talking to Thomas about what he had found in Gwyn's bag. Thomas hadn't reached any conclusions yet. Rachel sighed and continued rummaging through Gwyn's belongings. He discovered a cloth bag that was empty and handed it to Thomas, who took it while Kowalt approached Rachel, asking if he needed anything from him. Rachel didn't understand. What did Kowalt mean by that? Who had called for Kowalt? But he didn't wait for an answer. Rachel was startled and quickly ran out of the room to the city's basement. Thomas was surprised by Rachel's sudden departure, but continued working. As he opened the cloth bag, he found a few grayish-black chunks inside. He examined them, puzzled by the abundance of materials, but noticing that these few crystals were kept separate and not mixed with anything else. Thomas grabbed a hammer and smashed them apart, and then a thought struck him. He rushed to the desk where Nanfa had once worked, pulled out a closely related formula, and calculated on the board, feeling goosebumps rise on his skin. Then he ran back to his main work table, sweeping everything off the surface onto the floor, startling the nobles and other assistants. Thomas was on the right track. He took a solution to dissolve the shards of rock and then combined it with soil, following all of Nanfa's notes, until finally, Thomas's eyes widened, and he sprinted down to the basement where he found Rachel. "We found it! We found it! It's the Shimra crystal! We located it, Mr. Rachel." On Rachel's side, he ordered Jim, Thomas, and the other assistants to gather everything they could about the Shimra crystals. Thomas informed Rachel that there might be a problem. There were very few Shimra crystals available. The quantity was insufficient to use as the power core for the gloves. In fact, they could only produce one pair with what they had. Rachel acknowledged this and turned to a noble, asking if he had any information on the Shimra crystals. The noble explained that the Shimra crystals formed from the resin of the Shimra tree, which fell onto damp ground and was baked dry under sunlight. When the rain returned, it would drip again and be left in the sun until it hardened into stone. Such conditions existed only in one place, the Thier area, located in District 5. Rachel contemplated this before instructing Ag, who was nearby, to fetch Chef Ko to meet him in his office. Returning to his desk, Rachel began drafting a letter just as Chef Ko entered his office. Rachel instructed Chef Ko to travel to District 5 to negotiate the purchase of both the Shimra crystals and the Shimra trees to cultivate in District 7. Rachel was aware that the price for the Shimra crystals in District 5 was favorable, instructing Chef Ko to clear out the available stock. Chef Ko agreed and departed the room. Rachel continued to ponder for a moment longer. Michaela was from District 5. and both districts 4 and 5 had maintained a good relationship over time. Michaela had consistently opposed the development of the power-enhancing gloves as well. Rachel summoned AG again and inquired about how many pairs of the power-enhancing gloves they currently had, how many troops they had in total, and the progress of the training. AG reported that there were 500 pairs of gloves and a total of 1,000 troops. Each trainer was preparing 150 individuals to use the gloves, and Tri was doing well in his work. Rachel decided to increase the training to 300 individuals, resulting in 600 personnel ready to use the gloves. After thinking for a brief moment, AG asked why Rachel was inquiring. Rachel sighed before stating that he was merely asking for contingency plans. Nan, Tha, and Quinn walked toward the building next to the castle, where they intended to meet Tri. Tri was surprised to see Quinn and Tha in Zone 7. Quinn asked Tri if they could step outside to talk for a while, and Tri agreed, stating that he had no training scheduled for that day. The four of them drove the cart out of the city limits. Tha remarked on how strange it was that both he and Quinn were no longer being pursued by Rajil. Nan replied that it was because Rajil had already gotten what he wanted and wouldn't likely chase them anymore. Tri was confused and asked what they were referring to. Upon arriving at the riverside, the four of them began discussing things. Nan spoke up first, asking Tri if he could fetch 2 pairs of power-enhancing gloves. Tri insisted that he couldn't do that. If he did, he'd risk being arrested by Rajil as the leader of the zone. Quinn offered a weak smile, mentioning that Rajil had once captured him. That chimed in that he had been taken too. Tri was puzzled and asked what they were talking about. Nan urged Quinn to share the story. Quinn was uncertain how to start, so Tha stepped in to summarize it for Tri. Rajil wanted a formula that Quinn possessed. Quinn had already given the formula, but it wasn't enough for Rajil. He sent people to capture Quinn and even killed some in Zone 6. Tri was shocked by what he heard and asked if it was true. Quinn confirmed it, explaining that he couldn't be in Zone 7 now because his convoy had been destroyed. Nanfa mentioned that he had just helped Quinn and Tha escape from a dungeon. Nan then asked Tri if he knew that he had once worked in Zone 7. Tri was aware and recognized that Nan was the one who developed the power control system in the New World, adding that Nanfa's work was truly impressive. Nan expressed gratitude but noted that time was limited. He explained that Rajil was the kind of person who would go to any lengths to get what he wanted. Tri agreed, especially regarding the need to conceal the negative effects of the gloves and the act of sending people to kill and abduct Quinn. Being one who valued justice, Tri believed Rajil should be held accountable. Tri questioned how he could trust and believe what the three of them were saying. He trusted Quinn, but wasn't completely sure about both Nan and Tha. Quinn then asked Tri if he remembered his green notebook, the one they had chased Tha for when he stole it. Tri replied that he did remember, prompting Quinn to explain that Rajil had taken it from him. Now the green notebook was with Rajil, and Tri should sneak a look at it. He was sure Rajil would have it with him. Trey paused to think before agreeing to go find it. Shefko arrived in Zone 5 swiftly, aboard a vessel sent by Rachil. He disembarked at Pano, a city within Rachil's target area, where Michaela had moved her operations alongside nobility to establish a camp for negotiations with Zone 7. Shefko greeted Michaela and expressed his gratitude for her relocation to this place. Michaela inquired about Rachil's well-being and asked what Rachil wanted to discuss today that warranted the presence of a high-ranking noble like Shefko. Shefko humbly claimed he was not a particularly high-ranking noble and that his purpose for visiting today was merely to negotiate the trade of goods. He mentioned that Rachil was interested in purchasing Shimra crystals, noting that they were available in Zone 5, and he was willing to buy all that was in stock. Michaela chuckled lightly and asked why Rachil had chosen Shimra. Shefko deflected, saying that Rachil had recently tasted a bit of Shimra and found its flavor delightful. He expressed a desire to cultivate it in Zone 7, believing it could serve as an alternative crop for the people there. Michaela pondered this for a moment before telling Shefko to answer her clearly about why the leader, who had rushed to create power-enhancing gloves, suddenly abandoned the leaders' conference to engage quietly in development projects, seemingly indifferent to the struggles of the city's people. He had disappeared from the watchful gaze of the other leaders, only to re-emerge to request the purchase of fruit and worthless stones, intending to buy them in quantities that could nearly eradicate the flora from the zone. What did Rachel expect everyone to think about that? Chef Go was momentarily speechless, and Michaela asked what Rachel had discovered. Chef Go then shifted his demeanor to one of pride, telling Michaela that Rachel had found the formula. He explained that the crystal Shimra had properties that stabilized radiation within the body. Once Rachel succeeded, the gloves would pose no danger to their users. Everyone would have gloves to enhance their own power. Michaela interjected, questioning whether these gloves were to enhance power for the purpose of killing those who opposed Rachel, like the murders in District 6. Chef Go's expression darkened, and he feigned ignorance. But Michaela pointed out that everyone knew the attack in District 6 was Rachel's doing. How cruel must Rachel be to think that those people, who were already marginalized by the central government, could be killed without consequence? Chef Go's face fell, and he attempted to change the subject, suggesting that Rachel had granted the authority to decide on purchasing Shimra. Whether 10 dice or 100 per piece, Rachel was willing to pay. Michaela smiled and stated that she was not selling. Chef Go argued that Michaela couldn't do that, as it contradicted a leader's decision which prohibited anyone from obstructing work jointly permitted by the leader. Michaela sarcastically remarked that Rachel wasn't even present when they cast their votes, and still had the audacity to insist that no one interfere with the leader's decision. She asserted her right to act, as everything lay within her jurisdiction. Moreover, it was clear that Rachel didn't care about anyone. He was ready to kill anyone who opposed him. Michaela could not accept that one day, the very gloves she was reluctantly selling would harm her people. She recalled Rachel's claim that he would use these gloves to make the world a better place. Yet their first act would be to kill those who could not fight back. Chef Go was furious that Michaela was making excuses to refuse the sale of Shimra. He stated that he acknowledged her stance and hoped she would remain committed to it. After speaking, Chef Go walked out of Michaela's camp. He instructed his assistant to draft a letter reporting everything that had transpired that day to their leader. Thier entered the Thier castle. He informed the servant that he wished to see Rachel, who was in the development chamber for the power-enhancing gloves. There, he saw Rachel gripping Jim's shoulder, who was cooling a shimmer crystal after melting it down. Rachel instructed everyone in the room to wait outside and close the door, wanting privacy while he integrated the shimmer crystal into the power-enhancing gloves. Jim cautioned Rachel that he didn't need to risk his life, but Rachel insisted everyone leave. Though Thier arrived, he didn't encounter Rachel directly. However, with Rachel inside the room, it created an opportunity for Thier to sneak into Rachel's office. He entered quietly, finding nothing unusual, but something he sought was on Rachel's desk: Gavin's green notebook, providing evidence that Gavin had indeed been captured by Rachel. Thier felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Gavin was his friend. He exited Rachel's office, passing by the glove development chamber, where assistants and nobles waited. At that moment, the door to the chamber burst open, sending torrents of water spilling onto the floor. Rachel emerged from the room, wearing the fully completed power-enhancing gloves, with the surge of water flooding out, demonstrating the gloves' potent abilities. Rachel ordered the gloves to be removed and commanded Jim to study them further. He remarked that the gloves no longer emitted radiation. They were perfectly made. Understanding the implications, Thier hurried out of the Thier castle. He needed to inform Nanfa about this. Kawin, Nan, Fa, and Thama met Thier again. Thier said he now believed that Kawin had been kidnapped by Rachel, and he informed them that Rachel had successfully acquired the complete power-enhancing gloves. Nan pondered heavily over this. He mentioned that with those gloves, no one could stop Rachel, not even a leader with an army at his command. Everyone was deep in thought. Thier asked what Fa would do about the situation and what he wanted them to do. Nan replied that he wanted the power-enhancing gloves and wanted Thier to teach Kawin and Tama how to use them. Thier confirmed for clarity asking if it would be just the four of them, that they wouldn't be asking anyone else for help. Nan affirmed this because they couldn't let the gloves fall into the hands of people in other districts who wouldn't be able to use them anyway. Besides, they weren't planning on confronting Rachil directly. Their plan was to go in and destroy all documents related to the power-enhancing gloves, eliminate the equipment used to crystallize Chimrock, and burn down the gloves that were meant to be created. Kawin asked if they would die from wearing the gloves or if Rachil's power could kill them. Nan reassured him not to worry. The gloves would draw the radiation out of their bodies. When energy in the form of power came at them, at worst, they would only feel a slight pressure, strong enough to knock them out but not lethal. As long as they were wearing the gloves, they would be safe. Listening to this, Tri decided he would join in, and he thought Nan's plan was sound. He then took out the power-enhancing gloves for the three of them. Tri called Kawin over and handed him the green notebook he had brought along. Kawin's eyes filled with tears. He cherished that notebook dearly. He thanked Tri, expressing his deepest love for him for always being there to help. Tri said he would teach Nan, Tama, and Kawin how to use the gloves. Nan asked if Tri was truly certain this was the right course of action concerning Rachil, as they were about to destroy everything their benefactors had created for both Nan and Tri. Tri nodded, stating that since Rachil had gone this far, he could not let him go, nor did he want Rachil to commit any more heinous acts. Nan nodded in agreement and declared that they would train with the power-enhancing gloves tomorrow. Michaela's letter was sent to Veena, informing her about the meeting with Shefko, the High Noble of District 7, and mentioning that Rachil had requested to purchase the Chimra crystals and Chimra fruits, as well as the refusal to sell them to Rachil. Veena walked down to find me at the base of the castle along with Damien, asking the nobleman assisting me to explain what the Chimra crystals were. Damien told Veena that she should think further, as they were in a precarious situation. Michaela was opposing the leader's decision, yet she was also positioning herself against the side that rejected the power-enhancing gloves. However, if Rachil were to obtain a complete set of gloves, he would have to come and take Pano himself, marking the first time he would dispatch forces outside his governorship. Damien pointed out that Veena must realize Rachil wouldn't listen to anyone if he had the power-enhancing gloves. As the leader of the New World, Veena should assist Michaela. Veena thought long and hard before deciding to have Kachant move forces to the outskirts of District 4 on standby. She sent a letter to Michaela, stationed at Pano to prevent Rachil from seizing it. Me, who had been listening, interjected that Veena might be defying the leader's decision because she chose to block Rachil from successfully creating the gloves. Veena considered this before ultimately deciding that the leader's decision no longer mattered. If Rachil succeeded in making the gloves, there would be no need for a New World leader like District 4, and she would not allow it to be that way. The letter notifying the rejection of the sale from Chef Go arrived back at Rachil. The message in the letter stated that Michaela had no intention of selling a single piece of the Chimra crystal to Rachil, as Rachil had already demonstrated that the power-expanding gloves were a fearsome weapon. Rachil was furious that Michaela used this excuse to turn him down. He told Wymat that the leader's resolution had already passed. This was clearly a deliberate act against him. Wymat urged Rachil to calm down, but Rachil insisted that too much time had passed. There was no time left for the power-expanding gloves to further develop. Rachil asked Wymat about the leader's resolution, wondering if there were any loopholes. Wymat asked what Rachil meant. Rachil explained that if he used force to seize something that fell under the authority of the leader's resolution, would he be exempt if he committed an offense? Wymat paused slightly. Usually, he always provided solutions for Rachil, but this time Wymat understood Rachil's intent. Rachil read the expression on Wymat's face and told him to speak the truth. Wymat replied that he thought it was possible. The leader's resolution was very stringent, as it incorporated permissions from all district leaders. Rachil could act, and this resolution would protect him. However, Wymat advised against it, saying it wouldn't be good for Rachil's reputation or himself. Hearing this, Rajal felt more at ease. He told Waimat that he would not wait any longer. The time for the gloves to develop was dwindling, as was the power of the leader's resolution. Rajal instructed Aji to fetch Ginorm for him, telling him to bring Ginorm to lead the forces of the power-expanding gloves on his behalf. A message from Veena reached Michaela through Pyrap, praising Michaela for her good deeds and advising her to mobilize forces near Pino. If Rachel were to make a move, they would be ready. However, Veena did not mention that District 4 had relocated training forces to the border to assist District 5. Michaela was displeased that Veena didn't consider helping District 5, especially since Michaela had openly declared her intent to oppose the leader's decision. Other nobles shared her discontent, feeling that Veena intended for District 5 to bear the pressure from District 7 alone. One noble expressed that they could not remain camped at Pano for long because the workload for the nobles and leaders was already heavy, suggesting that they could return and request assistance from District 6 instead. District 6 was likely already embittered by District 7's assassination of people within their borders. Michaela doubted District 6 would help, as they had always kept themselves hidden in the snowy mountains, never considering alliances with other districts. Michaela decided to return to Crotahur in a month's time, believing that Rachel would not attempt anything crazy, such as moving forces across borders. She instructed everyone to disperse and continue their tasks. Once the nobles left, Michaela turned to Kenneth and asked what their next move should be. Kenneth, deep in thought, admitted that he did not trust Rachel at all. He warned that although they had been allies with District 4 for a long time, Veena might not be able to do much, and even if she could, it would probably be only after Rachel sought them out. Michaela understood this and told Kenneth to bring her some paper. She wanted him to draft a message to send to a district that had power comparable to District 4, but was bolder, specifically to District 8. Rajil gathered his forces behind the castle at night. Over 500 strong men, equipped with power-enhancing gauntlets, stood in formation, joined by Ginor and other commanders. Rajil inquired about Tri's whereabouts, and Agi informed him that Tri hadn't come to train for a while. Rajil sighed, expressing relief that Tri was absent. He didn't want him involved in this affair. He approached Ginor. The burly man with a beard bowed respectfully to Rajil, who remarked that Ginor's killing had complicated everything. Ginor apologized, but admitted he enjoyed using the power-enhancing gauntlets. Rajil chose not to press further, but emphasized that such actions must not be repeated. He instructed Ginor and all the soldiers that this would be a specific mission. They were to go to Peno, seize the city, and extract all the Chimra essence and Chimra fruit. Everything needed to happen swiftly, and no unnecessary harm should come to the people. After 1 week, everyone was to quickly leave Peno. The forces acknowledged his orders, and Rajil wished everyone good luck. Agi asked if Rajil would accompany the troops. Rajil replied that he would. After taking care of some final matters, he instructed Agi to prepare the ship. On the side of Lofness, he had been traveling for a long time with a group of outsiders from Zone 1, until finally they reached the seashore. It was a stretch of desert meeting the sea. Penrose said that they would take a boat to continue on to Lofness. Lofness was surprised. He thought the oasis would be a city, not an island that everyone was about to cross the sea to reach. How could he live as an islander? Penrose replied that at first, people in the city were like that, but once they got there, they would change their minds, and he ordered Lofness to push the cart onto the raft. As the forces in Sector 7 weakened, Kawin, Tha, and Nan approached the side of the Jonther castle. Nan sent a message to Veena, informing her of his plan to dismantle the development of the power-enhancing gloves. He was surprised that normally the trained forces would be on standby to ensure security throughout the city, but this time they seemed absent. Tri mentioned he wasn't sure either, but it seemed Rajil had ordered a redeployment of the troops, though their new location was unknown to them. Tha remarked that was good news. Nan reiterated their mission, to destroy documents and eliminate all the gloves. Everyone acknowledged this clearly. Nan and Kawin took their positions. Kawin observed Nan, who appeared to be under great pressure. Nan let out a sigh. Before today, He had been uncertain whether he could do it. He was about to burn everything that Rajil, who had been gracious to him his entire life, had built. The first time he met Rajil, he had treated Nan very well, always supporting his work, offering advice, and playing the role of a father and an older brother to him. But Nan told himself he had to go through with it to help save this new world. He asked Kawin if he felt the same, and Kawin agreed. He had seen just how dangerous the power-enhancing gloves were, and he would be the last one to use them. Nan nodded at Kawin just as Tri moved in to clear a path, diverting Kawin's attention. Nan and Tha slipped in behind a cart that entered the castle. The three of them navigated toward the workspace, which was now closed. Nan used the gloves to wrench the door open. Kawin would keep watch outside, while Tri and Na entered. Tha found the documents and set fire to them, while Tri hurriedly used the gloves to conjure water, extinguishing the flames to prevent them from spreading and creating smoke. Meanwhile, Nan was gathering all the information from Rajil's desk until it was bare. At the same time, not only was today the day the four of them were to destroy the power-enhancing gloves, but it was also the day Rajil was preparing to pursue the troops at Peno. IG arrived alongside him. Rajil, positioned in the high tower of the leader's quarters, spotted a small flicker of light emerging from the glove construction building. He grew suspicious and asked AG who else was in the glove creation building. AG replied there shouldn't be anyone, but Rajil jumped in alarm because inside there were documents related to the construction and all the work on the power-enhancing gloves. If a fire started there, it would be catastrophic. Rajil quickly accelerated the cart, instructing AG to grab their things and head to the ship, and Rajil seized the power-enhancing gloves as well. Nan arrived at the crystal distillation room, allowing Quinn to follow him in as they worked together to destroy the various equipment. Quinn hastily swept everything onto the floor, taking a hammer he had prepared to smash items into pieces. Suddenly, Rachel burst in, shocked to find Nan and Quinn demolishing everything he had created. Anger boiled over in Rachel. He raised his gloved hand, channeling his power to summon a wave of water that crashed into both Quinn and Nan, sending them sprawling. Both cried out in pain. Rachel shouted that they shouldn't be there before uttering "Aqua Tree," pushing his hand outward to create a towering wave that surged toward Nan. Nan urged Quinn to continue destroying the gloves and called forth Ion 4, the protective barrier he had once used against Tree, but the metal shield shattered under the intense pressure of the water, causing Nan to tumble along with the wave. Rachel stepped forward, grabbing the collar of Nan's shirt and demanding to know why he was acting like this. Nan pleaded with Rachel to stop using the gloves, arguing that they wouldn't make the world any better. Everyone would just end up fighting among themselves. Rachel retorted, questioning how Nan could understand. Nan, like everyone else, wouldn't let him try at first, insisting on undermining him instead. Nan needed a moment. He called out Ion Tree, and metal spikes shot up from the ground. Rachel released his grip on Nan, quickly employing Aqua One to create a water barrier, retreating from the iron spikes that jutted forth. With a wave of his hand, Rachel summoned the rising water, which crashed down and knocked Nan to the floor. Rachel rushed inside the experimental building and spotted Quinn about to set fire to the gloves he had gathered in the center. Rachel had to stop Quinn, but behind him, a massive wave formed, driven by Tri, who had joined the fight. Tri summoned the same water Rachel had used against Nan earlier, now surging back toward Rachel. However, Rachel was not easily defeated. He flicked his hand, parting the crashing water as it dissipated. Rachel commanded Tri to stop, but Tri replied that he was aware of Rachel sending people to harm those in Zone 6. He apologized for having to ask Rajil to stop and requested that Rajil punish him right here. Rajil asked if Tri had been manipulated by Nan. He wasn't about to create a weapon. He was trying to build safety in this new world. Tri turned to look at Nan, who was lying there groaning, and told Rajil that this new safety had just knocked Nan down to the ground. Rajil was tired of arguing. He lunged at Tri. Tri handled Rajil's water powers better than Nan did, countering Rajil with everything he had. But the difference between Tri's gloves and Rajil's fantastic power-boosting gloves allowed Rajil to sweep a massive wave of water towards Tri, sending him crashing down. Rajil turned to Quinn, who had just succeeded in destroying his gloves. Rajal was furious and tried to raise his hands to unleash water at Quinn as well. Quinn recalled Tri's words. Without using his hands, the gloves wouldn't channel any power. Quinn shouted, "Nature too," a move that conjured vines to wrap around Rajal's arms, preventing him from channeling his power. But Rajal simply pulled those vines off his arms. Quinn still had time. He rushed to drag Tri and Nan away, but both were still conscious, though in too much pain to walk at that moment. Rajal managed to free his arms from the vines. He tightened his gloves and walked toward the three of them. When Nan saw Rajal approaching, he believed that Rajal could kill all three of them right then. Nan struggled to shake his hand, signaling Quinn to abandon him and flee. Everything was happening so fast. Rajal's anger flared, and he was about to unleash the power of his gloves on the three of them. But at that moment, Rajal was jolted back by a powerful gust of wind. He collided with the wall, gasping for breath. The three turned around to find that it was Da who had come to their aid. Da was equally surprised that his power had suddenly manifested. It was the power of wind that had wind powers. Tri regained his composure and quickly urged everyone to flee. Da lifted Nan out of the room. Rajal regained consciousness when Ag came to wake him. Rajal stood up and asked what had happened. Ag explained that it was time to set sail, but she couldn't find Rajal, so she came looking for him and found him unconscious, surrounded by several pairs of damaged gloves. Rajal walked over to inspect the gloves, filled with fury at the Nan. Ag asked what they should do next. Should she send someone to search for them? Rajal replied that it wasn't necessary. Just order everyone to board the ship. Stick to the original plan. They must make it to Pano, no matter what. Pano, the harbor town, lay quiet tonight. People had settled into their homes for a night of rest, with only a few townsfolk braving the outdoors. Among them were 4 members of the local militia, tasked with maintaining order in this Sector 5 harbor town. Little did they know, approximately 20 intruders were stealthily making their way in, preparing to surround and capture them. With electrified gloves, they struck the unsuspecting guards, rendering them unconscious one by one. Kinor moved effortlessly through the town, his gloves raised, scanning the east and west, north and south, confident after having conferred with units across the board. Some of his forces seized key locations, capturing the local governor of Pano. Others blocked the main entrance to the town. Still more took control of the intelligence unit, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. A few set up a small encampment to monitor any further movements. Pano had no defenses. In this new world, it had never experienced such a full-scale siege. This lack of preparation allowed Kinor's forces from Sector 7 to completely secure Pano. Kinor commanded the remaining troops to fulfill their duty, find the Chimra tree and the Chimra crystal. However, he was unaware that on this very night, an intelligence officer was rushing to deliver a report to Thier. The officer had witnessed Pano's takeover, and just before he could be caught, he quickly exited the town. Meanwhile, more of Kinor's forces secured the intelligence unit, ensuring no one could escape. The unit of soldiers rode day and night until they grew weary, finally stopping at Jepal O, a city in northern Panamana. The messenger fell from his horse at the noble's house, and the dignitaries and people nearby came out to see, including Kenneth, the High Lord of District 5, who was still there. The messenger reported that Pan O had been seized, and no one knew who had done it or where they came from, but those people wore glowing gloves. Kenneth immediately recognized them as the Rajheel. He ordered his men to carry the messenger to rest. Kenneth commanded someone to write a letter to inform Makilla of the Rajheel's assault. However, he thought carefully. Sending a message back and forth would take time. By the time District 5 could gather forces, they would have to enlist the townspeople instead, as there weren't enough soldiers. Thus, Kenneth sent a letter to District 4, notifying Veena as well. Moreover, even if District 4 had actual troops, fighting against the gloves, as Nan had once said, would be futile. No one could contend with the power-enhancing gloves. Nan knew this well. If District 7 truly had the power-enhancing gloves, having Nanfa with them might lead to something being done. Though it seemed like an easy task, Ginor took several days to find the Chimra tree and the land where Chimra crystals naturally formed. It was located on the mountains surrounding the town of Pano. Here, there were many Chimra trees, but one stood tall and was the primary source of the Shimra crystals. Ginor had an official named Timros examine the tree to confirm whether it was indeed Shimra. Timros confirmed it was, so Ginor ordered the men to start transporting the Shimra crystals. Adil, the Lord of Pano, requested that Ginor provide food for the townsfolk, or at least allow them to leave the town. They had been hungry and confined for several days. Ginor replied that he would do nothing of the sort. He would provide only one meal per person, and he instructed the townspeople to wait for the goods to be loaded onto the ships. Anyone who did not comply would not receive any food. Ginor commanded this and had Adil imprisoned for the time being. He urged the men to work quickly. The Shimra crystals needed to depart from the port of Pano as soon as possible. In the realm of District 2, Tharun called a meeting of the officials to discuss the increase in taxation. Sep Otto, whom Tharun had not reprimanded, carried on with an impassive demeanor, showing no remorse for his actions. Tharun had lost trust in these two, for he had observed their true natures when his back was turned. Looking around, Tharun noted the absence of Kassadit, with only Kovit, an official from the Sarn faction, present. Tharun then inquired of Kovit why Kassadit, Kovit's father, was not attending the meeting. Kovit replied that it was because Tharun had yet to release his father. Since the day Kassadit had been falsely accused, he had remained at home, too afraid to step outside and speak with the forces stationed nearby. He had been holed up, fearing further blame, and expressed his loyalty to Tharun, insisting that he had never considered fleeing. Tharun felt a sense of satisfaction with Kassadit's loyalty. Kassadit had previously been a competent treasury official, and having him back could help balance the power between himself and Sep. Tharun acknowledged his mistake in punishing Kassadit and publicly announced the cancellation of his sentence, declaring that Kassadit would no longer be imprisoned. Sep immediately interjected, reminding Tharun that the matter of the missing treasury funds was still unresolved. The items that Kavit, his son, had sent were still incomplete, and no further shipments had arrived for over a month. Tiam, another official present, countered Sep's argument, suggesting that Kavit might have had to travel further afield, causing delays in transporting the assets. However, he believed that Kavit would never betray District 2, particularly with his father still here. Penru chimed in, agreeing to reduce Kassadit's punishment. He emphasized that Kassadit was a capable man and that the missing amount of 10,000 days could be recovered in due time. Reflecting on their words, Tharun decided to lessen the punishment for Kassadit, instructing that he would no longer be confined and asking him to come see him the next day. Kassadis felt immense joy upon hearing the news, so much so that he bent down and prostrated himself on the ground for Mayrate and the other members of the troop to see. As he did, he began to murmur about the trials he had faced while working diligently. Walit and Kanit, his wife and daughter, were equally happy, and the three embraced one another. Kanit suggested that her father should walk from their home to the Sathir Hall. Kassadis smiled and agreed with his little daughter, shouting out loud that to honor the grace of Tharun, he would walk from home to the hall, vowing not to use a cart or horse as he had previously. Upon hearing this, Mayrate admired Kassadis. He then entered the town to rest and spoke to the villagers passing by, inviting many of them to come and witness Kassadis's walk to work together. The following morning, Kassadis dressed like a high-ranking noble and seriously set off from his home to enter the town. The villagers gathered to watch his return. Kassadis felt delighted to see so many people. Pavel, a friend of Kassadis, approached him with warm greetings, accompanied by other noble friends. The villagers, excitedly watching, shouted out Kassadis's name, the nobleman they hoped to trust. Kassadis looked around, and the crowd's calls for his name grew louder. He knelt on the ground and bowed his head once before taking another step, then prostrated himself fully on the ground once more. He continued this ritual, kneeling and bowing, until he reached the Sathir Hall. Seeing such behavior, Tharun applauded and came to lift Kassadis to his feet. Tharun told Kassadis that he was of an age where he need not keep bowing like that. Kassadis replied that he could not. As a nobleman, performing such gestures of respect to their leader was fitting. Tharun instructed Kassadis to return to his seat and reinstated him as the treasury official once again. Kassadis accepted it and thanked Tharun. Veena called an immediate meeting of the nobles as soon as Kenef's message arrived, announcing that Rachil had dispatched forces to seize Penno. The nobles debated intensely, for this was the first time troops had been sent out of their territories for conquest. Veena urged everyone to decide how best to respond, as the actions of District 4, the largest district, would serve as an example for others if conflict arose. Then, she informed them that she had already relocated her special forces to Thier and O, situated on the border between Districts 4 and 5. With an order from the assembly, the forces would immediately assist Penno. Many nobles supported the idea of sending help, with Demine taking the lead on this matter. However, a few nobles opposed the mobilization, fearing that other districts might interpret the presence of forces as a green light to seize and conquer as well. This particularly concerned District 8, the most powerful in this new world. Demine argued that being a large district meant they had a responsibility. Mikilla and District 5 had always been allies to District 4, suggesting that they should definitely move to assist. Veena contemplated for a while before concluding that they would indeed send help to District 5. She appointed Victor, who maintained order in District 4, as the commander for this mission, instructing him to head to Thier and O immediately. Veena herself would lead the command in District 5. On the outskirts of Nan, after several days spent destroying the facilities that produced the power-enhancing gloves, burning all documents and blueprints, he, Kawin, and Thier rested in a neighboring town called Thier, waiting to see if their efforts in destroying the documents had been effective, but no one appeared to be following them. Tri returned from his time in Thier. Nan asked if there were any updates, to which Tri replied that he hadn't heard anything. Thier still looked normal, but the strange thing was that Rahil was nowhere to be found. He asked locals around, but they hadn't seen Rahil either, as if after their confrontation that day, he'd simply vanished. He had to be somewhere. At that moment, a pigeon flew in and landed on the window of their lodging. Kawin recognized it as his bird, which he had left with Kenneth, the lord of District 5. He caught the bird and examined the message it carried. He was shocked and exclaimed that he now knew where Rahil had gone. Rahil was heading to District 5 to seize Penno, accompanied by a large force. They interjected, mentioning that he had heard Daner say there were plenty of Shamara crystals there. Tri noted that it was possible. He was beginning to piece together where the forces of the entire city had disappeared to. Kawin asked Nan what they should do next. Nan stated he would go to Penno. He intended to stop Rahil. He then began to gather his belongings. Tri and Kawin watched him. Tri stepped forward and grabbed Nan's arm, asking if he intended to go alone. Nan looked at Kawin and Thier, indicating that he didn't want to impose too much on the three of them. He felt he needed to go. Thier questioned how he would get there, as Penno and Thier were nearly 2 months apart, requiring a large ship. Going alone to fight was risky. They had been 4 when they failed to defeat Rahil before. Nan admitted he didn't know. He only knew that he wanted to stop Rahil. He loved and respected Rahil and didn't want him to keep making the wrong choices. Tri instructed Kawin and Thier to gather their things, asserting they would go with him. Kawin nodded in agreement, expressing that he too wanted to stop Rahil. Tri likely shared that sentiment as well. Everyone looked at Thier. He claimed he didn't intend to stop Rahil, but he still didn't feel satisfied with his ability to harness the gloves. He had only just begun to discover his power. Everyone smiled, and Nan thanked them all. Just then, loud commotion erupted from outside. The 4 rushed out to see a convoy of several boats by the river next to their lodging. Nan immediately understood and felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, for those ships belonged to District 8, which was now advancing into District 7. Gavin, Nanfa, Thier, and Tri were brought aboard the ship by Dimidus, the right-hand man of the leader, to meet the Kaiser. Gavin was awestruck by the grandiose size of the leader's ship. It was far more impressive and intimidating than that of District 4. Numerous nobles gathered in the grand hall of the ship, where the Kaiser sat upon his throne. When they arrived, Dimidus introduced Nanfa, mentioning that he was the one with white-blue hair and had previously been the assistant to Rachil. The Kaiser looked at Nanfa, and Gavin, Thier, and Tri were surprised that someone of the leader's stature recognized him. The Kaiser then asked who the other 4 were. Nanfa replied that they were his friends. Nanfa inquired why the Kaiser had entered District 7, explaining that the Kaiser's mobilization of forces into District 7 violated the principles of coexistence in Shangtong. The Kaiser did not answer Nanfa's question, but instead asked if Nanfa had a way to stop the power-expanding gloves. Nanfa also remained silent, but Tri suddenly spoke up, claiming that Nanfa could stop Rothschild and requested that the Kaiser take them to Penno. There was a moment of silence in the room as Tri's unexpected announcement hung in the air. Demetis mentioned that they were heading to Penno and that Nanfa would come along if he proved useful, so he should demonstrate his usefulness to the leader. Nanfa looked at Demetis, while Tri whispered to Nanfa to tell the Kaiser. Nanfa then explained that the forces the Kaiser had brought would be unable to harm someone wearing the power-expanding gloves, as the gloves would draw out radiation to protect against incoming threats. If the threat was not a power, nothing could penetrate the glove's radiation shield. The Kaiser instructed Demetis to let them rest and to hasten their journey to Penno, urging him to row quickly both day and night. Demetis acknowledged the command and told the four of them to follow him. Once they exited the hall, Demetis remarked that he recognized Nanfa, the one who had opposed Rothschild during the leaders' meeting. Gavin expressed his respect toward Demetis and asked why District 8 was going to Penno. Demetis explained that Miklas had sent word for District 8 to assist Penno, which had been taken over by the forces of District 7. He declared that he and Nanfa were now on the same side, and Nanfa was to help him deal with the power-expanding gloves. Nanfa did not respond, but he believed that with District 8 and District 4 working together, they could stop the forces of District 7. Makila's available forces joined Kenneth at Penno. Makila asked Kenneth how things were in Penno. Kenneth reported that, as far as he had sent scouts, the District 7 forces still held their position in the city. The townspeople had been conscripted to transport shimmering crystals onto ships. One vessel had already departed the dock, likely loaded to capacity with crystals. Makila felt anxious. He ordered another noble named Semir to lead a strike force to reclaim Penno by the next day. Semir accepted the command. At that moment, someone entered with a message, saying that a contingent from District 4 had come to seek an audience. Makila granted them entry. The newcomer was a noble who brought a request for permission from Makila to move troops into District 5. Makila granted this and asked the noble how far District 4 had progressed. The District 4 noble replied that they anticipated reaching Penno in 4 days. Kenneth suggested that if there was enough space to the west of Penno for both forces to converge, then District 4 should gather there, and they would deploy their troops to join up, carefully discussing their plans. Makila agreed and instructed the noble to hurry back and inform Veena. The noble acknowledged the order and took his leave. In District 2, Casitas went out to the market with Pavel. They talked about work and interacted with the locals. Many villagers admired Casitas and brought him food and various treats. Casitas expressed his gratitude. Some villagers offered him food and asked if he could reduce the taxes a bit, since during Sep's governance, the levies had become too burdensome. Casitas said he felt sorry about the situation. He mentioned that he would adjust the taxes downwards, but for now, he had to collect according to what Sep had established for a while. Once the treasury began to stabilize, he would lower them. The villager thanked Casitas, believing he would keep his promise and that he was genuinely doing good. Pavel remarked how happy he was that the people loved Casitas so much. With such admiration, he should really consider running for leadership. Pavel was convinced that the voters would choose Casitas. Casitas replied that he wasn't interested in running for office, but despite wanting to do good, he felt an urge within him to take certain actions. He craved vengeance. Casitas took Pavel outside the Thier palace and asked if Pavel had ever mentioned knowing someone who could gather forces to help him. Pavel nodded. He said he had an idea of who could be found, but what he wanted to know more was if Casitas wanted to take revenge on Sep. Casitas said that Sep had slandered him many times, but worse was that Sep had long been a powerful noble in District 2, always maintaining his status. He wanted to eliminate Sep. Pavel responded affirmatively. He would find an assassin for him. Casitas then said no. He wanted a full force, a kind that would invade the city at night. Sep had too many ears and eyes. He feared that a mere assassin wouldn't be sufficient. Pavel acknowledged this. He suggested that if the forces were outsiders, it would be better, because if outsiders killed Sep, no one would trace it back to Casitas. Casitas agreed, thanking Pavel for always being supportive. He promised to take good care of Pavel's family. Pavel expressed gratitude and felt satisfied that a great noble like Khasidis would look after his family. Khasidis added that Woman should be involved in this matter, as he would surely have a grudge against Sepp and Otto for deceiving him. Pavel acknowledged this and agreed to discuss it with Woman. Rajil arrived at Pano, welcomed by Gainor. Rajil asked Gainor for an update on the current situation, how many crystals had been collected, the size of Pano's territory, and whether any movements had been noted in Zone 5. Gainor reported that they had stored Chimera crystals and Chimera fruit for several days, acquiring a substantial quantity that had already been transported to a large ship heading back to Zone 7. Pano itself was vast, with mountainous areas interspersed with flat land, making it ideal for farming and fortifying, as well as for offensives. As for Zone 5, there was still uncertainty about their activities. However, they likely remained unaware that Pano had been secured for several days. Rajil instructed Gainor to maintain vigilance and speed up their work. Gainor acknowledged the order and went back to his tasks. Chef Ko accompanied Rajil and asked if he liked the place. He noted that while Gainor was impulsive, his analysis of Pano was impressive. Rajil inquired why Chef Ko thought that way. Chef Ko explained that Pano was plentiful year-round, with cold water flowing from Tazwante, contrasting with the warm lowlands. The vegetation thrived easily along the major river, facilitating travel, and the mountains served as a solid protective barrier leading to Zones 4, 5, 6, or even Zone 7. Chef Ko suggested that if Makila arrived, Rajil should negotiate to buy Pano for Zone 7 outright. Rajil asked if Chef Ko was confident that Makila would agree to sell Pano. Chef Ko replied that Rajil should ask Veena to assist in the negotiations. Selling would be preferable to Makila sending forces to reclaim the city. Veena was not one to let a war break out. The purchase would involve money for Makila, thus avoiding war in the New World, and Veena would gain respect in the negotiations. Veena would likely persuade Makila to consent to the sale, or if Makila refused, nobody in this world could withstand the power of Rajil's expansion gloves. However, to demonstrate sincerity, Rajil should retrieve the expansion gloves first and trade them for other armed forces. This way, they could minimize potential problems. Rajil agreed, stating that it was an excellent plan. The long journey of Loveness has finally brought him to Oasis, the great island of Zone 1. As Loveness stepped off the boat, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Oasis is located on the eastern side of Zone 1, a place where outsiders come to settle. In the past, it was discovered and traversed because Xiangdong had brought a tree from Taswanta to plant here. However, due to the differing gravitational pulls of the flat world and the year-round sunlight, this tree grew tall and magnificent, overshadowing the others, and transformed the arid, desert landscape of Zone 1 into fertile and lush land. The people residing in the heart of Zone 1 gradually moved away to settle here, making it the largest suburban population in this new world. Upon his arrival, Loveness encountered the community living under the giant tree that stood on the other side of the island, so vast that even Loveness, standing at a distance, could see it clearly. Penru asked if everyone who came here could choose their own identity, a farmer, a sculptor, a blacksmith, or something else, but not aristocracy. Loveness replied that he hadn't yet thought about those matters. Penru commented that Loveness was quite clever and added that they would need to walk for another week before reaching that tree. There was plenty of time for Loveness to ponder. On the northern side of Penno that night, the forces of Zone 7 were caught off guard as the city's entrances and exits came under attack. Sermier led about 100 horsemen armed and ready to clash with Zone 7's forces. The assault from Zone 5 was swift, resulting in over 20 casualties. However, once they regained their composure, the Zone 7 troops took up their weapons and fought back. These Zone 7 fighters were not mere pawns. They had been trained as the first line of defense without relying on any untested tactics. With a trained force against a hastily assembled group of locals, Zone 5 found themselves easily countered, prompting Sermier to order a retreat. Mikela was furious upon hearing the news of Sermier's failed leadership in the attack. Sermier apologized for the mistake, but explained that Zone 7 had a well-trained army, making it difficult to mount an assault. Mikela chose not to hold it against him and declared she would allow Sermier to lead the forces again, but next time, he must secure a victory for Zone 5. Sermier acknowledged her words. At that moment, the troops reported that Veena had arrived. Michaela went out to greet her and encountered Veena's contingent of about 400 soldiers, along with various important nobles trailing behind. When Veena met Michaela, she expressed her joy and emphasized that they would have to seriously rely on Zone 4 this time. Veena reassured her not to worry and asked Michaela to lead them into a meeting to discuss the upcoming war efforts. Michaela said that last night she tried to send forces to attack the northern side of the city, but they were repelled. The forces of Rajil were strong and well-trained. Veena understood, just as a messenger walked in to inform them that a noble from District 7 wished to meet with Michaela. Michaela allowed the noble to enter and discovered it was Chef Ko, who had come to see both leaders. Michaela scolded Chef Ko for leading the forces from District 7 to seize control. Chef Ko did not argue. He had only come to deliver a message from Rajil to Michaela, and now Veena was also present. Veena asked what the message from Rajil entailed, what he wanted. Chef Ko replied that Rajil cared for their good relationship. He adhered to the leaders' consensus and respected all leaders, and the onset of war was not something Rajil desired. Chef Ko said that Rajil wanted to buy Panau for the price of 1 million dies to avoid war. Rajil was willing to compensate for the damage caused to Panau. Panau would remain an important city that all districts could access, but under the rule and laws of District 7. Michaela declared that she would not sell Panau. It was the economic hub of District 5, too significant to be priced. She would rather have war than lose Panau. Veena pondered seriously. She thanked Chef Ko for delivering the message and said she would consider other offers. Just 1 million days was not enough to sell Panau. Chef Ko stated he would accept Veena's answer, that she would like to sell Panau for more. He requested that Veena call him back if she had a higher price in mind before he took his leave. Michaela did not understand why Veena was negotiating in that way. She asked Veena if she truly intended to sell Panau. Veena replied that it preserved the lives of people in the district. Their forces would not fall in battle. Michaela insisted she could not agree to such terms. There would be no negotiations whatsoever. Michaela told Veena that they should not negotiate with Rajil. His intentions were clear. He wanted to seize District 5 at all costs. Veena contemplated for a moment before Damien requested to speak. He suggested they should not respond to Chef Ko yet, but rather keep him there for now. Then Michaela and Veena could tighten their control over the area. If they limited the scope, it would be easier to reclaim Panau. Michaela agreed. Veena said it was a good idea and ordered Kethan and Damien to work with Samir. The siege had begun. Forces from Zone 4 and Zone 5 had pushed the troops from Zone 7 back into the city, compelling Rachel to step outside and see what was happening. Kinor reported that the forces from Zone 4 had arrived. They were pressing us in, shooting arrows relentlessly. Rachel realized he had been betrayed by Veena. Sending Chef Ko to negotiate had proven futile. Instead, he had been driven back into the city. Rachel instructed Kinor to return the gloves to the troops. Anyone who approached Pano should be handled by Kinor without hesitation. Kinor acknowledged the order as Rachel turned to retrace his steps back to his room. He retrieved a carefully hidden box, placing it on the table and opening it. Rachel was furious with Veena for detaining Chef Ko. He intended to get his minister back, armed with the gloves that amplified his power. On the side of Nanfa, Quinn, Tri, and Tha had entered the Pano territory. Nanfa spoke with Demetis about whether there were any plans for Zone 8 to approach Pano. Demetis replied that Kaiser would be sending forces directly to the Pano port. Nanfa mentioned that Rakil might already have troops stationed there, and it wouldn't be easy for Demetis and Kaiser to dock at the port. Quinn, who was present, stated that he had seen a plateau lying north of Pano. It was a pass where people could be brought in. Demetis inquired who Quinn was and whether there was anything to back up his claim. Quinn bowed to Demetis and explained that he was from the expedition group representing Zones 2 and 3, sent on a mission to establish relations with other zones around the world. Demetis praised Quinn's work, noting it was happening just as the zones were on the verge of conflict. Quinn smiled wryly and said he had been a traveler and had spent quite some time in Pano. He knew of routes into Pano other than the port. Upon hearing this, Demetis asked Nanfa if it were true, and Nanfa confirmed it. Demetis chose to trust these young men and led them to meet Kaiser. Demetis introduced Quinn as someone who had lived in Pano before, capable of guiding them into Pano from the north. In fact, Kaiser had met Quinn before, as he had once been the employer of Kassadit, Quinn's father, back when Quinn was just a boy. However, Kaiser didn't recognize the grown-up version of that boy since so much time had passed. Kaiser told Demetis to let them go. They would still proceed with the original plan. Demetis had no objections, and Nanfa assured them it was fine. They would handle things on their own. Demetis escorted all four, Quinn, Nanfa, Tri, and Tha, to the departure point. They continued on foot, and Tri remarked to Nanfa that even if they managed to halt the forces, their power-enhancing gloves would likely not be enough to stop Rachil now. Nanfa said he had a plan and called Quinn and Tha over to discuss it. They began outlining their strategy to stop Rachil and the fully functional power-enhancing gloves. The shimmering crystals of Shimra began to fill the second ship. The forces worked tirelessly from dawn until well into the night. Rachil personally oversaw the operation as the situation grew increasingly perilous. He stood in the middle of the city, wearing gloves, urging the workers to hasten the loading of the Shimra crystals onto the ship. Jinor rushed over to Rachil, informing him that the forces outside the city were beginning to gather, as if they were tightening the noose around them. Rachil was displeased and instructed Jinor to hold them off. The Shimra crystals were nearly loaded. Jinor acknowledged this and quickly left to implement the city's defenses. Outside the city, Piano, Veena, Michaela, Kenneth, and Damien stood vigilantly observing the unfolding battle not far away. They could see Semir leading his forces, encircling the city from the north, while Kachent led the troops surrounding the remaining entrances. Then Semir began to command his forces to advance step by step, tightening the circle to gain entry into the city. Kachent ordered a synchronized movement in response. At the city gates, Jinor emerged, shouting that if the encirclement was not lifted, he would kill everyone without exception. Semir shouted back for them to surrender, promising that no one would have to die. Jinor ignored the plea and activated his power gloves, which gleamed a bright yellow. His electrical energy surged forth. Semir instructed the front line to raise their shields while the rear prepared their spears to throw. The troops hurled their sharp wooden spears at Jinor. He stood with his arms wide to welcome the spears, which struck him, yet they shattered upon impact, as if he bore some invisible armor. The troops and Semir were taken aback. Kachent, witnessing the scene, regained his composure and had a realization. He turned to Semir and said, "If we can remove the gloves, we can handle him." Semir understood and shouted for everyone to prepare for an attack, while Kachent rallied the troops to get ready. He then commanded all forces to charge at the Zone 7 army immediately. In District 2 at night, Pavel rode swiftly out of the city of Sather. He made his way to the border of Sinioro to meet a group of outsiders led by Beek, a leader with a militia capable of causing a stir. Most of Beek's group consisted of people affected by the recent tax hikes imposed by Sepp. Pavel negotiated with Beek that he would create a diversion within the city. He had friends who could relocate the Sather city's forces, and he asked Beek to raid the city, but the real intention was to eliminate two high-ranking officials. The first was a man named Otto, and the other was Sepp. Upon hearing Sepp's name, Beek immediately agreed, harboring a considerable grudge against Sepp for forcing him to lead people outside the city. Beek instructed Pavel to set a date, as he would bring about 200 men to raid the city. Pavel acquiesced, requesting that they only cause a disturbance and steal valuables while killing Sepp and himself, but he urged them not to harm the townspeople. Returning to the area of tight combat, the combined forces of Zones 4 and 5 were struggling against the unit from Zone 7, which was utilizing both weapons and power-enhancing gloves. Despite their numbers, they were unable to contend with the forces wielding those gloves. Jinor unleashed a shock of lightning energy at the troops, dispatching them with ease. Ket was doing his best to hold his ground. He was probably the only one who could match the power users blow for blow. He dodged attacks from those wielding water and earth powers before engaging in hand-to-hand combat, bringing several of them down. But then Jinor approached and closed in on him, trading punches. Ket managed to block Jinor's fist, but Jinor retaliated with a blast of lightning that sent Ket tumbling to the ground in a spasm. Veena was shocked to see Ket, her devoted servant, collapse. His condition uncertain. The combined forces, seeing Ket fall, were filled with fear and shouted that they were no match for the enemy, who was simply too strong. The mixed forces were on the verge of retreating when Jinor shouted, laughing triumphantly, that no one could stand against him. At that moment, however, a massive tree came hurtling toward Jinor. Startled, he used his gloves to slice the tree apart. He demanded to know who had thrown it. The man responsible did not answer, but charged at Jinor, filled with rage. His green power-enhancing gloves shone brightly. It was Kawin, who had hurled the tree at Jinor. Yet, this green traveler had lost all sense of reason. Faced with the man who had killed to abduct him, Kawin was enraged, rushing in to invoke nature's grasp, ensnaring Jinor's arms to prevent him from wielding his powers. Jinor was taken by surprise and couldn't react in time. Kawin delivered a powerful punch to Ginor's face, knocking him down. Kawin climbed on top and pounded his fists into Ginor's face, seeking to wreak vengeance on this villain who took lives so callously. In that moment, the combined forces saw 3 more men, all in power-enhancing gloves, rushing in to engage with the forces also clad in gloves. Those 3 were Thier, Thier, and Nanfa. Thier shouted to Thier, who was still wrestling with the others, urging him to quickly bring Kawin back, for Kawin had lost all restraint. Once a gentle soul, Kawin's rage against Jinor pushed him to the brink of taking a life. Kawin smashed Ginor's face until it was bloodied, completely disregarding Ginor's strength. Various seeds lay scattered around Jinor, indicating how many punches Kawin had thrown at him. Nan rushed in, striking everyone he could to get them to halt as quickly as possible. At that moment, a burst of fire shot toward the back line of the forces, heading straight for Veena. Nan sprinted back, casting Ion 4 to create an iron barrier to shield Veena and Michaela. Fireballs shattered around them, startling both Veena and Michaela. Nan stepped forward and urged Veena and Michaela to retreat. He bowed respectfully to both leaders, insisting they withdraw, as it was too dangerous. Veena declared that she wouldn't abandon her forces, and Michaela echoed her sentiment, refusing to leave the land that belonged to her. Realizing he couldn't force the leaders to leave, Nan requested that Veena order her forces to find a way into the city to help the townspeople escape the war. He and Thier would hold off the enemy forces. Veena agreed and relayed the command through Damien. Meanwhile, Kawin and Jinor were engaged in their own battle. Kawin was pounding Ginor's face into a pulp, but Jinor wouldn't go down easily. He raised his hand to tear the vines to channel his power. However, both were struck by the wave of water that Thier unleashed, sending the enemy forces tumbling down in chaos. Jinor stood up, preparing to unleash a bolt of lightning, but Thier cast Wind One, sending a powerful gust straight at Jinor, knocking him into other soldiers, causing them to fall around Thier. Aware of Ginor's abilities, Thier quickly bent down to remove Ginor's gloves. Thier instructed Kawin to bind the enemies, but Kawin protested that there were too many. Thier urged him, saying, "Just do it." Kawin, wide-eyed, frantically gathered about 10 blue seeds before throwing them at the groaning soldiers of Zone 7. He cast Nature 1, and the blue seeds erupted into vines, ensnaring several of those forces. Michaela quickly ordered her people to apprehend the enemy soldiers immediately, yet the forces of Zone 7 still outnumbered them. Thier observed both sides clashing violently and sought a higher vantage point. Spotting a wagon parked nearby, he shouted for everyone to stop. It worked. Both forces paused, perplexed, and turned their attention towards Thier. Thier yelled to the forces of Zone 7 that everyone knew him. He was the one training them all. He understood that no one wanted this kind of war. They were merely following orders. Yet creating these gloves would lead to various consequences down the line. Thier pleaded for the forces of Zone 7 to stop and surrender, to go back and see their families instead. Many in Zone 7 understood that they could not fight Thier and Nanfa, and preserving their lives was paramount. Thus, they all removed their gloves. Everyone surrendered. They no longer wished to continue fighting. Thier thanked them, and Nan turned to Mukla to have them apprehend the surrendering forces of Zone 7. Mukla complied, instructing the troops to take control of those who had given up willingly. Everything seemed to be going according to plan, but suddenly a gigantic water wall surged towards them, sweeping everyone away, both the mixed forces and those from Zone 7 who had already given in. In one tremendous blow, everyone fell to the ground. Some even perished immediately. Even Trit, Nan, and Kui were knocked down. In the middle of Pano City, there was one man who had no intention of surrendering. He approached wearing an electrifying blue power-enhancing glove. Rashiel walked in, looking down at Nan, who was writhing on the ground. Rashiel remarked, "It must always be you." Kui shouted for Rashiel, reminding him that he had once given Rashiel a formula because he wanted him to use it for good. Rashiel chuckled softly and acknowledged Kui's kindness. The formula was indeed Kui's, but that glove belonged to him. Mukla then shouted, urging Rashiel to surrender, to return both Chimra and Pano to her. Rashiel's mood soured. He unleashed a large blast of water at Mukla, sending her flying. Everyone present was astonished. Rashiel launching an attack on a leader was a significant act. Rashiel tightened his grip on the glove and declared to everyone, "No one can stop me now." Everyone was watching the man standing in the middle of Pano City, who had just knocked Michelle down. The forces quickly rushed Michelle back behind the point of conflict and turned to look at him once more. The one who had boldly declared that no one could stop him. Everyone stood frozen. There was no one to challenge him. But there was one who also refused to back down. Nant crouched down and sprinted toward Raheel. He cast Iron 1, his body solid and strong as steel. Raheel beckoned to over 20 elite soldiers to unleash their powers: earth, water, ice, fire, and plants at Nant. But Nant barreled through, striking each of them down until many fell. They exclaimed that they had to help. Quinn agreed, and they charged in. Tri took his position. Quinn gathered red seeds and hurled them at the group of soldiers. As Quinn cast Nature 1, the seeds exploded violently, sending them sprawling in different directions. Tri summoned water magic to propel Quinn forward, while Tha unleashed a gust of wind to push even harder, allowing Nant to surge toward Raheel swiftly. Nant swung his fist at Raheel, but Raheel dodged, retaliating with a punch that Nant managed to block. They became entangled in a fierce struggle. Nant couldn't seem to land a hit on Raheel, while Raheel connected with numerous blows. Raheel taunted Nant, asking him to hit him for once, but when he saw Nant's body shimmering with silver scales, he realized that Nant was accumulating steel power. Seeing that his attempts were futile, Raheel stepped back and began to cast Aqua 2, drawing water from the air to form a waterfall for use. But Nant immediately spoke to Tri. Now's the moment. Tri caught the signal, focusing his concentration on every water molecule in the ground. He spread his arms wide and clapped them together forcefully, shouting at the top of his lungs to summon his utmost concentration and power. Aqua 5. As soon as Tri unleashed his power, the tension surged in both of his hands. Tri aimed to lift all the water, gathering every drop toward Raheel. Rachel became aware of himself, bracing against the torrent of water surging towards him. He proclaimed that Trit wouldn't be able to withstand his power and sent a blast of aqua energy at Trit, certain that he would lose his footing. But Thana rushed in, taking the brunt of the water so that Trit could succeed, only to be flung back violently. He sacrificed himself for Trit's victory, crashing heavily to the ground. Trit cried out in anguish, having exerted an enormous amount of energy, but Rachel swiftly dispelled the water surrounding him. The force from the blast struck Trit, causing him to stumble and fall. Furious, Rachel charged and kicked at Trit with great force, berating him for daring to use this water electricity against him. Trit was in pain, pleading for Rachel to stop and shouting for the onlookers to disperse. Rachel surveyed the crowd, those who had surrendered, the mixed forces, nobles from both districts, and Veena standing at a distance watching. Rachel vowed to show them what true electricity really was. He raised both hands, pressing them together with intensity. Rachel shouted, "Aqua Electric," and invoked the ancient power, Votek Levitation. Focusing his energy on those who were watching, the mass of water surged forward, toppling everyone caught in its path, but the concentration of water swept Veena into its depths. Veena gasped, overwhelmed and helpless, as the water cradled her. Rachel spun the mass around, enveloping the new world leader within it. He approached, watching Veena writhe in the turbulent mass of water. Rachel scorned her for being self-absorbed and drunk on power, mocking her as she governed the vast realm, yet remained arrogant in her privileges, quick to judge others. Raising the mass higher, Nan shouted for Rachel to stop, fearing for Veena's life. Rachel coolly replied that it would be for the best and lifted the water even higher, planning to hurl Veena to her demise. But just then, a loud noise erupted, and before something catastrophic could occur to Rachel, a large stone came hurtling through the air, colliding with him and sending him flying, while the water burst apart in a spray. Everyone was shocked, but Rachel didn't focus on the blob of water, which caused Veena to fall. Nan shouted for Gwyn, who rushed over and cast Nature 2, creating vines that wrapped around Veena just in time. Once Veena was safe, everyone turned to see how that boulder had appeared, and the sound of commotion rose as they realized that the forces from District 8 had arrived. Just moments ago, it was Kaiser who had used the stone-throwing machine to bombard Rachel. Rachel stood up unshaken, even after being hit by the whole rock. Kaiser and Dimitis watched as Rachel rose, with Dimitis eyeing the powerful-looking energy-expanding gloves. Kaiser remarked that he had succeeded after all. Seeing Kaiser, Rachel, though displeased with what he had done, spoke with genuine delight, saying he was glad to see him. He also told Kaiser that he had accomplished it and expressed his gratitude for Kaiser's help. Rachel said he wouldn't hold a grudge but invited Kaiser to cooperate with him, to stop opposing him, promising that he wouldn't take offense and hadn't expected to encounter Kaiser here. Rachel's audacious words, showing no regard for Kaiser, irritated him slightly. Kaiser responded that what Rachel was doing didn't seem like it would help their world at all. Rachel smiled and asked what it mattered if it didn't help the world. He continued that no one could stop him now, but just as he was about to say more, a familiar green seed appeared at his feet. Rachel recognized it. He looked over at Gwyn, who raised his hand and said, "Nature 1." The green seed exploded, transforming into a massive tree that engulfed Rachel, and it seemed alive. The tree swung its branches wildly, striking at Rachel. He raised his hands to defend himself, but he couldn't fight off a trunk-sized branch. He quickly backed away to stand in a puddle, a position of advantage, but Tri already knew. He spread that puddle out, and Rachel didn't move as quickly as he had when he stepped on the water before. Nan approached and conjured Ion 3, catching Rachel off guard, so he couldn't evade the steel spear thrusting towards him. The spear struck Rachel's Radiance-armored leg, but Nan's power was strong enough to pierce the Radiance armor and injure Rachel's leg. Rachel cried out in frustration, angry that these kids refused to submit. Nan shouted to Quinn to prevent Rachel from using his gloves before turning to Tha and asking for help to take down Rachel. They rushed in, casting Wind 3, and unleashed a spiral of white wind with all his might. Rachel, momentarily distracted, struggled to disperse the powerful wind, threw a blue seed, successfully creating vines that wrapped around Rachel's arm. Rachel warned them not to get overconfident, as he nearly ripped the vines apart. Quinn tried to hold on to the vine against Rachel's strength, providing an opportunity for Tri to act once more. Tri spread his arms again, drawing in all the water from the vicinity, and this time he channeled a torrent from the docks. Rachel sensed the shift and attempted to wrest control of the water from Tri, who felt the pressure surging throughout his body. He struggled against the perfect power of Rachel's gloves, which radiated intense heat. Quinn, too, was straining to restrain Rachel, his gloves burning with heat. Nan shouted for Tha to help. Tha spread his hands and pushed the air upwards from below Rachel, causing him to lose focus and become momentarily lifted from the ground. Tri seized the moment, successfully forcing water to envelop Rachel's body, and shouted triumphantly, "Aqua Vortex Levitation." The ancient words of electricity summoned forth were like a proclamation. The water surged and coiled around Rajil, tossing him to and fro within a massive water sphere. Rajil struggled against the force, thrashing out jets of water to strike at the soldiers, the nobles, the onlookers surrounding him. Nan had to act now. He raised his hand and incanted the third ion once more, striking the ground with force. A colossal iron pillar shot up from the earth, towering high to prevent the jets of water from hitting those nearby, and he erected 8 more iron pillars to encircle the swirling water sphere. Tri shouted that he could no longer hold on. Tha urged him to keep going, to hold on, and exerted pressure to force air upward, lifting the water sphere higher to aid Tri. Just then, That cried out as the gloves squeezed the power from him to its limit. Nan turned to Quinn, who was holding Rajil's arm. Nan instructed Quinn to wrap a vine around Rajil's gloves, tying the other end to the top of the iron pillar. Quinn acknowledged, taking hold of the vine and binding it tightly, securing Rajil in place. Rajil refused to yield. He thrashed with all his might, realizing what those kids were trying to do. Nan controlled the wide range of power, while Tri distracted him, and Tha kept denying Rajil any space. Quinn fought to separate the gloves from him. The four of them focused their energy intensely, their gloves heating up, sparks flying from them. Nan shouted that now was the time. Bring it down. Everyone was startled by Nan's command. He insisted it had to be done immediately and asked Tha to push the air to the max. Tha trusted his friends. They all had faith in one another and unleashed the last of their collective power. Tri intensified the mass of water to collide more forcefully, while Tha lifted the air, propelling the water sphere higher and higher. Then swept both his hands down where they were joined. Everything fell into perfect alignment. Rajil, ensnared in the water sphere, was violently hurled down to the ground. The vine restrained his arms and shifted to loosen the gloves. With the force exerted by the vines tied to the pillars, Nan toppled every pillar in every direction to create a tremendous pulling force to wrench the gloves off Rajil's hands. The four combined their power into a fierce, synchronized force that sparked ripples, causing those around them to collapse to the ground, and the very earth trembled beneath them. And at last, the expanding gloves of power were removed. The city of Penno was flooded, its streets brimming with water, while the iron poles crushed the homes of the villagers into rubble. People cried out in despair. Thier and Nan both shouted in unison. Tha had to remove his power-boosting gloves because they were scorching hot, and as soon as he took them off, they ignited. Nan struggled to stand, his strength nearly spent. He glanced over at Rachil, who lay face down, unaware if he was alive or dead. In that moment, Kaiser walked past Nan and Thier, making his way towards Rachil's body. Rachil rolled over onto his back, his once perfect gloves now tattered and burnt beyond recognition. Kaiser kicked the ruined gloves from Rachil's hands, but one remained intact, still in perfect condition. Kaiser picked up the intact glove, admiring it. Nan, watching, felt a twist of unease in his stomach, and fear gripped him at what Kaiser might do next. Kaiser slid his hand into the power-boosting glove, which had once glowed a brilliant blue. It now radiated a fierce crimson light. Nan trembled, recognizing that Kaiser possessed firepower, the greatest of all strengths. Kaiser examined the glove with satisfaction before walking back towards Rachil, who lay sputtering in the floodwater. The once arrogant Rachil was now at Kaiser's mercy, who aimed the glove at him. Suddenly, Kawin shouted for Kaiser to stop. Kaiser paused and asked Kawin if he knew what he was planning to do. Kawin admitted he didn't, but he begged him not to let that glove kill anyone else. Kawin pleaded to be allowed to preserve the beauty of their world for his journey. Kaiser looked at Kawin, then turned to see Michaela, Kenneth, Damant, Demetus, and other nobles, including Veena, who had regained their senses. Kaiser halted all movement. The red glove gradually dimmed in color. He removed the glove and declared that according to the Treaty of Disarmament, he would not harm his own world. Kaiser took off the power-boosting glove and tossed it towards Nan. Nan quickly caught it and removed the Shimra crystal from the glove, transferring the iron embedded in him into his hands before shattering the Shimra crystal. Kaiser stepped beside the incapacitated Rachil and declared loudly that as the leader of the new world, he would arrest Rachil for illegally entering another territory and creating weapons that took lives. Kaiser proclaimed firmly, instructing the forces of Zone 3 to take Rachil away. At District 2, Pavel hurried back to tell Khasidis about his conversation with Beek. Khasidis said he understood the plan and bowed in gratitude to Pavel for asking Beek not to harm anyone. Pavel replied that they should help each other. He loved the people just as much. Khasidis declared that he would personally lead the forces from District 2. After that, Pavel requested to speak with Werman. He asked about Lek, with whom he usually shared quarters. Werman informed him that Lek had returned to Kawin, and he himself wanted to stay in District 2 for a while since he didn't trust Otto, who was plotting against Casitas again. Pavel agreed that it was a good idea and then explained the plan to him. Werman said he was on board. Pavel replied that it was good and he would have Werman prepare himself. The sentencing of Rajul took place in District 5 at Thier, with the Legislative Council meeting involving Districts 4, 5, 6, and 8. The verdict stated that Rajul and his associates were guilty of relocating forces to seize territory, with over 176 lives lost in the Pano War, in addition to charges of kidnapping. As a result, Rajul was sentenced to death. However, Nanfa interjected, arguing that Rajul should not face execution. He pleaded for Rajul's life, asserting that as a leader, he could not be sentenced to death. Moreover, Nanfa cited the foundational law of the New World established at Xiangtong, which mandates the preservation of all life and prohibits any reduction in population. Veena, Michela, and Kant, along with the nobles, did not oppose Nanfa's statement. None from the three districts wished to violate the foundational laws of this world. Thus, everyone reached a consensus to not execute Rajul, but instead to imprison him for a total of 50 years. Michela finalized the decision and ordered Rajul to be taken into custody. She expressed her gratitude to all the leaders for participating in Rajul's judgment. Kant and Michela left the conference room, leaving only Veena and Kaiser conversing on the balcony of Thier Castle. Kaiser voiced his concern for Veena, as she seemed to be under the influence of Rajul's power. Veena thanked him for his concern and for helping her. Kaiser remarked that it was a relief to see Veena unharmed, for if anything were to happen to the leader of the New World, the stability of the New World would surely be shaken. Veena smiled, stating that regardless of her condition, she had to remain strong as she needed to keep others in check in case other leaders tried to rise up in a similar manner again. It was clear that the two were engaging in their usual banter. Kaiser then mentioned he had a question that he wanted Veena to answer honestly. Veena allowed him to ask. Kaiser expressed his admiration for Veena as a strong female leader and admitted to being envious of District 4 for having her as their leader. However, he shared that the mission of District 4, which encompassed overseeing the entire New World, was too broad, while his District 8 was growing rapidly, with ample resources and intelligent individuals. He suggested that it would be beneficial for Veena if District 8 were to be allocated some responsibilities to alleviate the burden on District 4. Veena smiled at the intentions of the Kaiser, who was so arrogant and ambitious. Veena said that she and the nobles of District 4 had no policy to interfere with the governance of other districts. District 4 was merely extending a helping hand. Moreover, the Kaiser seemed to desire to intrude upon the other districts as well. The Kaiser stated that it was up to Veena how she viewed this, and remarked that the current limitations of District 8 had already exceeded the capabilities of District 4 by a large margin. The prospect of changing the capital of the New World might not be as far-fetched as one thinks. Veena's style of governance was good, but if it continued in the same manner, there might be a second or third Rachel in the future. The Kaiser looked at Veena and said that a leader who was too skilled and overconfident wouldn't have anyone to hold them back. Veena smiled and regarded the Kaiser, asserting that a leader who is excessively ambitious ought to have capable individuals around them to temper their zeal. The Kaiser accepted Veena's sharp retort before. At that moment, he took a report on the battle in Panao and presented it to her. Veena, feeling curious, asked the Kaiser what it was. The Kaiser explained that it was a report from District 5, indicating that District 4 had reclaimed Panao from Rachil. However, it turned out that you, Veena, were the one who had given the orders, forgetting that relocating forces to seize the lands of other districts was against the rules. Veena realized immediately that the Kaiser was poised to confront her. Furthermore, she had been the one to destroy the Treaty of Disarmament of the New World. Armed forces were engaged in this war under her command. Didn't you hear Xiangtong's orders, Miss Veena? The Kaiser stated that he would bring this issue to a meeting with the other leaders, claiming that you, Miss Veena, had violated rules 1 and 2 of this new world. Veena might argue that the Kaiser also employed military forces, only to remember that the Kaiser had not ordered the forces of District 8 to engage in the war at all. It was solely her, a mere order from District 4, that had mobilized the forces in Panao. The Kaiser said he adhered to the rules. None of his forces were armed, because we abide by the rules of Xiangtong. This is something everyone knows. The Kaiser was satisfied with this victory. He would walk away, but he told Veena that while power may not change at this moment, it would inevitably come to pass one day. Once he finished speaking to Veena, the Kaiser stepped out onto the balcony. Veena was furious with his words. She had poured her strength and resources into protecting the New World, defending Rajil, only to be stabbed in the back by that old man, who continued to play tricks and snatch this power away from her. Kachint and Damien entered. He told Veena to calm down, asking her what her next move would be. Veena took a deep breath, saying she didn't know. Her head felt foggy. Damien stated that he had a solution, but Veena might need to accept this penalty, as we still had to uphold every single rule of Xiangtong. We would give the Kaiser what he wanted, but it would give Xiangtong an excuse to breach the dual treaty of global disarmament. Veena understood and asked how she would be judged. Damien replied that it would be 15 years in confinement, with an immediate removal from leadership. However, he had a legal avenue. He would ensure Veena's punishment would only be 1 year and 6 months in prison, allowing her to serve her sentence after her term as leader. Veena agreed, letting out a soft sigh. And the day of the plan arrived. Khasidis met with Thanant and expressed his desire to request a portion of the troops to help transport the villagers' tribute money from the Kustio sub-district. Khasidis stated that this time they might need to collect a significant amount for the central treasury, so he would like to ask for assistance in carrying it. Thanant approved his request. Khasidis then mentioned that today was a good day. The weather had cooled down slightly. He thought it a good opportunity to invite Sepp to host a feast in the city, wanting at least to reconcile and share a friendly word with him. Sepp was surprised that Khasidis, who typically disapproved of his feasts, was now encouraging the idea. However, upon understanding his intentions, Sepp accepted and was eager to befriend Khasidis. Sepp agreed to organize the feast for Khasidis, who expressed his gratitude. Thanant was pleased to see the two high-ranking nobles reconciling. Sepp then left to make arrangements, while Khasidis headed towards the troop unit, but did something unexpectedly different. Quit walked over to Khasidis, bringing a large bundle of fabrics with him. Khasidis took it and led Quit to the troop commander's quarters, where he informed the commander that he would let Quit take the troops to Ten Chao. The original troop commander complied and allocated half the troops to Quit. Quit took half of the forces, which should have remained in the city, out of the city, while Khasidis led the other half toward Kustio. This left the city of Satyar entirely vacant of military presence. Rachil fell silent, saying nothing at all, as his men from District 5 brought him into the prison there. The guards escorting Rachil walked through and stopped as they entered the prison, where they found Rachil waiting alongside Tri. Nanfa requested permission from the nobleman to speak with Rachil, which was granted. Rachil remarked that the two must be here to mock him. Tri expressed his regret for having to do this. Rachil then asked Tri if he remembered the time in District 4, the first time they met. He recalled how Tri was the one who pulled him up from despair, walking over to say not to give up, assuring him to trust and believe that he would succeed in making the power-enhancing gloves. Yet in the end, Tri betrayed him. Rachil looked at both of them and stated that both Tri and Nan had betrayed him. Nanfa replied that he was sorry for betraying Rachil, but if anyone were to stand by Rachil, he still wanted to be that person. Nan expressed his wish for Rachil to know that once he had a good and pure heart, genuinely helping others and supporting a child to receive care, helping Nan grow and serving as a good example. No matter how angry Rachil may be at Nan, Nan would always regard Rachil with respect. Rachil was like a father, a brother, a mentor, and the role model that Nan had always aspired to be. Nan wished for Rachil to return to his former self because he loved and revered Rachil for who he was. Hearing this, Rachil found it hard to remain angry at Nan and Tri. He didn't say anything further as the guards took him into the prison. As Tri and Nan walked out, they were followed by Tha and Kawin. Kawin asked if Rachil would be angry. Nan replied that of course he would, given the way they had crossed him. Nan sighed and said that what needed to be done was to bring Rachel back. That asked what the next step would be. Nan admitted he didn't know, but it seemed like V might summon him for a meeting, possibly tomorrow. Tri stated that he would return to District 7 as before, inviting Wymot to negotiate with Mikilla, requesting that the captured soldiers be allowed to go home. They indicated he would follow Kawin since he didn't know where else to go. Kawin simply said he would do what he had always done, travel throughout this new world. They then asked how they would manage, as their traveling party had completely disbanded. Just then, Daenerys, Matthias, and the rest of the traveling group entered, indicating they had been in District 6 all along. Kawin's journey to repay his father's debt continued, unaware that his father was about to do something that would alleviate him of the obligation. In the late hours of the day, the townspeople of Zathia were busy shopping and socializing as usual. Suddenly, a group of armed men from outside the city, led by Beek, galloped in on horseback, catching everyone unprepared to defend their town. The villagers panicked and scattered, while Beek ordered his men to rush in and rob the locals. The intruders surged forward to steal possessions, livestock, and crops, leaving the villagers shocked and terrified. Pavel and Vaughn joined in, their faces covered, watching over and guiding Beek and the outsiders to key points in the town. Chaos erupted in Zathia, as Pavel and Beek believed no friendly forces were nearby. However, in reality, Cassius had brought his army back to Zathia. Cassius observed the town being plundered according to plan. He simply needed to draw his forces far enough away. Yet Cassius raised his sword and commanded the men to unfurl the flags, the banners prepared for each horse, and turned to his troops, declaring that their homeland was under siege by outsiders. He urged everyone to hurry back and aid the townspeople to eliminate the intruders entirely. The forces charged back into the town, causing the invading group to panic. They had assumed no protectors would arrive, only to be met with the well-trained soldiers of District 2 who launched a fierce counterattack, decimating the outsiders. As the townsfolk saw the flags bearing Cassius's name, they felt a surge of hope, relieved that their righteous lord was returning to their aid. The outsiders, taken by surprise, attempted to flee another direction, but Quit led a contingent bearing Cassius's banner to block their escape, engaging in brutal combat and leaving many of the intruders dead. Thoranth, who had been resting at home, was startled by the sounds of battle outside. Sep, busy preparing for a feast at his house, also heard the clash of swords when suddenly his door was kicked open. Beek and his men rushed into Sep's home. Caught off guard by this invasion, Sep asked who they were. Beek raised his sword to strike, but just then, Cassius entered the house with his troops, ready to slay the intruders. Beek was taken aback, but Pavel was even more shocked, while Sep was in the greatest disbelief of all. Cassius looked at Sep with a cold gaze and gestured for his men to kill Beek and that outsider. Pavel was startled and quickly pulled off his face cloth, stating that he was Pavel, Cassius' friend. But Cassius ordered the troops to kill Pavel, claiming that Pavel had led outside forces to seize the city. Beek was immediately struck down, and Pavel, in shock, was also cut down until he gasped his last breath. Sep, trembling, joined his hands in prayer for his life, but Cassius told him that Sep had done too much to him. Cassius picked up a spear from the outsiders and plunged it into Sep, killing him instantly. Sep was dead. Cassius sighed, feeling that the debt of vengeance was swift and unsatisfying, but he had many things to do that night. He glanced at the two soldiers who had witnessed him kill Sep and asked if they had seen him do it. The first soldier replied that he had seen it, and Cassius swiftly grabbed a knife and stabbed the first soldier to death. He then turned to ask the second soldier the same question. Did he see him kill Sep? The second soldier said he had not seen anything. The outsider's spear was embedded there, and it was the outsiders who had killed Cassius. Cassius nodded, admitting that he had not been able to save Sep. Warman rushed into Sep's house to find Sep lying dead, and Cassius standing among several soldiers. Warman was shocked. Cassius, who appeared anything but weak, looked like someone who had just killed Sep. Cassius commanded them to kill Warman. Warman was taken aback and fought off the soldiers' blades, but he was soon wounded multiple times and fell heavily to the ground. Cassius held the outsider's spear, raising it and declaring that this was for Warman's foolishness in falling for Otto's lowly scheme. Khasidis added that Warman should have died long ago, while Lofness had proven to be entirely indecisive. Warman realized the truth at once. Lofness was one of Khasidis' men. Lofness had betrayed the caravan and intended to abandon Gwyn all along. Khasidis drove the spear into Warman, ending his life immediately. The soldiers asked Khasidis what to do next. Khasidis instructed them to tell Gwyn to take care of everything. Meanwhile, Gwyn strode directly to the house of Thuron, leading the troops he had won over long ago. Theron was startled. Gwyn told him he had come to protect Theron from the outsiders. Theron was overjoyed and asked why Gwyn was still around. In the midst of the forces, Thuron had only seen Kwiwit in a minor noble position. Kwiwit said nothing until a command from Khasidis reached him, at which point he nodded to all the troops. The troops began to carry the bodies of those from outside the city into the house. Thuron was taken aback as Kwiwit raised his sword and swung it at him, but Thuron managed to dodge, albeit receiving a deep cut. Kwiwit berated Thuron, calling him a weak and greedy leader, proclaiming that his father had to be imprisoned, their home was under siege, and his younger sibling was deprived of freedom, all because of Thuron's greed and incompetence. Thuron was shocked that Kwiwit would insult him so openly, disregarding his authority. Kwiwit shouted for him to die and thrust his sword into Thuron, killing him. Khasidis approached the castle and shouted for the people to remain calm, declaring that he had the situation under control. Everyone was safe. The crowd rejoiced and praised Khasidis' name. Kis then announced the sad news. Their leader, Tharun, had passed away. He noted that they needed to find a just leader, one with a noble heart, who wouldn't exploit them, a leader who loved the people and would help the district through these crises. Khasidis asked the crowd who could fulfill that role. There was silence, but then one voice shouted from the crowd, "Khasidis!" It perfectly matched the qualities he had just described. Following that, the people of District 2 began to chant his name, "Khasidis! Khasidis! Khasidis!" Hearing this, Khasidis took a deep breath, nodded, and walked into the grand hall of Thier, ascending to gaze upon the leader's throne. He sat down upon it, while Kwiwit brought his troops in and knelt before Khasidis. Khasidis announced loudly that from now on, there would be no elections for a leader in District 2. The succession would follow the same line as District 6, through blood. This meant the greatness of District 2 was about to begin. Nanfa met with Veena, who was still residing in District 5. Veena informed Nanfa that, in truth, his interference in the royal decree regarding the production of power-expanding gloves was a violation, as he had gone against the resolution approved by all the leaders. Nanfa would have to face punishment. Nanfa understood and stated that he was ready to accept the consequences. However, Veena told him that he did not need to be punished because he was the key person who helped during the crisis in Pano. All the leaders agreed that Nanfa should not receive any punishment. Hearing this, Nanfa felt relieved and thanked Veena. She then asked him what he intended to do next. Nanfa replied that he wasn't sure. He might return to District 3, his hometown, to assist Atlas in further developments. Veena smiled and picked up several letters to hand to Nanfa. When he inquired about them, she explained that these were letters from each leader who wanted him to work in their respective districts. Whether it was District 2, District 3, or District 5, Michelle was requesting him, while in District 6, Kant also expressed interest, and even in District 8, Demetris wanted him as well. It seemed that Nanfa was highly sought after by each district. As Nanfa perused the letters, he noticed there was none from District 4. Veena mentioned that she did not want to hold him back from where he chose to work, but she was reluctant for him to go to District 8. Having someone as talented as Nanfa paired with the ambitious Kaiser would be too dangerous. Yet, despite Veena not having an official position to offer him, she had something valuable for Nanfa. She took a folded document and placed it on the table. Nanfa was taken aback to see that it was his own research documentation concerning various powers in this new world. Veena explained that his friend, also named Nanfa, had compiled this documentation for him, saying that he was interested in it. After reviewing it, Veena was impressed by what Nanfa had discovered, deeming it highly beneficial for the new world. Veena proposed taking this document to the noble meeting, inviting nobles from all districts to convene, and having him spearhead this project, which would operate under District 4 but benefit all districts, assigning Nanfa as the project head. Upon hearing this, Nanfa felt elated and remarked that it was a fantastic idea. Veena smiled, agreeing, and encouraged him to come up with a name for the project. After 1 month of the Pano War, the summary of Veena's culpability had been disseminated far and wide, citing both her violation of the Dual Disarmament Treaty and the resolution against encroaching upon territories. However, since Veena acted in her capacity as the leader of the New World under pressing circumstances and had already withdrawn her forces, it was concluded that she would be imprisoned for 1 year and 6 months, serving her sentence only after her term as leader ended. Kaiser chuckled softly upon reading the letter. Veena still manages to find a way out, doesn't she? At that moment, a servant approached Kaiser and informed him that Chang had requested an audience. Kaiser permitted him to enter, and Chang walked in, fidgeting nervously. He seemed excited and announced that he had found a way to access Taswante. Chang explained that the mountain situated in the center of the New World, Taswante, had an intense climate that made it difficult to breathe once one set foot inside, rendering it inhospitable to anyone. However, with a particular type of plant called dragon variegated betel, which Demetus had procured, if we cultivated it in sufficient quantity. How long will it take? Kaiser interjected. It will take 20 years, Chang replied, which sparked Kaiser's anger. He scolded Chang, asking if he was joking with him. Chang clarified that it would take time for the dragon variegated betel to grow and for them to develop a radiation dispersion agent. Kaiser declared that he would not wait and ordered Chang to return to his duties, insisting that everything be expedited, even going so far as to tell Chang that if it wasn't completed, he needn't show his face again. Chang was taken aback as Kaiser dismissed him. Suppressing his fury, Kaiser looked out the window, gazing at the great mountain standing majestically in the heart of this new world, Mount Taswant. Kaiser proclaimed that he and the 8th District would conquer that mountain themselves. Winter had once again made its way to District 6, bringing with it delightful news. Kant ascended to the upper levels of the Pothurir Castle, where a grand feast was underway. Nobles had gathered in droves, highborn families present, including the McPeyton lineage, Kant's very own. As Kant walked past each person, they bowed their heads in respect to this leader. Kant encouraged everyone to be at ease, making his way towards Bishop's, his only son, who was merrily engaged with a group of his friends, children of other nobles. Though Bishop's was of a mature age, he still retained a youthful exuberance. Kant asked Bishop's, who approached him, if the tasks he had assigned were completed. Bishop's replied that all was well. He had distributed food and supplies to the citizens surrounding the district, as his father had instructed. However, he had reduced the quantity he gave out, opting to distribute only 2 portions. Kant inquired why he had distributed so little, having heard from Tibetan that their supplies were adequate. Bishop's explained that he was concerned the servants wouldn't be able to gather the supplies in time to eat. Kant then asked if Bishop's had checked on the citizens in the outskirts as well. Bishop's hesitated before responding that it wasn't necessary to worry about them. They could fend for themselves. Hearing his son's words, Kant sighed in disappointment. He lamented that Bishop's had neither his own disposition, nor that of his grandfather, nor even that of Charles, their great-grandfather. For every leader of the McPeyton family had a good heart, selfless and mindful of the people above all else. Yet Bishop's exhibited none of those qualities. He was caught up in his own pleasures, failing to think ahead, desiring comfort, treating those beneath him with disrespect, and being utterly self-serving. The bishop, knowing he would get scolded by his father, said, "Come on, after all, he's a McPeyton. Someday, he will have a generous heart." Can didn't complain. He looked down from the castle's balcony, where the feast was spread across the city. Can remarked that this was not the right time for such an event. The bishop reassured him, saying it didn't matter because, after all, everyone would love the McPeyton and would be happy that the family had a new member. "And now it's time," he added. Can pushed aside his worries and stepped back from the edge of the castle's rooftop. The bishop walked over to his wife, Lispas, cradling the baby from the stroller beside her. Can gazed at the infant before the bishop made his way to the castle's terrace to address the crowd below. The sun is set, and the storm will dissipate. The air grows cooler with the arrival of our beloved new member. He traced the lineage back to Charles, whose roots extended to Grandpa Khan, with the branch being the bishop. "Please welcome the new MacPeyton, Lucas MacPeyton." The bishop shouted his son's name, and the guests erupted in cheers for the new MacPeyton. The townspeople rejoiced and came forth to celebrate the arrival of this child. Khan approached Lucas and took the baby's tiny hand, a sacred right of the MacPeyton family to bestow sacred words upon the new member. Khan surveyed the surrounding atmosphere, which was heavy with a strong snowstorm, the sky shrouded in darkness. He cast a glance at the bishop, his beloved son, who bore no trace of the MacPeyton spirit. Khan realized that Lucas would not inherit the admirable traits of his father, especially with the gloomy air that accompanied his birth. Khan thus offered the sacred words, "Seek your light and follow it." The MacPeytons repeated in unison, "Seek your light and follow it." Then, the celebration commenced for the new child of the leading family, allowing the townspeople to join in the festivities. Unbeknownst to them, 3 Estrovich had entered the capital city to demand answers regarding the deaths in the village near Torawan. One Estrovich questioned Khan about the next steps when they spotted the bishop holding his son atop the castle. Another Estrovich suggested they leave, stating they no longer wanted answers since they had not witnessed the deaths in that village. Moreover, just one child was born, yet they had extravagantly feasted. "The MacPeyton is on the decline," they murmured. "They will have no legitimacy to rule over us." Nan had returned to gather his things from his room in District 4. Today, he had an appointment with Demeen to scout out a site for building a castle, part of his research into exploring every form of energy related to the sky. Nan was reviewing documents from various nobles and assistants in order to recruit help for this project. He spotted the name Thomas, who was Rachil's assistant. Nan remembered him because they had met before, so he decided to invite him to join the team. Demeen arrived to pick up Nan, and together with a contingent of nobles and guards, they boarded the boat, heading straight across to the opposite side of the Lanthier castle. Demeen asked if Nan had looked over the list of people he wanted to work with. Nan replied that he had a few selected already. Demeen said that was good and inquired about Nan's friend, referring to that man with plant powers who seemed like he could be a great help since he loved to travel. Nan understood that Demeen meant Kawin, and he responded that he had already sent a message to him, and it wouldn't be long before Kawin got back to him. Once everyone disembarked, Nan saw a large area spacious enough to construct buildings and even another castle. At that moment, his bird, Pirap, returned to him with a message from Kawin, stating that he was currently in District 6, surveying the population for Kant. Kawin thanked Nan for inviting him, but he mentioned that he still had to travel to Districts 2 and 3, so he wouldn't be able to help Nan just yet. Kawin suggested that Tahi might be able to assist Nan more than he could, as Tahi was dedicated and loved justice, so Nan might want to invite him aboard. Nan nodded as he read this. In fact, he had already invited Tahi, and Tahi was happy to join him. Turning the page, Nan noticed Kawin had continued writing. There was a note about how Kawin had just read a record of Xiangdong's. In it was an article that suited what Nan was destined to become. Xiangdong had referred to that concept as a catalyst, an ancient English term meaning a substance that accelerates a reaction. It fit Nan perfectly because he was the one who helped Ra create the gloves that amplified power, ushering in a new evolution for the world, as if he were someone propelling this new world forward. Xiangdong had heard this term because a friend of his had contemplated using it for him, but he had declined because it didn't seem fitting. However, he chose to write it down, hoping that one day someone might find use for the word. Kawin wished for Nan to embrace the term catalyst, to articulate his status, and even suggested transforming it into catalyze, which would mean the person who could wield powers best in this world. Nan finished reading Kawin's message and felt an affinity to that term, catalyze. A noble courier entered Veena's office while she was conversing with a man, with Kachin standing by. Veena received the message and read it, her displeasure mounting as she learned of the rebellion initiated by the nobles to overthrow the leadership in District 2, an act deemed highly serious by law. She inquired of the courier how such a situation could arise. The courier informed her that the rebel noble leading the coup was named Kha-ta-lai, a 67-year-old man. Veena asked if there were no opposing forces or if the villagers did not resist him. The courier replied that no one opposed Kha-ta-lai's power grab, as the previous leader, Thier and O, had permitted the extortion of the people. Therefore, when Kha-ta-lai rose in rebellion, the villagers chose to align with him, considering him a good noble. Veena remarked that no matter how good he might be, the murder of people and seizing leadership, thus altering the governing regime, was unacceptable in this new world. She did not want such events to unfold again before she could get a grip on it. Veena ordered Kha-ta-lai to prepare a force for her and instructed Damini to draft a proclamation announcing that Veena would mobilize her forces to District 2 to negotiate with Kha-ta-lai. In essence, it was a pressure tactic to force Kha-ta-lai out of power and restore the electoral regime in District 2. At that moment, another noble approached Veena and reported that a convoy of goods was en route from District 2, carrying money, supplies, and items destined for District 4 to request acknowledgement of its authority. Veena was surprised by why goods had been sent from District 2, which had just rebelled, to District 4. The nobleman asked what should be done, as District 2 was waiting outside the city of Thier. Veena pondered for a moment when, at that moment, a young man around her age stood up. He spoke to Veena, explaining that District 2 needed to redeem itself and gain acceptance. They were sending goods to acknowledge the authority of District 4, just as all districts had done in the past. The man was named Hector. He had previously run for election in District 4 against Veena, but had lost. Hector continued, saying that if he were in Veena's position, he would invite District 2 to accept their authority and appoint Kha-ta-lai as the leader of District 2. District 2 is a remote area that hasn't developed much, right? We could find skilled individuals in military training and send them to District 2 to strengthen them. Hector suggested that District 2 should build its power to counter District 8. Then there's no need for direct confrontation with District 8. Let District 2 clash with and control District 8 while we maintain our hold on District 2 in exchange for this favor. Veena was impressed by Hector's reasoning as it made sense and seemed to involve no loss. She thanked him but asked if he would allow her to use his approach since he had campaigned against her for leadership. She didn't want to adopt his methods without permission. Hector replied that Veena was free to use his ideas as he bore no ill will. You don't have to tell anyone it was me either. Although Hector and Veena were on opposite sides, he understood they were both working for the benefit of District 4. Veena nodded, stating that this strategy would help her confront Kaiser. Hector smiled in response, saying that Kaiser would not be fighting against Veena. Then, he added that he himself would be the one to confront Kaiser. At Sector 5, at the Hio Plaza in the Hio subdivision, today marks the 253rd anniversary of the day the ancient world's inhabitants migrated to this new world. Therefore, celebrations are taking place throughout the entire city. It's not just a celebration in Hio, it's happening everywhere in this new world. Nanfa sent out invitations for Tha, Trey, and Quinn to come together and talk. Arriving first, Nanfa met Trey. Trey mentioned that he had received a letter from Nanfa regarding the event and that he would come to work with Nanfa, but he asked for some time after training the new forces for Sector 7 first. For now, Sector 7 has appointed Waitmot as the temporary leader. Nanfa agreed. They then walked in, happy to see Nanfa. Quinn joined them, and Trey asked how far Quinn had traveled. Quinn replied that he was currently conducting a population survey for Sector 6, so he had left Matthew in Sector 6 to supervise until Quinn returned. Quinn asked Nanfa what he was up to, and Nanfa invited everyone to sit at a nearby restaurant. Nanfa announced that he had become a high-ranking official of Sector 4 and would work under Sector 4 to continue researching power. Quinn and Tha congratulated him. Nanfa then asked Tha how it was going working with Atlas. Tha didn't smile and replied that he had left the service and returned to being a common man. Nanfa was surprised, but didn't pry further since he had already invited Tha to work with him, only to be declined. Trey then got to the point, asking if there was something Nanfa called everyone together for, other than to check on everyone's well-being. Nanfa's expression turned serious as he stated that at this moment, only he, Veena, and Rachel in prison knew about this matter. Nanfa said he wanted Kawin, Thier, and Trai to know because all three had once held power. The news Nanfa was about to share was that the radiation levels in the air, or around us, were gradually increasing with each season. Trai asked Nanfa what he was getting at. Nanfa took a moment to think before speaking up. He believed that in the future, maybe everyone would be able to use power without needing power-enhancing gloves. As soon as Nanfa finished speaking, an explosion suddenly rocked Heo Plaza. Nanfa, Thier, and Trai were startled and fell from their chairs due to the force of the blast. The festive celebration turned into a tragedy, with people lying injured or even dead. The struggled to rise and help Nanfa regain his senses, and as Nanfa steadied himself, he saw before him a man ablaze, running frantically. What Nanfa had spoken of had become a reality. How is everyone doing with Kha-ta-lai in the first season? This has marked the opening of an epic fantasy novel about politics and war. The character of Kawin serves as the hero in this season, as he drives the storyline forward by introducing this new world to everyone. Kawin takes us through landscapes, people, and the noble leaders of each district, allowing us to witness their different ways of life, ideologies, and governance, which are crucial elements of the ongoing narrative. And yes, in the next season, Kawin will begin to fade away, but other main characters will step in to take over, intensifying the plot with deeper strategies and power struggles that will unfold throughout the story. With the sediment left behind in this episode, we have the ongoing project of Nanfa, which will deeply explore power, the escalating violence in District 6, with Estror, Tazvante, whom Kaiser has been eagerly awaiting, Hector, who will take the position after Veena, and even Cassettis, who will steer District 2 in a new direction. Everything will become more intense in Kha-ta-lai Season 2. In the meantime, I'll be away for a while, but I promise that once everything is complete, I will gradually release the stories. During this time, there may also be some short clips to share for you to enjoy. I want to thank everyone who has listened from beginning to end. If you want to chat or share your thoughts about what you enjoyed or found fun, please feel free to comment. It really boosts my motivation. See you again in the next season.